Hello to people waiting in the chat. I have in mind a few topics. I will tell them to you to help remind me what they are. Those of you who listened right to the end of my stream, my 10-hour stream, may remember Church of Entropy and I saying that we would be talking about the decline of India. At least I think that was what we said we would talk about. And I did read up a little bit, again, about the Mughal Empire to see if there was any particular reason for the decline of the Hindu part of India. So we know that India was governed by a whole bunch of empires, and I've been looking down the Wikipedia entry, and there's just so many of them. But I think I haven't read them all, but basically they're all Hindu, and then the Mughal Empire came and took over, and this is the time that Church of Entropy deplores, saying how terrible it is that the Muslims should do this terrible thing to the Hindus, and although I haven't done all my reading yet, I did alight briefly on the Mughal Empire, and the most interesting part of the entry on the Wikipedia entry of the Mughal Empire is that it said I haven't lost it. There's just so much to scroll through. But basically saying that the way it was governed was enlightened and tolerant, and although it used warfare to acquire its empire in the first place, it was tolerant in its administration. So I'll read that bit as I've just found it. It says, although the Mughal Empire was created and sustained by military warfare, it did not vigorously suppress the cultures and peoples it came to rule, but rather equalized and placated them through new administrative practices and diverse ruling elites, leading to more efficient, centralized and standardized rule. The base of the empire's collective wealth was agricultural taxes instituted by the third Mughal Emperor Akbar. These taxes, which amounted to well over half the output of a peasant cultivator, were paid in the well-regulated silver currency and caused peasants and artisans to enter larger markets. I don't quite know what that means, but it sounds interesting and enlightened. And it does make this Muslim ruler, Akbar the Great, sound all right, doesn't it? The fact remains that the biggest empires are run on the rule of law that came from the Abrahamic God. And this, I think, is important to bear in mind in our troubled times. And talking about our troubled times, have you seen the Duran, Korean man? I think I saw you in the chat a minute ago. Hello. Yes, I know. It's terrible, isn't it? We sort of chortle away when we hear politicians, going down with COVID-19. But probably it's just going to be a bit of a cold and nothing too dramatic will happen. But should anything dramatic happen, well, I'm still hoping for a reversal of the reversal of herd immunity. I know I go on about it, but I feel I have, because I have to repeat my position again and again and again, which is that we should just take it on the chin, so that when we get our herd immunity before others, will be up and running before others in our new every man for himself world. So that's why I think Boris should display a bit of leadership in these matters, and when threatened by Macron, who said he would close his borders, face him down. It seems, well, it doesn't seem, it is disgraceful that so many men in leadership positions cannot deal with any difficulty without caving in completely. Have they no ability to formulate arguments to justify the course that they were supposed to be set upon? It seems not. And even if they can't think of reasons, they must have access to experts who are capable of defending their position. So the herd immunity decision was, of course, a right one, but Boris, being Boris, because he's a convictionless cunt of a conservative, i.e. gutless and unprincipled, people like that are very easy to frighten and bribe, and that is really the crux of the problem today with modern politics. And nobody who complains about them even thinks to say, what's wrong with our politicians? Why are they all like that? And I would say, look to yourself. Are any of the politicians who presume to lead the alt-right any better? They are not. Things are now so bad that I, of all people, a female and a racial foreigner, find myself in the position of telling white Western men what to do, and I can show my consistency simply by pointing to my track record of political activism. So basically I say, I took this position on such and such a date, before all this stuff ever happened, and I'm sticking to it, and I'm known to stick to my positions, and I haven't been proven wrong yet. So it's very easy for me to be the tall poppy. It is interesting too that, having gone through the JF Gary Bay appearance on Duvet's channel with Church of Entropy, well, it was very gratifying that JF was agreeing with me. He was saying the same thing, that he favoured the herd immunity strategy. He favoured he thought the worst case scenario is to destroy our economies, and then when we come out of lockdown, find ourselves dying like flies. So we would have wasted all this time, wasted all these resources for nothing at all, and anyway, aren't we due for a good old clear out? So this was very gratifying for me. But of course, I had to wonder why I haven't appeared on his show, why I haven't been invited to appear on his show, and why it seems that nobody wants me to appear on his show. Probably because they don't like secular Quranism. They don't want to help me get the oxygen of publicity. But is it right to suppress somebody's ideas just because you don't like them but can't argue against them? Has anyone argued successfully against my position? I don't think so. Now, Korean man, you seem to think that the West should adopt Confucian values. Do the Chinese adopt them? You know they don't. And anyway, it's not enough. There's not enough detail in Confucius to base any system of rule of law in our modern times. So that's useless, and of course we don't need to worry too much about that, because Confucius never said he was a universal philosopher, although many of his ideas are, of course, universal in that he promotes a patriarchy and the proper conduct of honourable men. But the fact is, China's demographics is very different to what China's demographics was in the time of Confucius. When Confucius was around, Chinese families were large, and now they are only one-child families. And so it is impossible for a man to think about cultivating a relationship between his elder brother or his younger brother when he is the only child. That's why, Korean man, Confucius is simply not good enough in our new and, I would say, satanic times. Satanic in the sense of being in a state of rebellion from God's laws. You, of course, Korean man, are an atheist, so you would think nothing of it, and all you're motivated by is a kind of cultural chauvinism that makes you think that that Westerners are certainly going to adopt Confucianism, where the Chinese have more or less thrown it out with the bathwater. But it is very disappointing that I cannot seem to get my ideas debated with anyone of any moral stature, simply because they already know they're going to lose the debate. So because they want to hold on to their position, refuse to engage with me. I've had a engagement, you could put it, with a British nationalist who says, "Oh, but Claire, no one's interested in your ideas." And I thought, could that be arguably true? Even if I don't like it. There are people who discuss my ideas, but they're men of no influence, so I guess that's no good. Nationalists are not men of influence either, so getting them to talk about it isn't going to help. But the fact is, it occurred to me being reminded of Confucius, that should these people who call themselves nationalists be described as nationalists, it dignifies them too much, because really they are defending their position of hating certain groups of people, for hating Jews, for hating Muslims and other races. Of course they have the sense now to pretend that they don't really hate those people, but basically their identity is crystallized by their hatred, which they refuse to give up simply because they don't want to talk about philosophical questions such as what religion is for and why Christianity is kaput, because that would cause their subscribers and followers alarm, distress, confusion and fear. Is there anyone I can discuss these things with? Unfortunately not. All the people I seem to know are marginalised people who are just as cowardly as mainstream politicians and mainstream media. The ones who are not afraid are the opposite of men of influence. What do you mean stream again? Conops? You don't get any updates anymore from anyone. You somehow worked out that I was streaming, though, didn't you? I can send you the link. But yeah, I've noticed recently that the people who don't, have just sort of gone quiet. Vincent Bruno's gone quiet. Spacepan has gone quiet. But perhaps I'm just being a little bit impatient. Right, I've just posted the link to Conops, so I'll put my headphones back on again. Conops, what do you mean you're not marginal? You are marginal because you're not using your real name. Because you know that if you used your real name, you would be marginalised.
Sup, Claire?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay, I suppose. Yeah, and how are you? How are you dealing with the quarantining?
It fucking sucks. I think this is just awful. Like, not working, not seeing a lot of friends. You can only I only see friends like in a park. You have like a drink in your hand, you know. You take a walk, and then you have like a 2-hour chat, and then everybody goes home. It's I don't know. It's
That
just
sounds
awful.
okay. I mean, that sounds okay. A bit. But for somebody used to a different kind of socialising like you, I guess that must be awful.
Yeah. Well, and it's also the fear that it's not
it might not
Then it
work.
doesn't. Yeah, well,
It's
then
all
it
for
doesn't stay
nothing.
like this.
Did you watch that stream, Dovid stream with JF and Jeff?
No, no, I didn't. I didn't catch it.
Oh, right. I was thinking, it's just that JF agrees with me, so I'm going, yay, yay, yay. And I thought I'd play that bit when he said the thing that I wanted to hear. So I'll look for it now. But
Ah,
it was quite interesting. I mean,
what
gratifying, I
what what
suppose.
what were they talking about?
About the COVID-19. What else?
Ah, yeah. There is not much else to talk about these days, because it's so impactful. So I just also recognize with friends like the conversation starts and almost ends with COVID-19. Sometimes there's uh, some segues to another conversation, but most of the time it returns to that as well. Because I mean, everybody's hurt. Like friends of mine are losing their jobs as well. It's just like, whoa, really shit. That's really
Y-
shit.
I'm actually reminded of my okay. I have relations in America, and one of them moved from one end, from the eastern seaboard to the western seaboard, and he had cats. Well, they were his children's cats, but anyway, they went to university, blah blah blah, and he was stuck with them, and so there were these New York cats, and they became Californian cats, and there is this rule about what you do with cats. Somebody told me that if you move from one home to another, you have to lock them in for I think about a week or something until they get used to their own, their new environment, and then slowly you let them go out, or they'll be so disorientated and frightened that they'll get bullied by all the other local cats or something. So this is how accustom culture your cat to its new home and environment, and so I there were these Siamese cats, and it was like every time we wanted to go out the house, it's like watch all the cats, and they go crazy. It's like, oh my god, the door's open, we have to go out, we have to, and of course it would stop them, and I said, maybe you should just let them go out, and he said no, the coyotes in California will get them, and it's like you kind of you could tell that even though the cats knew what a coyote was, they'll say we don't care, just we'll get eaten by the coyotes, we don't care. Because I mean, the
Oh.
mad scramble every time anyone opened the front door was pathetic and also almost comical.
Oh well, it is a real situation. If cats are not used to a new house, they will flee.
Yeah, no, but
But
they became indoor cats, so they never go
ah.
out. And you could sort of see them. You could see them sort of sit on the window, so looking out, looking out, like a prisoner does.
I remember a story that by the neighbors of my parents that they had a cat as well,
Uh huh.
and it was always on a leash because they were terrified that the cat would escape or never come back or whatever. And they were so protective of that cat, and I was always like, Jesus Christ, why they're like. I mean, it's a cat. I know it's like important, but it's just a cat. And when they got a baby, the cat was immediately unleashed and was like ready to roam about, and they were not interested anymore. Like they were not scared anymore. The cat would I don't know, disappear or it would flee away. So maybe it is that just people don't have enough, I don't know, to do or nothing too real to be concerned about, and that's why they're obsessing. You know?
Yeah, because I mean, I always think it's almost immoral to have a pet because what is the purpose of the pet other than to please its master or mistress, and it's like why would you have somebody just created bought to please you? What's wrong with you that you need something to whose existence is you know, is there to give you comfort. I know lonely, sick people, old people But I don't know. I think that there've been some animal writers who say it's actually immoral to have a creature whose actual role is to gratify you as its owner.
Couldn't you say the same thing about children? Many people have children with that motivation in mind.
I know, but they don't remain your pets forever.
No,
They're only
that is
briefly
true.
your pet. And then they grow up and they want to do stuff and you can't stop them.
Well,
But I mean, somebody was saying to me, they never grow up. They'll always be like that.
that's true.
They never leave home.
I don't know. People who have pets, they annoy me often. Um, because they don't have how would you say that they don't have any sort of freedom, so there can't be any spontaneity. They can't say I'm going on holiday, or oh yeah, I'll like go to this party and spend the night here. No, I have to look after my cat. I remember a friend of mine, so annoying. Like you're just out drinking, and then at some point it's like 11 o'clock, and then it's like no, I have to go home. I have to feed my cat and stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah,
It's like, oh,
and
Jesus Christ.
people who date, and it's kind of like, love me, love my pet. It's like,
No,
you're
yeah, I
crazy,
remember
you're
that.
fucking crazy. And then they do this thing that you just described, you
Yeah,
know?
well, I was single for a while because I broke up with my girlfriend. You remember?
Yeah, yeah.
And I was at my parents' place, and it's a place about an hour from Amsterdam. It's quite small, And I was like dating online, so it's like swiping, and you had all these sort of like 26-year-olds with their either their cats or their horses, and they had a statement from like he's like you have to accept him. He's not going away for you and stuff like that. I'm really like that. No fucking way. You and me, it's not gonna work. Like people and their pets. It's just I don't know. It's obsessive and crazy, and for me, it's just an immediate no.
Yeah, it's like, no, I've got to go home to walk my dog. Fuck off. So, and you kind of see a few sort of, advice for people. It's like, if you're taking a picture, make sure there's no one else in it. And don't take a picture of you with a glass in your hand, of wine in your hand, and no pets and no
Well,
children.
yeah,
And,
the
it's
pets,
like,
the pets. Like I can understand that you don't want to throw your children away if you're like, but with a pet, like I don't know, what's more
it's sort of
important, like.
immediately. It's like, this person has given up, and actually, I had a girlfriend who, I mean, she was kind of really, really needy, and I said, "Well, why don't you, buy yourself a dog?" She said, "No, no, no, because I saw what my mother-in-law turned into when she lost her husband, and I don't want to be like that. No, 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 no." And then
It is almost like giving up because people just replace sort of human company with animal company.
yeah, exactly,
You
and
know.
and that is the signal, and it's like, don't, I'm not fit for human company anymore because I've got this pet.
Yeah, well, I think it's for a lot of people, especially who are older. They're a bit, I don't know, they're set in their own ways. For them, it's just, I don't know, difficult to get used to a partner again, and then they just think like, oh, just might as well get a cat. I'll get a company like this. But it's a problem. Like, I mean, you still feel lonely at Christmas if you don't have a partner. Like if you're like 40 or 50, and you're like alone at Christmas, and you have your dog there. Like I don't know if that's a good way to live, or if that's like desirable for society.
Well, I mean, I have, relations who have too deep a relationship with their pets, and then they become insufferable to other humans. Because they've got this sort of spoiled kid that isn't human and is really annoying and would, bite you under the table or something. So, yeah, and then of course you think, it's like, what would a cat, what would your pet actually say if it could speak its mind about you? You'd probably hate it too, you know.
Mm, yeah, or he hates you.
Yeah. And would make you sarcastic comments. In fact, that there's actually a short story by Saki about Tobimori, the talking cat, and it got murdered because it was so annoying and spoke its mind to about its mistress.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Oh man, but yeah, in these times, it's difficult to know what to do with yourself as well. Like I need busyness therapy. Like I've been starting starting playing video games again, which I never really do. Um, which I think is actually very sort of unhealthy.
You could
Uh,
start reading, I suppose, for something a bit more active. But I mean, for me, my life hasn't changed that much. I still just only go to the shops when I need to go, and I don't go out that much. But I mean, yesterday was sort of quite gratifying. I just sort of went to Marks and Spencer's food again, and it's like, oh, everything's there, and I found something. Like I found a 10 kilo bag of rice. I'll buy it, and so it was quite a successful shopping trip, and was all very reassuring. So I think people are going back to, well, there's no need to panic buy anymore because every time we go to the shops, the shelves are full, and all the people who panic bought have run out of money, presumably, or are too busy.
yeah, or they just stocked up so much that yeah, there's no point in buying. I mean, they'll end up with a lot of useless shit, and I am very happy that that will happen because they deserve it as well.
Yeah, I'm so pleased about that. And of course you don't even need hand sanitizers. You just wash your hands with soap and water.
Yeah, it's crazy. All these people who are also stacking up on these masks. Still, when I see people with these like COVID masks, I'm like, fuck you. People in medical facilities, those are the people that need them. And now it's like a fucking shortage of these masks.
Do you have one?
No, no, no.
No, I
If
actually
I
haven't got one because I was thinking, maybe I'll go to Marks and Spencer's and get myself a man's handkerchief and tie that round my face like a bandit.
Yeah, I don't know how efficient it actually
Yeah, I
is.
mean, people
It,
at least sort of don't sort of say, oh, you can't not go out and not wear a mask. So
no, but you should. I mean, if you have the proper mask, I don't know what it was called, like an N96 in the mask or something. If you have it, you should give it to your local hospital.
I don't even know where to get one. Do you know what do I do you get?
Well, there were on sale a couple of weeks ago because I remember wanted to buy one for my girlfriend because she was going to Italy. Her mom broke her arm, so she wanted to take care of her, but she ended up not going because of the coronavirus because it
Right.
really got out of hand at the time. So yeah, but it's I don't know. I think in these times you need to not be selfish. I think that's the most important thing, because I don't know. You have to think about, like, look, if I get the corona, it's probably not very nice, but it probably won't die. You
Well, I
know?
don't think I don't think Boris will die, or Nadine Dorries. I mean, they
No.
do say a lot of people can, have no symptoms at all. So, um, so I don't think.
Yeah, I wonder, like, how many people actually have it now. So because of there's of course a discrepancy in the confirmed corona cases and the real corona cases.
And
Um,
there might be quite a few false positives as well. Somebody, I mean, actually, Erica was telling me that for some reason, because it is the flu virus, so there would be obviously a bit of it that is recognizably be the flu virus, but with this extra thing that it makes it more virulent.
could be, but I think most likely it's just the discrepancy is explained by the fact that there's not a lot of testing done. And I know in the United States, for example, there's a lot of testing done, and the reason why there's so many cases there is because they do many more tests than in other countries. And you can also see it, like, contrast the death rate from South Korea, for example, with that of Italy. So contrast the confirmed cases and the death rate in Italy and South Korea, and then you'll see that a lot of the difference is explained by the amount of testing that was actually done.
Could you just say it slower and make it clearer about the correlation between testing
Okay.
and the death rate?
Yes.
And
So the death rate is about confirmed cases. So, like there's death rate, people die, right? And there is people who have confirmed to have corona. But most of the people that are confirmed are people who actually went to the hospital, in countries like Italy, because they don't do extensive testing. But in countries like South Korea, they did also testing of healthy people to check out if they had corona. So, of course, there will be a lot more mild cases that go under the radar normally. So that's why you see a difference in countries with a with the death rate compared to the confirmed corona cases.
So, how many people have died in South Korea and how many people have died in Italy? Do you know offhand?
I can look it up for you really quickly
Yeah,
because I'm
I'm just
looking.
going to step away for a minute. Excuse me.
I'll just see if there's anything in the chat. Hey, that woman, what's up? Who is Mr. Random Slubbery? I've never seen you in the chat. That's unique now. That Clara's channel is difficult to find. 6 viewers.
I'm back.
It's almost returned back to the old days. Yeah, I have the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So here, Italy.
Mm-hmm.
The total cases are 80,000. Total deaths are 8,215. So, and South Korea is confirmed cases 9,300, 9,300, sorry. And the confirmed deaths are 139. So you see, that's a much lower percentage of deaths. The death rate is much lower in
South Korea.
In South Korea, yeah.
And
I
this
would
can be
predict in the United
explained
States that
by.
would be the same case.
And this is explained by.
This is explained by the testing of people who have very mild symptoms. So people who wouldn't go to the hospital.
Okay.
So there will be testing done for people who, I don't know,
Exhibit only mild symptoms, or none at all.
Or are actually in a region where it's not even confirmed that they have something, but they might be a potential danger, So I would predict actually the death rate is about 0.8, if I would guess, and that's much less than the sort of 2.5 to 3.4% that is estimated by by sort of the confirmed cases. So it's much lower than we think.
Yeah.
But still very high compared to the flu.
Right.
So yeah, it's something to consider. That the death rate is lower than people think. That a lot of healthy people, still manage to I don't know, get sick and then get better reasonably well. There are some cases of people who are young and get really sick, but they're really how would you say, it's not a lot of people. So yeah, there was this British girl who died, 21-year-old, I think, today or yesterday, and of course that's very tragic. But she's very that's a big anomaly. Oh, how do you say that?
Anomalous, maybe.
Anomaly. Yes. So yeah, you have to also be careful not to be too hysterical about it. I know you're not, but I see these sort of YouTube videos all the time, like, oh, be careful, You can get this too, and this woman is like 30 and she's sick, and she's very sick and she's on intensive care. Yeah, that's true. A very, very, very small percentage of these people get actually really sick. It doesn't mean, I mean, you can definitely kill people when you give it to somebody else, and if they're much older, but usually that's not the case. So I think these are also stories to make sure that we are all on our best behavior, which is of course very important, but they're not representative of reality.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. I mean, it'd be fair to say that younger people are more frightened than older people. I mean, I don't know if your newspapers are or your media are making a thing of the generation gap between, I think, okay, the Daily Mail was sort of doing the story about, the mother's not that concerned, but her daughter is, and, that kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe if you're really old, you're thinking like, fuck it, I'll die anyway, you know.
Because,
Um,
yeah. Because yesterday, I mean, it just sort of seems that there seems to be a shift in opinion now, or more people are coming out saying, like Max Hastings, he was the editor of the Standard, saying, well, I feel really bad about leaving my grandchildren with a debt of all this cotton, wrapping people up in cotton wool, or words to that effect. So
well, yeah, I think once we know what the curve is, I think we should think about if there's any possibility of loosening the restrictions, or some of them at least.
yeah, because Trump was saying, America will be back at work, in April, and people say, oh, no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no, no, no,
no.
no.
But I think that's also irresponsible what he's saying. He doesn't know what the capacity is. I've seen some ugly videos of New York, terrible ones in Spain where people are actually on the ground. So you first have to build that infrastructure. Yeah, you have to build enough IC facilities to be able to actually handle that situation. And once it's there, then you can make a balance. Like, how long will it take for the first antivirals to arrive? Because the vaccine will be a year from now, so that's going to take too long, at least. But the antivirals might be there first. So yeah, so wait for that, and then maybe you can just, I don't know, lock it down for a longer time. But if it takes too long, you also have to consider the damage to the economy is so severe that it might not be worth the trouble.
Exactly, which was my position all along. And then, of course, China will have gone in and come out of it, and it'll be going back to normal, and the West will be, behind. And it
Yeah,
already
but
is.
yeah, the problem is this: like for me, it's not just like, oh, the economy, but their real lives sort of at stake by not letting the economy go on. I mean, there are people who can't feed themselves, like literally, people who commit suicides, people who,
Yeah,
uh,
India. I mean, it's crazy they're going to do it to India. And the poor people are saying, well, what's going to happen to us? We can't even go to work.
yeah. That seems crazy to
I mean,
me.
it seems so cruel and hypocritical, I think. Because, I think a lot of it is this kind of posturing to show, of politicians to show that people that they care, when the people would rather, that the government just didn't bother.
Well, I'm not sure that this is also a call by the people for these restrictions, especially the medical profession. But I think a lot of people are on board with this. If I read my Facebook feeds and stuff like that, I think everybody's pretty much on the same page. What I worry about with countries like India, that it's completely impossible. I don't know if you've ever been to India.
No. I mean, apart from a stopover.
Well, try it in fucking Delhi. You know, it's just completely impossible. If
Yeah,
people
yes,
think about a lockdown there, and and flattening the curve there, well, no way. Like, no way it's gonna happen. No, no, no.
which is
In
why,
India,
yeah,
you just have to give it up. Grandma's gonna die. I mean it. Like, it's
yeah.
just not possible. And for India, it's probably, I don't know. Probably better just to build up herd immunity and hope that works out, because we don't know if that actually is going to work out. It's a gamble, because you don't know, the disease might mutate, and then or what is also possible, that immunity is just for a limited amount of time.
Yeah, until the mutated virus, comes back for the second
Well,
round.
yeah, but it doesn't even have to mutate. It's also sometimes immunity can be just limited, like limited in scope and in time span.
Yeah.
So yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. So, have you noticed any change of behavior from streamers on YouTube?
No, I'm surprised that not everybody is streaming. That's what
Yeah,
I'm.
I actually expected more people to stream because they'd be all at home, bored and complaining about how bored they are. But actually, I'm getting fewer notifications.
Yeah, I think it's been a big change to the algorithm of YouTube as well. I think that might have something to
Suppressing
do.
our viewing numbers and that kind
Mm-hmm.
of thing. Yeah, everybody's
Yeah.
complaining, so I guess I'm not doing that badly.
No, well, you have about 8 or 6 or something. I don't know how much you have now. Yeah, 6. Yeah. Brilliant.
Well, the others have died of COVID.
Yeah, it's really strange, but I think most of these people that stream a lot don't have a lot to do with their life anyway. So it's not. It's not. I'm like, Jesus Christ, come on, let's stream, motherfuckers. But for many people, it's just a regular day. I think a lot of people who are streaming are neats, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm quite happy to concede that, but I mean, people like you probably don't listen to people like Eke, because I mean,
No,
he's just
not
gone.
anymore.
He's just depressing and mentally ill
Oh yeah,
anyway.
for me, he's completely untakeable. Okay. No, he bores the shit out of me. Sometimes I watch Brutus. I think Brutus is interesting.
Oh, and what's the latest on him now?
Well, they still have the whole debate.
Churchill Hitler thing.
Yeah, the Hitler thing, which I think is very interesting, because it's sort of a departure from Nazism and National Socialism, which I think is a sensible thing to do in his position, I would say, because I mean, there's no way you're gonna rehabilitate Hitler. There's just no way. People have tried this. It didn't work in the 70s. Didn't work in the 80s. Didn't work in the 90s.
Well,
Actually, all
we
these
should
parties
send
got very
OV.
marginalized.
We should send OV to Brutus, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I tried actually I said something. I posted a comment if he would be interested in a debate with OV, because I mean, OV is also persona non grata. I don't know how much Brutus will actually win with this, to be honest.
It would lower his credibility to have OV.
Mm.
Yeah.
Maybe, but it's. But I would find that debate really interesting. Although I had it with OV many times, but I think that OV sometimes is just impervious to reason in that regard. Like, I mean, clearly you can see that from a strategic point of view, if you're an American, if you're a British, if you're French or whatever, it's just a very bad thing to admire the person that your granddaddy fought, and that sort of, it's like British greatest finest hour. It's like, how are you gonna be anti-Churchill? Is it gonna like stick with any of the normies? Like, if you want to be marginal and eccentric, yeah, then it's great. But if you want to get some political power, it's just really foolish.
Well, I mean, there are people I know who said, well, it would have been better if Hitler had succeeded in his invasion of Britain, because at least, he wouldn't have, allowed all this uncontrolled immigration. So that would be this other kind of, school of thought.
Yeah, well, but that school is, if he had won. Well, he didn't win.
Yeah.
He lost.
Yeah.
He lost.
Yeah,
He lost miserably. And the sort of the, if you say the H word, everybody's already shivering. Like, it's like Voldemort, It's like the guy who shouldn't be named. nobody's named Adolf anymore. I know. I looked in a family tree, and somewhere in 1928 or something, there was a little cousin who lived, or like, how would you say it? Like, yeah, somebody like a great granddaddy. Sorry, how do you say it? Great granddaddy, daddy's cousin, something like that.
Yeah.
And he only lived to be 2 years old, but he was called Adolf.
Yeah. It was a common
It
name
was a
at the
normal
time.
name.
Yeah.
But nowadays, like,
I suppose
there's
you could
nobody
change it
called
to
Adolf anymore.
Dolphus or something.
Yeah,
You could
yeah.
change it to, yes, Dolphy.
Dolph. Yeah, but even yeah, even that is a problem. I haven't heard anybody named Dolph for quite some time. Only in a cartoon.
Yeah.
But then he was also uh, sort of a representative of Hitler in some way. So yeah, it's impossible to rehabilitate Hitler.
Yeah, but I mean,
And
at this level, it still doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, we should still try to exterminate the Jews, this person might say, and we didn't succeed, but we'll jolly well try again. That could be the thing, and I think. But the answer to that is, it's been tried so many times before. If you look at the history of the Jews, and it hasn't succeeded, because I guess if genocide actually ever worked, then there'd be no one around to complain about it.
yeah, well, that's true. Uh, but I also just don't see the whole. I just don't see the problem with the Jews. I just don't.
Well, I mean, they do get blamed for everything, and a few of them have asked themselves, oh, why do they hate us so much? And we can't do anything right. We assimilate, they still hate us, and I think the answer seems to be that you can't call yourself a Jew and you can't call yourself an assimilated Jew. You have to totally assimilate, so you don't even call yourself a Jew, or you stay a Jew.
No, yeah, well, this is the process that was going on in Germany, yeah,
What,
under the
you mean
Weimar
the Reformed
Republic.
Jews?
Well, Jews were assimilating
Which
to a
was a
very great
problem.
extent.
I mean, according to the Orthodox rabbis, that was a problem, and that was what triggered the punishment of God. It's like you're doing it. How can you say that Berlin is your city of
Jerusalem, yeah.
yeah, instead of Jerusalem? You can't update the Torah in any way you like, and that was what these Orthodox Jews say provoked the Holocaust. So,
Yeah, but they're mad.
but well, the Orthodox Jews, but I mean, but it's true. What they said was true in that
Well, I mean, in some ways it's true, in some ways it isn't. Assimilation, the process of assimilation, brings out a lot of resentment, because fundamentally all these sort of extreme nationalist groups are about honor. And if you've always looked down upon the Jews, and at some point one is your boss, it's going to be a problem.
yeah. So
I think
it's a very unstable
also
thing.
Hitler was rejected. I think one of these people who was in the commission and to decide on his paintings was a Jew.
Yeah, I guess we
think
can
that's
always
very
find, a good Jew or a bad Jew. But one thing that reminded me, you reminded me of Jay about this assimilation thing, because he was saying about the Muslims that, it's like, we don't even want you to assimilate, we just want you to go away. So, so, and of course, that would be the other position. We don't want you to assimilate. We would rather you were not even here.
Yeah, I don't understand that position, to be honest.
Well, the thing is, you can't turn back time. I mean, so yeah, you would like to kick them out, but where would they go if they have no other nationality other than the one that they share with you? And then it becomes, well, something exterminatory, which then would be illegal unless you manage to provoke a civil war, which is really not that easy if most people are happy with things.
Yeah, I think a civil war is I would say, a very risky affair, and you might lose, or you probably lose. You might, most of the time, you'll probably be in a worse situation than you were uh, before the conflict started. I think.
Exactly, because you
I
would
think
end up,
it's highly unlikely, especially
you
in the
won't get to
next.
play your video games anymore.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just agitating for it because they want to play their video games in real life. You know,
And they think they're going to
they're.
win.
Oh yeah, but I think I don't know. For some, in some ways, I think a lot of people in these white nationalist scenes are, they're not really serious about it.
They're just
They're sort of
larpers.
semi-serious about it. If you understand what I mean, like they want their lives to change. They want their lives to have meaning. They want to have their sort of status back, and the state is lost. They want to regain that, but to actually do something, something meaningful or something uh,
Effective.
effective. No, because most of these people are just like, well, the most risky thing they do is they
Get their
assemble on
accounts
the
closed
street.
down.
Yeah, and sometimes you have some kind of psychopath that I don't know, attacks some Muslims in a mosque or whatever, but they just cause the government to clap down and saying, oh, we need to protect multiculturalism. So I I think it's just a fantasy.
But the thing
These
was,
wig
there,
naps
there
with the
was a,
boogaloo.
yeah. I mean, there was a reason why these people were invited in, and it is to work. And it's like, yeah, you're white, you're indigenous, you're not working, and no one would hire you. So why would, what use are you apart from being, a drain on taxpayers? So of course they're going to um, prefer the non-white, non-indigenous worker who at least has a role to fulfill that is socially useful to someone anyway.
Well, I don't think it works like that anymore. Maybe that was the initial idea, like the guest arbeiters, the guest workers that came from the Middle East. But they also came from Spain and from Southern Europe at first. But these people ended up leaving, you know, or most of them. But
Oh, sorry,
Muslims stayed.
Spain. Sorry, where did they arrive? These Spaniards.
Well, from okay, so in Spain, Spain, Greece, Cyprus, for example, you have a lot of Cypriots still in Greek Cypriots in London, if I'm not mistaken. So they came over also to work in London, but because the economic condition got better in their countries, they decided to go back. That was not the case for many people who came from North Africa or Turkey.
Right, right. Yeah, they actually went back.
Yeah, but now the situation. I mean, the people who are sort of from North African countries, they actually don't work as much as the native population. So I mean, the sort of the logic doesn't make much sense anymore. So see, so like they have sort of assimilated into the lower classes and also have the same sort of
Culture.
work
The
ethic.
yeah, the work ethic.
Yeah, so the work ethic is usually slightly worse as well. So I mean, the whole economic, like the fact that politicians are pandering to them because they're
Which is why
so
they need
hardworking.
more new ones.
Yeah, well, it does work in, I mean, for big corporations in the United States, for Mexico, it really works for them. Like these people are very cheap. Also, the government doesn't really do something to prevent these people coming in, because there's a lot of elites that are actually dependent on that system. So it's rather difficult to change, and that's why I really don't like what Trump is doing. That the whole wall idea is to my in my opinion, is just the wrong strategy to take because it's very symbolic. You drive away the left, and instead of actually arranging something like making sure that you get e-verify under control, giving heavy fines for companies that employ migrant workers that are illegal, like all these things, or actually do not have any or prevent any access to the social security net for migrants. I think that will actually just chase people away by themselves. And I think a wall is not necessary. As long as you keep the incentives on, people will just go by boat.
Yeah. They'll come another
That's what they
way.
do in
They'll
Europe.
arrive by air.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they're right by air and they stay. They overstay their visas. I mean, it's just a lot of symbolism on the right these days, and there's not a lot of thought on what can actually be done and what is most realistic. And that's my sort of
A lot of posturing.
irritation. Yeah, there's a lot of posturings, and there's also just we just hate the left. There's no point. I mean, you there's always been a left and a right, and you want people on the left to adopt more of your positions, or is that like wrong thinking of me? Like, you can't destroy the left. The left is always a relative concept. It's just it's really silly, and the fact that you're just antagonizing these people, the people that you want to have on board with your policies, is really foolish to my idea.
Well, what is to be done? I think, slavery would be the way forward, in that it would be an alternative to warfare. To welfare. Well, to welfare.
Slavery. Well, I mean, they're foreigners
Because,
of
if
slavery
you own a slave, you have to feed him, and obviously only the ones that can work would actually manage to sell themselves into slavery to get housed and fed.
Yeah, well, you always had Solon as a sort of avatar, Solon, the great Athenian lawgiver.
Yeah.
And his predecessor, the one that first made laws in Athens, was Dracon.
Oh, yes,
And
draconian.
yes, that's where the word draconian comes from, indeed. And he actually made sure that people couldn't sell themselves in slavery anymore, because it was sort of an incentive to make sure that there will be exploitation of the lower classes, and also that corrupt elites could just like expand their power base. So that's why he gave it up, and that's why in the 5th century in Athens, also another very famous lawgiver, Cleisthenes. Have you ever heard of him?
Probably through you.
Ah, could be. He divided up all the power bases of the aristocracy. So he divided up their lands. He organized people into different sort of groupings. They were called the phyle, and they were like tribes. And these tribes, they could vote in all their different districts. But he divided it all up. He destroyed the power base of the aristocracy, because it wasn't possible to have a functioning system if these people were still, how would you say, in power. So if you were in favor of people owning other people, then I think in time you would also be in favor of having a system where where there's an elite that can get away with murder.
Oh, no. What I propose is quite different to the old form of slavery, and I'm saying that the property in the slave would be owned by the state, who would hire these different people out, and obviously calculate the manumission, because everyone would in theory be entitled to manumission, but whether they'll actually work for it, acquire it in time, will depend on their earning capacity. And obviously, you don't want government property damage, so you'd send out slave visitors to check that the slave is working properly and government property is not being damaged. So that would be
So,
how.
so you would like to have something like akin to the United States, that what they do with prisoners, that they have to work and stuff.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, in the United States, I think if you're in prison, you have to work.
Oh yeah, but I mean sewing male
You have to
bags.
do.
I mean that's kind of, yeah. They would have the option of working. I mean they do it everywhere in China as well. It's like you have
Yeah.
the option of working, and I imagine most prisoners would like that.
Yeah, I don't see any sort of reason why we should have slavery. It just makes people miserable, and I also don't see the economic return out of it, to be honest.
The return would be, the prisoner pays back, compensates the victim for the thing he did. Whatever,
Well, I mean, if
and
you
pays
talk
back.
about I think punishment and slavery is something else. I mean, if a judge decides you have to do forced labor, for example, for an X amount of time, which I actually am not that opposed to, as long as it is a form of punishment for something that is really odious. I'm actually open to the idea.
Sorry,
Maybe we
so
can get some.
well,
Maybe we can get. Sorry, could you hear me or no?
I'm sorry. I was reading an email and I couldn't.
Ah, okay. No, I said I'm open to the idea if it's actually for people who are actually punished. So if it's an odious crime, I think forced labor. I'm not even against that idea, to be honest. So maybe I'm half on board.
What about white collar crime? I mean, it's like you're an accountant, you're a lawyer, you embezzle. Then instead of making you sew post mailbags, you can do something that under supervision, of course, that is more commensurate with your your training and your earning capacity.
No, well, but they're doing that already. So you have work punishments for light crimes, so at least in my country. So you have to do, I don't know, a couple of hours or a couple of weeks or a couple of months. You have to work, but usually it's not very heavy. And I think for the heavy crimes, it might be better to really punish people. So it has to be at least really shitty.
Well, I mean, in theory, you can kind of value, all kinds of injury and injuries and even lies. I mean, because you part of the Warsaw Convention is that if you get into a plane and it crashes and you're not insured, there is what I think it's 20,000 US dollars or something. That your dependents get to pick up if your plane crashes or something. Isn't there some rule like that?
Oh yeah, it could be. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, but I mean, you could in theory value everyone's life. I mean, because insurance companies already do that, right?
Well, not really. That there are like there. I mean, it's a collective insurance to not put a number on it in a way, right? So if you have somebody with a very rare disease, and it's 100,000 euros to fix it or something, or 1 million, they still do it most of the time.
Well, it's actually more expensive, if they're still alive. But yeah, it's more expensive if they're still alive. But obviously you want them dead because then you don't have to be what's the word?
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I'm in favor of the death penalty. The death penalty is always. I know some people really deserve it, but I don't know if we can be precise enough to determine if somebody really has done it always 100%. So I have a difficulty making my society sort of, or the judges or whatever, to decide if somebody should die or not. Because, I mean, mistakes are made.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't want innocents to be, I don't know, treated to the electric chair or something.
Well, I mean, you have to assume that, that probably there will be mistakes made. You can't assume that it will work perfectly, but, you
Yeah, that's why I'm probably against the death penalty.
Yeah, because you're an atheist.
It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm an atheist.
It is, because, if you did believe in an afterlife, then, whatever injustice you suffer would be...
Are you not an agnostic, Claire?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, if you were atheist, I mean, sorry, if you believed in God, then obviously you would have to believe that God will put everything right in the afterlife. So, that's it. You'll just have to hope for the best. And obviously, if you're an atheist, you'll think, well, that's my only life. I'm not going to give it up for any risk that anything.
No, it's not about my life. It's about other people's lives.
Yeah, but you'll have to assume that G- God, if He exists, will sort out their injustice too.
Yeah, but you're making a huge assumption here. God, if he exists.
Yeah, I am saying. Of course, I can't say He does because people would say, "Well, how would you know?" But all these beliefs are basically moral and political anyway. So, the fact that I'm promoting a theocracy means that I think it would be better, on the whole, that such a system were, imposed.
Well, how are the theocracies doing these days?
There
Is there
aren't
any
any.
example
There
that you
aren't
like?
any. You're going to say Iran
Saudi Arabia? Yeah.
well, Saudi Arabia is a house of Saud. It's made a
Yeah, well,
deal.
no, but it
It's
is a
made a
theocracy.
deal with the Western empires because of its oil. So it can get away with murder and nobody cares because that's a deal.
No, yeah, that's true, but that doesn't mean that's not a theocracy.
I don't say it's not a theocracy, but any system can be corruptly administered.
Okay, but can you name an example of a theocracy that worked out pretty okay?
How are you going to measure whether something is okay or not? You
Well,
know,
if you can't measure, then why would you shill for it? Because if
because
you
in
can't
theory
determine
it
what is
is
better or
better.
not,
Okay. So because in theory it is better because all the rules
how
make
would you
sense.
measure that?
Well, I would measure how a country is doing, not not through a okay. I would measure how it's doing, not through GDP, but through what do you call it? The okay, the signs
Well-being
of pain. The
index.
signs of pain, I would say. So you would say your society is doing better because of fewer murders, fewer divorces, fewer suicides, fewer accidents, fewer road traffic accidents. That kind of thing. Things that would objectively be regarded as not a good thing.
Okay, and so is Iran and Saudi Arabia doing better in that department than Western countries?
Well, you have to take into account that there are sanctions. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know. I don't have the statistics to
Well, we
hand of
can think
Saudi Arabia and Iran.
before the sanctions hit Iran, for example.
Well, I don't have any statistics either. But
Is
I'm
it is
saying,
it is it not
in
important
theory,
to look at
if
these
people were following
statistics?
the rules, they should be better off than, under
Okay,
our system.
okay, but this is all in theory. So what if theory is just wrong? What if the numbers just don't add up?
Oh, here we go again. Everything is, will turn to shit. Let's not do anything.
No.
Okay,
Wait.
never
I say what?
mind.
You're just getting so impatient. What if you're just wrong? Like, have you?
Okay, you have to
Why
prove
haven't you
that
not
I am
looked at
wrong. So you have to prove
I
that
can.
divorce is good, suicide is good, murder is good.
Okay, well, I know that in Iran at least the crime rate is rather higher than in Norway, let's say.
Well, what kind of crimes? Where do you get these crime statistics then? I didn't know the Iranians even compiled them.
Oh, Iranians compiles crime statistic, yeah.
Okay, so do you actually have access to them?
Well, I can look them up. I can look
Oh
up the
yeah,
murder
that'd be
rate. You
useful.
want? Okay, murder rate. Murder rates by country per country. Okay. List of intentional homicides. Well, this is just intentional, but global study. Okay. See what is on top of the list. Is this not per capita? What the fuck? I hate that when it's not per capita. Who says like the normal murder rate? Well, what use is a nominal murder rate?
I don't even
No
know. What
use.
does that even mean?
Well, it's not per capita.
Well, the thing is, there are no reliable statistics, basically.
Okay, maybe this is one. This is one. Nationalmasters.com. This is again. Well, okay, per 1,000 people, that is better. Data World Bank. I want to see. Okay. Afghanistan is not doing very good. I can see that. Hey, what's the breakdown? How is this value determined? I can't find a very... What is
Well,
this?
I mean, I didn't imagine you would be able to find reliable statistics on in
well,
war-torn countries and.
Well, in war-torn countries, it could be estimates, but I mean, Iran is not a war-torn country, is it?
But I imagine they would be rather secretive and not be putting it online for.
Wow, San Marino is very low. Liechtenstein, Andorra, Monaco, they're all beautiful European countries without any form of Islam. But, on the other hand, Qatar is very low. Indonesia is rather low. Oman, Brunei is low. Norway is very low. Bahrain, Czech Republic, Korea, Cyprus, and we go to China. It's also low. I didn't know that. Italy is very low. Netherlands very low. Whew. But
There we go.
Well, yeah, but I mean, these are Saudi Arabia is also not very high, but it's much higher.
That's probably because
than
everybody
Norway
knows each other there.
Yeah, but it's much higher than the Netherlands, for example.
What, Saudi?
Yeah.
Murder is higher than.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Iran is. I can't even see Iran. Oh, Iran is rather high. It's 2.5.
Per.
And Netherlands 0.8. And it's on number 85 of the list. So that's some. So 1 is really bad, and
What does 1 stand
167 is very good because it's listing countries by murder rate. So El Salvador is the highest.
And what is it? How is that represented numerically?
I think per 100,000 people. How many murders per 100,000 people?
Oh, it's per capita.
Yeah, this is per capita. Yeah, so El Salvador is the highest. You have Venezuela, Honduras, Belize, South Africa, all these countries,
Do you think the illegitimacy rate for these countries would be rather high?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't think there's a direct correlation.
I'm sure you would say that.
Well, look, Iraq is very high, for example, and I'm sure it has a...
Well, because of the war and the invasion and stuff like that. Breakdown of law and order.
Yeah, well, Russia is very high as well. But it seems to have something to do with South American culture, to be honest. I mean, because there's so many people get killed in South America.
Oh, like the Mexican bandits, the Mexican...
Yeah, I think that's it. Also, maybe these statistics are also a problem because it's talking about intentional murder rates. So countries with organized crime syndicates will be heavily overrepresented.
Mm-hmm.
Which of course is probably a factor of culture. But Islamic countries are doing okay-ish, but they're definitely not the best.
And who do you say Liechtenstein is?
Liechtenstein, San Marino, Andorra, Monaco.
Well, of
Singapore,
course, they're tiny little
Japan.
countries full of rich people.
Luxembourg.
Yeah.
But Qatar is as well. Qatar has a GDP about 80,000 per capita. That is the same GDP as Norway. Norway is also very high on the list. So you see, people who are very rich don't commit a lot of crime, as you see.
They probably get their ill-gotten gains in a white-collar way.
Hmm. But would you say that a country like the United Arab Emirates, which is not really a theocracy, is a worse model than Saudi Arabia? Then I mean, it's not that small.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. So UAE is not a theocracy, you say?
Yeah, the UAE is not a theocracy.
It's a what? A liberal democracy? What is it?
Well, no, it's a dictatorship, but it's a I mean it's like a sheikh is the boss, but it's very confederate model with different provinces. They have different laws in these different provinces, and I think it's not very centrally organized. So I think the different emirates will have different sort of legal systems.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I suppose you could sort of. I mean, do they have the death penalty? That I suppose that would be a good indication. I suppose.
I think maybe for very severe cases they have the death penalty, but I would presume that the United Emirates, Arab Emirates, would have some kind of mixed legal system of Sharia and Western law, and that
Flogging and
mostly,
stoning are legal punishments in the UAE.
yeah, in some of the Emirates. I don't think it's in Abu Dhabi.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just reading the Wikipedia
Well, it,
entry.
it could be, but Bahrain also has these. But I don't see a big correlation. The only correlation I can really see is wealth. Wealth is much more important than anything else.
Well, what we want really is it's a kind of standardized way of collating these figures. And I think we should just drop GDP as a way of doing it because it just encourages consumerism because everybody thinks, oh, our GDP has gone up, that means we're doing better. When
Hmm.
actually people are more miserable and it's all inflation anyway, or I don't know, some other way of, distorting the figures and whatever.
Yeah, makes sense. I would say that GDP is one important factor, but it's not definitely not everything. Because I think it's very important how GDP is distributed. Also, how yeah, social services, how the public sector is, the hospitals, um, but also yeah, how society is. Like, do people have good marriages, or do they have I don't know, like
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned marriage. It's like, how are you going to judge a good marriage? I mean, the only objective way to judge a good marriage is a long marriage that doesn't end in divorce, because divorce,
yeah. Well,
actually
I don't
means
know.
your marriage has failed. But then it
Yeah,
could be
but
a
the
long
problem is,
marriage that is
yeah,
unhappy.
no,
But
that's
how are
not.
you
That's
going
not.
to.
No, that's not true because I mean you know that in a lot of countries that there's a huge taboo on divorce, and even people who are very 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 unhappy with these battered wives in the Middle East, for example, um, they they don't divorce, but maybe they should.
Okay, but we can't really
And
judge. I
and
mean,
also don't
did you
forget.
hear that we were talking about it? Ov, Jen and I, Elliot was on briefly in my 10-hour stream, and Jen was saying, oh, Hindu marriage are so successful, and then we looked it up, and it's like, well, they don't have, there is no fault divorce in India, so it would be very expensive for a woman to get herself divorced from
Hmm.
an abusive husband, so that's why they stay married.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah. So the way I think to do it is to prevent divorce is well, there must be a way of resolving matrimonial disputes, and you can do that through counselling, and I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely agree. That's why I like the Andrew Yang's proposal that every married couple that gets into trouble has free marriage
Well,
counseling. I
actually,
think it's really important.
I have my own little idea, which is that instead of a witness to the marriage, there should be a kind of friend of the marriage,
Hmm.
as well as two
Like
two
Hitler
witnesses.
was for Magda and Joseph Goebbels.
Um, what do you mean?
But did you not know that Hitler was sort of
He married
the blesser?
Ava,
Yeah,
and before
yeah,
they
no, but
killed themselves. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Goebbels, Joseph Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels, of course, was married with Magda, and he preferred all these movie stars over his own wife. And at some point, Magda Goebbels actually asked Hitler to intercede, and Hitler told Joseph Goebbels to stop it, and if he didn't do it, he would be in serious trouble. And I don't like the guy that much, but I mean, in these situations,
He did the right thing.
he did the right thing, I would say. Yeah.
Well, I'm actually quite touched that Hitler, when he must have had so much on his mind, bothered to make an honest woman of Ava before, they had to kill themselves. I mean, would you bother doing such a thing? I can't imagine, if you ever were, in the same position of Hitler, to, make an honest woman of the lady who, stood by you. You'd probably not bother.
Yeah,
You'd
but
probably just have hysterics and that'd be the end.
but he wasn't really bothered with Ava for a very long time. Like he could have married her long before, and it turns out that I think almost every woman he's ever been with killed herself. so he must be in some ways untakeable, and even Ava Braun, well, she killed herself in the end, but
She had
also
to.
a lot of suicide attempts before that, and she wasn't the only one, a couple.
Well, I know that there was somebody who killed herself, but
Yeah,
anyway,
well,
I mean, we're just saying.
Gailey or something.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I suppose Ava was unhappy or whatever, but I mean, she had the prestige, I suppose, for being the kind of alpha female of Germany, because Hitler was definitely the alpha male. So she had the status to compensate for any feelings of irritation and boredom she might have had.
Yeah, but he never really married her, like only at the end.
I'm saying, what I'm saying
years
that it was still considerate that he thought to marry her before their mutual suicide. I'm saying you probably wouldn't even bother doing that.
Of course I would do it. Of course I would do it. Come on, I would do it. I'm better than
I wouldn't trust you to do
And by the way, I
like
don't
that.
have 15 years relationship yet,
What?
I don't have a 15 years relationship with the woman I'm with. And Hitler
Well,
had.
let's hope you would have the romantic presence of mind, were you in such a situation, to think of this little thing for you.
Of course I would think of that thing.
Right, well, okay, well I'll just have to take your word for it.
Yeah. You have to believe me, you can't be this stressful all the time.
Okay.
But anyway, we were talking about marriage. Have you also thought about the Islamic divorce thing again?
Well, I was going to tell you about my little idea of there being, as well as two witnesses there, a friend of the marriage. And this friend of the marriage would also be at the wedding and would be a kind of arbitrator of any matrimonial dispute. So, this couple already have, somebody to go to if one of them was being really annoying to the other.
I think that makes a lot of sense. But that's a
thank
cultural
you.
fit. Like, I mean, it's not like a legal thing. You need to have some kind of cultural change to affect that.
Yeah, so it kind of, it's self-policing basically, and obviously this friend of the marriage would have to be agreed by this couple, and if they can't agree, then they shouldn't marry because obviously that would be a really bad sign that they can't even agree on being a friend of the marriage. And of course the role would be not to take the side of either of the parties to the marriage, but to want to keep the marriage in existence. That's why he or she would be called friend of the marriage.
Yeah, but I would actually caution you to look at marriage rates and divorce rates, especially marriage rates actually, in Western Europe, because the numbers are very deceptive. Especially if you look at people who are together for a very long time, have children, live together, are practically married but don't actually get married. That happens more and more and more.
Yeah, we know why, don't we? It's because they'll get more bennies out of the state for being unmarried.
No, that's actually not true. It's also a financial problem to get married, actually, because it's very expensive.
Well, not
Um,
really. You know, why
10
should...
10,000 euros for one day. That's not a
I'm sorry?
10,000 euros for one day. Don't you
No,
think
no,
that's
you don't
expensive?
have to have this sort of lavish thing. You
Yeah,
just
but then you might as well
basically...
not do it.
No, no,
If
no.
it's not going to be a
You
nice
care enough
ceremony,
for the legalities to do it because obviously it changes your legal status. You want
yeah,
your
but
offspring not to be
people don't care
illegitimate.
about that.
I
I mean
know,
that.
but that is actually a sign of well, degeneracy to not care.
Well, if you don't care, I mean, if civil partnerships are
That should be
almost equivalent,
abolished.
why would you have a marriage contract then? I mean, what's the point of a marriage contract if it's not bounded by any sort of ceremony?
Well, you can have a ceremony, but it doesn't have to be, something that's going to break the bank. So what you could do is simply have a obviously the getting the registry thing would be the most important, and you have to pay for that, and then otherwise you can, and after that you can go and I don't know, go to the pub or something. If you're going to be, lots of people who can't afford it will just go to the pub and get a function room. I
Yeah,
know you're middle class, and of course you wouldn't do anything like that, but it doesn't.
no,
You can have a small, I don't know, house party.
no, yeah, but that sounds very uncultured. The problem is, for example, my parents could easily get married and have a lot of people present, and also buy a house. For my generation, um, that's more difficult.
I understand, but it's really, I think, our attitude towards marriage that will. People don't really understand its purpose, and the politicians don't seem to care that people don't understand it. But it must surely be key to the future of any nation. Really, it's like you have to make people think of children after only after marriage, and they're too afraid to even say that. And then, of course, the question will come, oh, but nobody can afford to get married these days. I mean, how are we going to, men and women won't marry us, blah, 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 welfare state. The state is the husband of the unmarried mother, and, but it has to begin somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
A
I think
dialogue has to begin, and
no,
nobody dares to
you're
even begin that dialogue because
okay. Yeah,
it's
but
because it's a
you're
can of
confusing a couple
worms.
of things. You're confusing a couple of things. You're almost saying like every sort of single woman these days is some kind of lower class um, state beneficiary, and that's not true. There are plenty of working moms that work alone and that take care of their children. There a lot of them. I'm not so sure if it's actually a function of the welfare state that much. This whole idea that conservatives always say like, oh, it's like we with our social system incentivize like welfare queens with children and single motherhood. Well, I don't think it, I don't think it's that causal. I think there's somewhat there. I
How can you
mean, but
prove it's not causal? I mean, it's like, it would make sense. It's like, well, if I'm entitled to claim all this stuff, I'll go and claim it. It's legal, it's not illegal.
yeah, but no, but the problem is most of these women actually work.
Yeah, of
You
course,
know.
they will work in order to, because, it's not enough just to be on welfare, but the fact is, there shouldn't be a welfare state
No, but
anyway.
yeah, but you're saying there shouldn't be a welfare state where you're using arguments that are uh, that like that's almost causal. That the welfare state is causing this single motherhood in large proportions, and I don't think that's true.
Well, you can't prove it's not true because, it is a case that most parents are now not married. So, the consequences are already
Yeah, but
there.
what I also said to you is that yes, that's also because the marriage rate has gone down by
Because
itself. And
because
they're having children in stable long-term relationship without the ceremony and without the contract. But that doesn't mean they're not stable, long-lasting
I know,
relationship.
but
My brother is not married, and he has two children. He has all the sort of, all from the outside, it's marriage, but
I
from
know, but how old are the children?
the children are well, very young, like
Yeah,
four,
exactly. I mean,
three.
what's going to happen when they're a bit older? It'll all be over then, maybe, because there's nothing to keep you in because you never actually made a promise. The woman
No,
just got knocked up, and you didn't want to
no,
be the
no, no, no,
bad
no,
guy,
no.
so you stayed, and then until you could bear it no longer,
No, no,
and
no,
you
no, no,
left.
no, no, no. There, I also know friends of mine. They deliberately made the choice to have children, not as an accident, and they're very happy in long,
Okay,
stable
maybe
relationships.
it's
Already
all
10
right.
years
Maybe it's
together
all
without
right for
marriage.
certain people who are middle class and educated with a sense of social responsibility, but you know that most people aren't like that.
No, most people are still middle class, Claire.
You haven't heard about the middle classes being kind of
Yeah, no, it's
eroded because the
it is
government doesn't give a
eroding.
shit about them because they
No,
won't
it's
support
eroding.
marriage.
It's eroding, and it's mainly the lower middle class that has a problem now.
Yeah, well, you need the lower middle class too, because the lower middle class are the aspiring people who are prepared to do the work and are prepared to accept
Yeah,
the
but
restrictions in
start with
order
giving them a higher
to.
salary. Start with giving them a higher salary. If you
Well,
want,
there's no
if it,
money. You just seem to think,
there
oh,
is no, there is money. There is plenty
oh,
of
yeah, we
money.
could just sort of make some up, right?
Well, you can redistribute.
You're a socialist, my God! You
Yeah.
finally, it's okay, okay, right, okay. We know what the problem is. Um,
Look, in the 60s and in the 50s, people had it much better. The tax burden was much higher than it is now. Family structures were much more intact. I think you can't argue with that.
I'm not arguing against that. I'm
And
just
even in the
saying
'70s,
you just
only
think
after
you
sort
can
of the
you can live on the
deregulation
never.
in the days of Reagan, like people like Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher really destroyed the European and American social fabric to such a
What did they
such an
do
extent.
that destroyed it?
Well, they privatized everything. They made sure that outsourcing was possible. They gave inordinate amount of money to
Neoliberalism.
yeah
The
neoliberalism.
the, the
That's a
um
big
the
problem.
destruction of the manufactural industrial base of the West. Okay, they were
Yes.
short termist, and they did it because they thought that there's no other way of getting people to vote for us other than to give them short term goodies, and so obviously they were wrong, and you you do have a working class, you should make them fit for purpose. But
Yeah.
it's a bit awkward because they might not vote for us. So you think, well, we'll just sort of sneak in foreign workers to replace them if they don't if they're not up to doing their job, being too busy watching daytime TV or whatever it is that they do while they're claiming welfare. And of course, they're not going to say, well, the welfare state is too big, it's too parasitic on the productive
Yeah.
elements of.
No,
But so
but the
so
what?
well, so
Yeah.
therefore, you have to say, well, this is a problem. We'll change it. We'll just
Yeah. But
take
you,
democracy
okay.
out with the trash. But of course,
No, no,
that
that's
is
nothing to do
another
with
sacred
democracy.
cow.
When democracy, I would say, when it was at its prime, from the '50s till the '70s, you know, it was doing really well. The
Yeah,
families were
but the
doing well, very
time has
well.
come and gone, and you're not even
No, well,
moving.
the
You're
reason
not
why
shifting your
the reason
ideas
why it's a
because
problem is because there hasn't been enough redistribution, and there hasn't been enough sharing of political power. It's been the problem that the system has been too oligarchic, too elitist in a way that it's been serving the interests of the elites that wanted these foreign workers to come here, and not that we've listened to the people enough. We need more democracy. It
people
doesn't mean
don't know
less
what the fuck
democracy.
they want.
No, they do. I mean, we
They
need to
just want
go
more
back
goodies.
to.
They want more gibs,
No, no, no. People are
and you're
responsible.
happy to pretend to, to that you'll give it to them. So you want more of the same thing,
No,
basically.
no, no. Well, look, what I'm proposing is a system where, yeah, you can cut down some of the unhealthy aspects of the welfare state, but you can also replace them with different things. So you have to have for the lower middle class, you have to have a very low tax rate. You have to have a progressive system. It's there's no other way. You can't have a flat tax. You have to have a
Why
progressive
not?
income
Why
system.
not? Why not?
Because it will mean that in order to uh, how would you say keep your public services intact, and in order for lower income people to have a good life, they need to pay lesser tax, comparatively. But you have to have enough money to sustain the system. And also, you can't have elites earning too much because then they go out of control. Then they don't have any tie to the nation state. Then they don't have any ties to people because they live in this sort of in the same kind of conditions. And you see like a divergence of different income brackets, different classes. And I think that's a bad thing. So that's why you need to really curb um, big business and people who are, um, yeah, profiting from this new sort of global system.
Okay, so you reverse neoliberalism,
Yes.
and globalism is coming to an end anyway because everybody hates it and because they have well, because of the COVID.
Yeah,
And
I think I think it will change people's mentality a bit. But I don't think we should dispense with everything that sort of globalism has to offer. But we need to, yeah, how would you say, change the incentive structure that it's not getting completely out of control. That you don't create this sort of cosmopolitan class with no sort of solidarity to people who have it less than they have. You need to tie elites to their countries.
you need to deregulate so there will be more independent business to replace the multinationals.
Well, you need to deregulate some of it because the regulations become so complex that small businesses um, can't really compete anymore because it's so complicated.
Yeah,
That's a big problem.
yeah.
But I think for big companies, you have to have probably more regulations. So I would say actually you need to have sort of a
You
different
just
tier
break up the
system.
monopolies. You break up
Oh
the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
monopolies.
Yeah, definitely you do. Yeah, I think that would help a lot. So it's also crazy now. All these telecoms companies are fusing now. And they're creating like these huge monopolies with so much influence that they can actually dictate their terms to countries. And they say if we don't get a big tax cut, we go somewhere else, and all the employees go somewhere else. So that does mean we need some kind of international cooperation. We do need to work with the European Union and with the Americans to make sure that these companies can't have free reign.
Oh, they just say, whatever's in our country is ours. And you better run it according to our rules and you know,
Yeah, definitely.
it's like whatever your UK base or Dutch base, it will be subject to our tax laws. You can't just sort of shift your profit and loss and whatever all around the world. It's like whatever you earn, whatever your profit and loss here in this country is what it is, and you'll be
Yeah, but
taxed
you
on
do
that
have to make
basis.
you do have to make agreements with that with other countries about this, because otherwise it's the race to the bottom. Because I mean, people, if you have big companies, they can actually force you because they will go somewhere else. They can say, okay, you don't want us here. Well, we'll take this big company and all the employment it has to another place. And if we're not
Okay,
making any
okay. Can you
agreements.
give an example of how that would work? I mean, I know HSBC have done it to Britain and say, well, slip on locating in the UK, we'll go back to Hong Kong where we came from.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's how it works. I mean, in the Netherlands,
Yeah.
there's also a lot of um, companies like Royal Dutch Shell and Unilever. They threaten the Dutch government if you don't get like some kind of um, deduction um, on the tax that are the shareholders pay. We'll move out. We'll go somewhere else. And we actually conceded that point because they're so powerful. You know.
Okay. So where could they move to? I mean,
They could have moved to Britain because Britain, after Brexit, was thinking about lowering all these corporate tax rates.
but isn't it based in? I mean, what the refineries are? I mean, what kind of stuff would
Well,
Unilever
their main
make
office, it's always
margarine?
about their main office, and it's where they, how would you say, while where they file the most taxes, where they will have to pay the most because their main office is there, um, where they sort of invent new products, stuff like that, and where most money is generated. And this is what they use to leverage countries. So we'll go with our main office somewhere else, and it could also be production facilities. But I think most of the time it's like a main office.
Yeah, but I mean, should all companies be treated as a separate entity in whatever country they're in? So, okay, Shell might have, um, um, I don't know, some outlet. I don't know what word that they an office in Britain and America. And it's like, but for tax purposes, it all must be subject to U.S. tax in America, but UK tax in Britain, and Dutch
Yeah, that's
tax.
true. But if they close down all the offices in your country, what are you gonna do?
Well, presumably there's a need for them to have an office open in whichever country they happen to have it in, because they have
Yeah.
activities they want to regulate, control, whatever.
Okay. Well, maybe they're not very scared about losing one country as a base. Well, it's something you can
Actually, I
discuss
need
if
to
you.
read up on it because I don't really know
Yeah.
the
Well, yeah. It is interesting. Also, I don't know how much you can tax. You can only tax the bits that are actually
profitable.
um, yeah, and that are, yeah, that are present in your country. So you can't say, okay, I want a share of the money that is um, saved, stored, or generated in another country. So they can just choose to put the bulk of their sort of transactions in another country, and then you already have a problem.
Well, I suppose you could say, well, you can't sort of, move your money around. What you earned in this country has to be, based in this country, and you can't just sort of move money around just to escape your taxes.
I hope one day you'll realize that some form of socialism is the way to go, Claire.
Um, well, some form of regulation and would be the way to go, but and I hope one day you'll realise that a one-party state is the only way to be able to act with any kind of focus. Oh,
Yeah, I wish if you give me more sort of more historical examples, more maybe present examples of how one party states are actually helping the world and are helping themselves. I would be more inclined.
what do you expect one-party states to do?
Well, I expect them to do what China does or what the Ba'ath Party does, or I don't know. I just don't see many
Well,
great.
China's
China's
trading.
doing
China
better.
is the workshop of the world. So, I mean, what do you want China to do? I mean, it's trying to help Iran. Russia and China are trying to help Iran, and Trump is saying no, don't help Iran. Even though it's suffering from a pandemic, even though people will die,
Yeah,
sanctions
that's
go
not good.
on.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably time to lift the sanctions for now with Iran. It's I mean the situation is so terrible. They need investment, and I look the Iranians. I always think the Iranians are they have their interest. They're not always the nicest, especially the Revolutionary Guard, and I think the nuclear issue is a big issue. Don't get me wrong, but I think what some of the Americans, especially the neoconservatives, think that Iran will be some kind of is some kind of hugely irresponsible power, and I don't think they are.
I think they only want to go nuclear because they've seen what happens to countries that don't have any nuclear defenses.
Well, yeah, that is an added reason. Yeah, I would say so.
And,
It's
and that
unfortunate.
behavior was provoked by America's behavior in invading, Muslim countries that didn't have any, you know, that were
Yeah, but you also
defenseless.
have to be you have to be careful with this. I mean, like, why did India get a nuclear bomb? Why did China get a nuclear bomb? Why did Pakistan get a nuclear bomb? It's not all
Because
related to America.
it's an assertion of national power. It's like, it's the latest thing. Everybody, all the big countries, the powerful countries have one. Let's get one too, especially if we can manage to do it. And so they do.
Yeah, well, I think it's so undesirable because you get a nuclear arms race in the Middle East, and what I said about the Iranians, I actually don't believe about the Pakistanis or even the Saudis. I don't think they're that responsible. The Pakistanis are
They only do it in.
terribly irresponsible with
Well, I
their
guess
nuclear
they're
material.
only doing it because they fear America. They don't fear each other. It's like, okay, for neighboring Muslim countries, we'll fight in the conventional way. It's only America that they're scared of, and America does go around invading people, and therefore they provoke the fear in
Yeah, but you
India
also said
and.
the other thing, yeah. They want it for their national honor. They want it for technological advancement. There's a lot of reasons why they want it. Also, because they want to dictate terms to other countries, which is a natural thing. It's not just only fear that drives people; it's also
It's
honor, and
nice to
also
have.
and it's just nice to have nuclear weapons there. It's just really nice to have it. So that's why countries are searching for it. So I definitely think the behavior of the Americans didn't help, especially invading all those countries that didn't have them yet. which is
Yeah.
uh, which is and then don't invade countries like North Korea that do have them and did violate the the agreements. So you know for sure. Like if you have a nuclear weapon, you're safe. You know, it's very foolish, especially the Libya invasion. I think that's what irritated me most. Gaddafi just gave up his nuclear weapons in 2003, or like the sort of the technology. He gave up everything he had, everything he made to the Americans,
Yeah, and look
and
what they
then
did to him.
and look what I got him. Like,
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, the Americans are crazy. It's like you don't behave like this playground bully, this gangster that breaks all your promises because eventually people will just not believe anything you say, and then life will become very difficult indeed.
yeah,
And they just don't seem to get it, or they're, I don't know, or they think you can
yeah,
get away with it.
oh, definitely. The nuclear deal. I mean, it was not ideal, but the nuclear deal with Iran was better than nothing. You know, I think the Iranians would have stopped short of building a nuclear weapon, probably. Um, at least for 10 years, that would have been a great window to have. Maybe the country will change its mind a bit. Um, just
Yeah,
the enticement of having a better economy is great. And then Trump
Trump
unilaterally,
reversed it.
without the without the without the support of the Europeans, just said fuck it.
Yeah, so I think that there is some kind of neurosis or dementia in the West because it's annoying. If you want to deal with somebody, you want them to have you want their behavior to be predictable, and it is actually the behavior of America that is most unpredictable and is causing so much of this.
Yes, if you're not a reliable partner, there's no reason to actually go into an agreement. If the next president just
Reverses the whole thing.
yeah
I mean, it is
yeah
great, and it is democracy that makes it unstable. So actually, you kind of want America to have a dictator who's going to be there and be reasonably consistent about what he wants, so people can
but I
arrange
don't
their.
I don't think necessarily dictators are very stable either. I think America was rather good at keeping promises for a long time, um, but yeah, I think the neoconservatives, especially when the Berlin Wall fell, it, they really thought they could do everything.
Yeah,
They thought they were just like they were the world policemen and everything, like normal rules of powers and power dynamics and also just normal rules of interaction didn't apply to them anymore. So they
yeah,
thought they were God,
yeah.
and
This
this is what we have now.
exceptionalism thing.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, I would say. So especially for us Europeans, I mean, there's a
Piggy in the
lot of
middle.
fallback,
Yeah, yeah,
fallout.
because Russia would be the obvious ally, really, if Europeans were thinking straight.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
Russia
America.
has.
Yeah, yeah. You retreat into isolationism because this. You obviously it's too much for you. You don't know how to deal with it anymore.
Mm. Yeah, but Russia is also a problematic country. It's not really abiding by a lot of agreements either. I'm not saying the
But it's not
Europeans are great.
expansionist and it's not aggressive.
Well, the Crimea War.
Well, it's their backyard. Come on, Ukraine. Come on.
Yeah, but you can say that about Hitler as well. Oh, it's his backyard. The
Yeah, well, I
Sudetenland
do
or
say that
Austria.
about Hitler. I do say that about that Poland
Yeah,
is
that's what.
Germany's backyard.
Yeah, but if you look at somebody who was untrustworthy and who always go back on its words, it was like, oh, this is the last thing. This is the last thing to do. Oh, this is the Anschluss, and after this, it's gonna be okay. Oh, this is Czechoslovakia, and after this, it's gonna be okay. Oh, Poland. You know?
I know, but and obviously Hitler miscalculated, and but really the whole thing was to keep Germany down, and Germany saying, well, you've got your Africa, you've got your India, we deserve a place in the sun. We because we deserve it and we can get it and we will, and you
Yeah,
can't stop us.
but you know as well that kind of course will lead to a war. I mean, this is the Thucydides trap. It's the fear. It's
It
the
was Britain that
fear.
fell into it. Germany
Well,
was
no, it's
behaving in
Germany.
a
No,
totally
well,
understandable way.
no, that's what you're getting wrong. The Thucydides trap is for both powers. It's not just for the country that is fearing and doing a misstep, because that would mean that Thucydides thought that Sparta made the mistake, but actually in his book he makes another point. Like if the Athenians weren't so aggressive, if they weren't so
So
meddling,
arrogant.
so arrogant, then this wouldn't result in the Spartans being so fearful.
Yeah, so diplomacy. It's quite an old idea, really.
Yeah, it's kind of out of date these days, or out of fashion. But I think diplomacy would be a good idea. But yeah, I think you should really
I mean,
consider the
old empires get it. I can imagine sort of Russia and China going, "What the hell are you doing? How can you behave like that? You're just sort of going around threatening people left, right, and centre, and making
yeah
enemies,
yeah well, and
behaving
China
like a
has
mad
managed it
dog,
quite well.
basically."
Yeah, but I think Russia also has done a lot of dumb things with the Europeans, and the Europeans were very stupid too. They escalated as well in the Ukrainian situation. But it's interesting. That's why you should read the history of the Peloponnesian War. It makes me think a lot about this situation in Georgia. You know, in Georgia, it was the case that because we gave Saakashvili so much backing, and he thought he could join NATO and the European Union, and he gave a speech with like a European flag behind him, and like he was really confident. And at some point, the Europeans said, "Oh, okay, we're taking our hands off this one." But you know, this is what happened in the Peloponnesian War. It was Corinth and Thebes that were urging Sparta to go to war, even though Sparta was much more reluctant to actually engage in it.
Okay,
It's
I will
often
read
your
the book
allies.
because I just feel a bit blank when you're talking.
Ah,
Is it okay if I just read the Wikipedia entry?
yeah, you can, but I think it's a good thing to read the book. You want
Okay.
to understand people in power, and
Yeah, yeah. It
the
sounds like a good
oldest
book that
example
I
for.
should be reading. So I think maybe I'll order it on Amazon or something.
Then we can both read it together. Ah, there's Jon Vance. How's the Muslim thing going for you? I haven't talked to Jon Vance in a long time. Oh, I know he
Shall I
hates
give
my
him the
guts.
link? Yeah, I'll give him the
Yeah,
link.
you can
Uh,
definitely give him the link.
okay.
Ah, Bear Champion is there.
Yeah,
What's up?
and he won't have an excuse not to come. I'm going to give it to him in Hangouts.
I like the fact that you're doing Hangouts again and not StreamYards because I can't redo StreamYards on my phone.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm nearly up to my limit anyway, so I should save it. I mean, I just like the way you can display people's comments on the video.
What I often do is just have a phone with me. You know, you should have your phone, and then the phone can do the chat,
Okay.
and then or you should have the YouTube stream on, and then pause it, and then you
Right.
can read it as well. Um, because I don't know, StreamYards for me, uh, unless they make a great app or something, it usually doesn't really work. But I know it's easy for you because you can kick people off if they get too annoying, doesn't it?
Yeah. And just sort of let them stay there for a bit, and then let them on again, and then they get naughty, they kick them off, and yeah.
I remember that.
Right.
That was quite a long stream with you and Church of Entropy and OV. And
Yeah,
was it also
I think
10
it's one of
hours or
our.
something?
I'm actually quite pleased with it. It's one of the really well. I thought it was very worthwhile indeed.
Yeah, I just caught like small parts of it because I was at my girlfriend's, and then sometimes when I have a cigarette or something, because I can't smoke inside there, I would listen to it, and then yeah, just some parts of it.
I actually timestamped it, so
What did you?
I did.
Wow, that's
I know. I
amazing.
guess I was so pleased with
Yeah,
it.
maybe you can look it back now. Well, that's nice because I actually don't look things back if they're not timestamped anymore
No, because I mean,
because it's
there'll be
just too
so many
much effort
times
to
when I
go
think,
to the good parts.
like somebody said something really interesting, and I have no idea where it is now, of course. So, and also, I think there's actually a lot I miss when I'm, in the stream talking, because it's like later it's like, oh, I answered the wrong question. It was totally the wrong question to answer because he wasn't asking even that, or there's just so many things that you miss. So actually,
Oh yeah, that's definitely true.
but I mean, people probably think I do it on purpose, but it's like I don't. I actually
Yeah.
got the wrong end of the stick, you know.
Yeah, I can have that too. I think most of the time I get it, but I'm always surprised how loud OV's mic is.
Yeah, it was terrible for that stream because he was so loud and I was actually quite quiet and Jen was quite quiet, I think.
I
So
should really do something about it because I mean, I watched some of it back, like conversation with I think it was either me or Church of Entropy and you, something like that, and he because he's also he interrupts sometimes, you know, and then because his mic is so loud, you can't hear the other person really, and then you're like, "Oh, dude, like that's so annoying."
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, you're talking, wait.
Yeah,
And it's like,
wait. Hold on.
and then cackle, 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 cackle.
Yeah.
And you know what Saigon Green said he was? I mean, it was quite funny in the chat. It's like, the American macaque.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
But he gets so triggered by Saigon Green. I really I'm so used
That was
to
so
people
funny. I
giving
wanted
me,
him to carry on.
and then he timed him out.
And then I took away his wrench. So he.
Yeah, because I'm so used to people talking shit about me. Yeah. But I'm so used to people talking shit about me because I believe very different things from people that are coming on here. So I'm used to looking at the chat and then there's just abuse there. And so are you. I mean, you stream and there have been many times that there's just abuse, and then maybe sometimes somebody will come along that makes a nice comment, but most of the time
Most
it's
of
like
it is
anti-Semitic
abuse.
abuse or something from Dr. Mengele or something.
Well, I regard it as a compliment. It's like I have my entourage, and it's sort of like the Greek chorus in Greek tragedies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the chat
Yeah.
in a way is like a Greek chorus.
Yeah. That's exactly how I should look at it as well. Or I think how I look at it as well. Like I'm like, all right, I yeah, it is a compliment that people get worked up. Like at least you're affecting them. If you're not making them angry or not making them feel anything,
Yeah, there'd be
it's very
nobody at all.
pointless.
There'd be nobody in the chat. Nobody saying anything. And it's actually quite demoralising when you start talking and there's 0, 1, 2. You know.
Mm. Yeah, I'm quite interested in what Jon Vance has to say.
Oh, I've sent him the
Okay.
link already, but I don't know if he'll come on or not.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't come on, but we can address his statements.
Yeah, we'll talk. Yeah.
Well, what I think
I'm
is
gonna make
interesting.
myself a sandwich. I'm actually quite hungry,
All right.
but yeah,
Okay.
you
Okay.
carry on.
I'll address him.
Okay.
So he says that diplomacy by peaceful means never works as a principle. It always leads to conflict. It's better to prepare for conflict than be fooled by your unrealistic partisan ideas. Well, I agree to you. I agree to a certain degree, but I don't think it's always the case. I think you see the world in a much more zero-sum game than I do, and I think there's a lot of room for compromise when there's mutual interest. Most of the time, people don't want to fight. It's been more often that a war is being diffused than it's not being diffused, and it's not always backed up by power. Even though I think it's very important to keep power as a deterrent. But if you go around in the world bullying and abusing people, that doesn't work either, because then you get bandwagoning behavior. It's that old difference. Is it better to be feared than loved? I think both of them are problematic. You need to be respected. Is that John?
Good day to you, sir. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Kevin B.
AB, yeah.
How's life, man? How's Muslim life?
Well, fucking COVID-19 puts a stop to everything. I'm officially a neat now.
Shit, no mobs. Right? I mean, they're not really. The gatherings are too big now, right?
Yeah, it's a conspiracy to flush out all activities in order to enforce martial law.
Yeah. Well, could be an anti-Muslim conspiracy as well. Prevent you from praying. Maybe it's one of my guys.
Yeah. I'm forced to stuck here talking to you guys.
Yeah, fucking hell, yeah. I've had the same feeling. Like, Jesus Christ, can't do anything. My whole degenerate lifestyle is out of the window. Maybe it's a conspiracy from you to stop my degenerate lifestyle.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Fuck you, then.
Yeah, there's these weird conspiracies like COVID-19's like part of like this 5G network thing where if you what you call it, COVID-19 spreads faster with 5G, I guess I heard. I don't know if you've heard that one.
No, I haven't heard that one yet. I have been talking to OV, and he had some very eccentric conspiracies. He thought it was the Jews that did it, even though it hit New York the worst.
Yeah, it seems just to spread like it doesn't know any borders or any political ties. It just spreads like wildfire. It's crazy.
I remember Luke Ford saying on stream, "No, who white people won't get it. Who white people won't get it. It's more affecting Asians and stuff." And I'm like, "You'll see, dude. Fucking hell."
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
That's the most ridiculous thing, you know. I mean, these people are just talking out of their ass, and then they're not taking any responsibility for their statements. They're not saying, "Oh fuck, what I said was wrong." Just like moving on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, do they actually? They don't admit that they're wrong. Like
No,
still...
Luke hasn't said a single fucking word about the fact that it's that's clearly affecting fucking Spanish people and Italians and everybody in Europe.
Yeah.
He's not saying like, oh shit, like maybe this particular interpretation of race realism might be a bit too strong. No. He's not going back on his statements at all.
Who was it? There was another guy from the alt-right too that said this wouldn't affect white people. I think his Twitter name is Rapunzel or something.
I haven't seen him. He also made like a similar statement or something like.
Yeah, I remember Richard Spencer retweeted something saying that yeah, this was a pretty ignorant statement of him to like make. He made it in like January. He's like, "Oh, see, it's only affecting Asian people in China, and you know, it won't affect white people. Why doesn't the media talk about that?" And it's just like we didn't really know anything about this virus. And just
No,
to
and
make
the internet is
statements
such
like
a
this.
yeah, the internet is such a cesspool for people that are just like thinking of conspiracies. But I know like once they get to a fucking hospital, they go with mainstream fucking medicine. You know, they're not gonna talk about their fucking conspiracy anymore. They're not gonna talk about the fact that they won't be affected by it because they're white. They're just going into a fucking respirator and they're gonna be taken care of by immunologists and not by fucking eccentrics with their really kooky theories.
That's if they can find help, you know.
I think actually the old right is pretty safe though, because they're basement dwellers anyway, right?
Oh, there you go.
But how have you been doing? How's the Muslim thing working out for you? Are you like you're officially converted, or is it?
Oh yeah. That's why I haven't been on here for a while. But like now with the COVID-19 thing, I'm just kind of
There's nothing else
job,
to do.
have no place to worship, and I'm just stuck here now.
Do you have like a praying mat?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you say Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Oh man, you know the words already. How's your Arabic?
Rahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina amta alaihim ghayru maghdubi alaihim waladhdallin. Ameen.
Do you have any sort of strain of Islam that you're interested in now, or like I know you're like probably Sunni, right, or something of it, right? Some kind of Sunni.
Yeah.
And any particular strain, any particular madhab that you have in mind? You know what a madhab is,
Like, what do you
right?
mean? What?
Oh, like a school of Islamic
school.
jurisprudence. and a akida? Are you a maturity or an ashari?
Probably just the general camp of Sunni right now, but I don't know. I'm undecided.
You're undecided.
Yeah.
Have you started growing a beard already?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, really. Yeah, what kind of beard? Is it like the Muslim Brotherhood beard, or do you have do you want get like a Salafi beard without the mustache?
It's probably a Muslim, but I don't know. I never really got the whole non-mustache. I don't think I look that good without a mustache.
Yeah, it's I mean the Salafis, you know what their ideology is. They want to go back to the 7th century, to the caliphs, to Muhammad and his followers, and so they want to do everything as he did. So preferably they walk around with short trousers. They brush their
Uh-huh.
teeth with a stick instead of a toothbrush, because Muhammad used to do it as well. But you don't want to go that far.
No, we don't go that far. We do I guess the good thing about Muslim hygiene is you don't use toilet paper. So that's a
Oh yeah,
bonus.
that's very
Yeah.
good in COVID times.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope you don't have a very dirty hand, but
Well, you gotta do woohoo before you pray, so you don't have to worry about Muslims not being uncleanly.
but they have a clean hand and a dirty hand, right? I mean, when they shake your hand, they always do it with the clean hand, like a special toilet hand.
Special. That's the hand that you eat with is considered the dirty hand. When you do woohoo, you're supposed to only
Oh wow! So
wash
you
with
eat with
your
your toilet hand?
no, the hand that you eat with.
Ah, okay, but that's a dirty.
Yeah.
But like, how do you wipe your ass?
Uh, you
With which
use
hand? Is that
whatchamacallit.
okay? But is that with which hand is that? Is that your eating hand? Or is it the other hand that you shake hands with?
Well, you're not supposed to wipe your ass though.
Do you have like
You're only
some kind
supposed
of
to use water.
fountain?
Yeah, it's called a Muslim shower.
I like the Asian toilets. You know, have you ever been in Asia?
No, I
Like
haven't.
the spray thing. It's actually much more hygienic
Oh
than
yeah,
toilet
yeah,
paper.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, they don't have any problem with toilet paper either.
yeah. There you go.
But to praise Muslims, they usually have much more cleaner toilets than Hindus. You know that?
Hmm?
That Muslims have cleaner toilets than Hindus. Like
Oh yeah, Muslims are very cleanly. Yes.
when I went to India, well, very cleanly is a bit of an overstatement. But I went to India and I remember it was just so fucking dirty at a point, and I was getting a bit sick. So I had to
Mm-hmm.
go to clean places, and then I was like always going to Muslim places.
Yeah.
I
Well, I
knew.
mean, they're used to drinking trash. Like literally, like when I was doing door-to-door sales, like I went to this Indian lady's house and she's just like, yeah, I used to drink like trash. Now this water that we have here, it's so clean. We don't need a water filter to filter out all the chemicals. Like, it's like, they're willing to drink all like the dirty shit that comes from our water, you know. And
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm
but
sure it's
like
cleaner than India.
it is, but I don't consider our water is really that great to begin with. It's
Oh,
all the chemicals put in, fluoride,
yeah. I mean,
dissolved rock.
yeah. Well, it's not that clean, but compared to some countries, I don't know if you traveled around a bit in countries that are non-Western.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you'll just see this how bad the hygiene situation is there and how good we have it here.
Oh yeah.
See, the West is
Yeah,
great.
no, I definitely don't want to hear. I don't want to go to India, from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't even imagine what the outbreak will be once COVID-19 hits there pretty hard.
Yeah, fuck. They were talking about quarantining people. Well, are you fucking quarantining people in Delhi? Like you think you think it will work? Uh, that's crazy.
Well, they want to stop. What is it? They want to stop. They want to quarantine 1.3 billion people or something. Like they want to tell everybody just to stay in their house, but like people share bathrooms and they live on top of each other. It's
Yeah.
it's
Hey,
it's it's
good luck with
hopeless.
that in the fucking slums. Fucking hell. I can't believe that people are actually proposing this shit. It is just completely on its face is ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
People can't quarantine there, and basically people don't have enough money to survive most of the time. All their
yeah,
income, and look, for India, it's gonna kill off old people, So it's just
yes.
better. It's better there just not to do it because the impact of the economy would so severe that a lot more people are gonna die, and it's gonna be a lot of young people. This is done by elites that have that are really not in touch with reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think to an extent, I think this is a bit of an overreaction because I think they have such a desire to flatten the curve that they didn't really consider the consequences of actually shutting down everything in order for the curve to be flattened. Like if you look at like China, like they have no uh, COVID-19. There's not enough new cases for them to keep running their makeshift hospitals, and so it like it just goes to show that like this thing will eventually it'll burn itself out and it'll just uh, evolve. Like it'll have different strains. It'll still be infected, and the general population will still get infected, but it'll be like a less lethal strain that is out in
Yeah,
the
it could
general
be.
public.
I don't know. I think maybe Western governments didn't overreact, but I think for the third world, also because they have a lesser percentage, the younger population, So I think they just have to sit it out. I think for them to take the same measures we do is ridiculous, because also they have a different balance. Because I mean, we can, for us, it's gonna be a big problem as well, like with the economy, and also for us, sometimes you can ask, is it the good balance? But I think for third world countries, fuck man, it's just it's gonna explode and it's gonna be shit. But then
Mm-hmm.
they have to sit it out, and then most probably they will experience some immunity.
Yeah.
And there's not much more you can do there because yeah, these big megalopolises like Jakarta or Delhi or whatever, Bangkok even, it's just impossible for people not to try to make a living, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, did you hear that Israel already has a vaccine for this?
No, didn't
Has a
hear.
Yeah, they have a vaccine they've been working on it for over a year now, and then I don't know, maybe it's just part of the conspiracy files, but um
Yeah, it
apparently they've been
probably
working on
is,
it before the outbreak.
but that's
And
strange,
and
like
Bill
this
Gates has
particular
been talking
strains.
about something like this for a while too.
Yeah, but is it because coronavirus? There are different coronaviruses, right? So I
Yes.
hope it's the right one.
Well, is it COVID-2, like the SARS strain is like the more lethal one, and
Yeah.
then there's other ones, there's different variants of it, which I was just
Hmm.
mentioning earlier that are more minor and are like the flu.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and I suspect that it's probably something that is related but not quite the same, and they haven't really tested it for this particular
yeah.
purpose. I don't know. I've never seen the world in terms of conspiracies, and I I doubt when the Israelis have it, they wouldn't give it to us. I think that would be very strange.
Yeah, it would be very strange. Yeah, what was Trump talking about a cure? Like he wants to get the economy back running April 12th.
Yeah,
like a
when
specific
everybody's at
date.
church.
Yeah, it's just like ride the tiger, man, ride the tiger.
Yeah,
Short-term pain, long-term gain. That's my
but
thinking about it. Take it on
I
the chin,
think
and
you think
but
so.
but but yeah. Well, if there was like a one party, well, from what we know now, it seems that it'll just sputter itself out. Like nature will take its course. So
But how so?
it's
Because
not
like
it's not like it's like Ebola or anything like that. It has like a lethality rate of 30%. But since we live in this like liberal democracy, we're about human rights, and the government doesn't want to lose that credibility of caring about human rights. Even if that means destabilizing the economy.
yeah. Well, on the other hand, I see people like Boris Johnson and people, also my president, Mark Rutte, people who are sort of neoliberal persuasion and always care about the economy. They were the most reluctant to actually take action. So Italy and France, countries that have a very strong tradition with the state, but also China, really
Hmm.
locked down. So I'm not so sure if it's like liberal democracy. I think most of the time it's sort of countries that have a tradition where they are accepting of state power, there will be more interventionist.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you still want to act like you care about it, but I don't know. We're just kind of just new information as we go. So, um, part of
Yeah,
me
it's
is saying
difficult.
it's a bit of overreaction with the amount of shutdown it is, but I get some of the reaction. But at the same time, you have to think too, like, once this hits like law officers or criminals don't really give a shit about quarantining or washing their hands or being cleanly, and so once the police officers get sick or the government officials, they're too scared to go into work, and the EI offices get shut down. That's when you're going to see some real problems, and that it's due to the virus, but it's not in the virus itself. Probably more people will die because of economic destabilization, and then from the actual virus itself.
I'm not so sure about that. I've seen sort of horrific scenes in the hospitals in Bergamo, in Italy, also in Spain. People laying on the ground because there are no beds available anymore.
Yeah.
And now in New York, and it seems that people have really underestimated this one, and they felt like, oh, it's going to be all right. We don't have to take measures, but it's I think it's really important to build up capacity with the IC, and then you can say, okay, maybe we can loosen the controls. But if you don't have the capacity yet, if you don't have that medical infrastructure set up yet, um, I think it's irresponsible. So I think the lockdown for now is not an overreaction, but maybe in the future it might be if this keeps going for another couple of months.
Yeah, there's some doctors saying that this could last until like September, October, November. I
Fuck.
mean, people without like income, that's what I'm saying. Like, I guess we
Uh,
just have to play it by ear, but I'm just trying to have a most reasonable
yeah.
view of this. But
But
I'm just saying,
have you become a NEET as well?
yes, I have.
Yeah, me too, man. Welcome to NEET life. It's
Yeah.
yeah. Now I can't look down on Norvin anymore. Norvin Hobbs. Maybe I've become a really resentful white nationalist as well now.
Yeah, I'll start playing video games and slut
Yeah,
shaming. And, yeah.
yeah.
And thought
Let's do it.
or sorry, thought patrolling. That's
Thought
the proper
patrolling.
term. Thought patrolling you girls on the internet. Yeah.
But for some strange reasons, some people have disappeared on the internet. Like Gandalf is not here anymore. Brundlefly is gone. I
Oh
don't
wow.
know. I thought like now because everybody can't do anything, there would be more people out there. But yeah, for some
Oh, maybe they
strange.
have a lot of like family stuff they have to take care of. I don't know about Gandalf, but I guess Brundlefly has a family, but I don't know with
Yeah,
Gandalf.
the Jewish wife.
Yeah.
Maybe she's really nagging. I don't know. She
I
might be very
I I, I
difficult.
wouldn't I wouldn't doubt that.
No, I think the reason why he probably became an anti-Semite is because he dislikes his wife, and he's projecting what he's experiencing with his wife because she controls his life. He thinks that all Jews control the lives of goys.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like it's good to be it's good to highlight the people in power and what they do and possibly their motivations, but I'm not necessarily of the camp of virulent anti-Semitism. I'd say I'd be more philo-Semitic than anti-Semitic, I guess.
Yeah, I never really.
But those terms are kind of convoluted, though. Like, Semitic, like if you're anti-Semitic, you're like anti-Arabic, anti-Christian, anti-Jewish. So it's very, those are kind of convoluted terms to begin with.
Yeah,
to kind of discuss what's the truth,
It's a problematic term. Well, anti-Semitism is a term coined by William Marr. He was a 19th century German journalist, and he coined it because he didn't want to hate Jews only for religious reasons, but also for ethnic and cultural reasons. And it's actually quite a misnomer on his part, but the word stuck around, So actually, it does refer only to Jews, even though some people think like, oh no, it refers to Arabs as well, but it doesn't really. So, I mean, people who are anti-Semitic don't always believe in. They're not always full of Muslim hatred either. I mean, it's sort of a separate thing.
I would actually counter that. They are full of Muslim hatred. I mean, you probably talk with them a lot in these circles.
Well, if you talk about the real conspiracy theorists, most of the time they're sort of disinterested in Islam. Most of the time, they have sort of contempt for Islam and Muslims, and they are really fearful of the Jews because the Jews control the Muslims, in their opinion.
Oh, the Jews let them. The Jews let the Muslims in, who are incompatible with their liberal ideas of ethno-nationalism.
Yeah, I think that's the theory, and so they just they're seeing the Muslims just as pawns on a chessboard.
Well, yeah. Did you see the Richard Spencer video of him praising some of the virtues of the true Dean? Sorry.
The true religion. Yeah, I know some Arabic. I haven't seen that one actually. Which aspects of Islam did he actually praise?
Obviously the ethnocentric of it. I'm surprised he didn't actually mention anything about Saracens or Chechens, but he mentioned the values of who was it? Dutton was on there. He was explaining, Islam emphasizes an in and out group, and that helps foster ethno ties, I guess, or ethnocentrism, I guess.
Well, in group preferences for sure. I don't know if you can call it ethnocentrism in this word, because I mean, from their perspective, especially because they're sort of like race essentialists, Islam is mixing people together.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would say that a lot of minority groups, who are white, by the way, like the Quebecois in Canada, or like the Saracens or the Chechens. I noticed that they follow kind of the same kind of group evolutionary strategy of they've been always less mercantilist and more about culture and tradition, and even when they are a minority, they're still like a vocal minority, and that they're around, and that they're advocating their rights, as opposed to like these Anglo white Saxons who are mercantile in nature, and they don't really care. They don't even bother talking about their neighbor anymore. Like, there was a kind of community mindset maybe back in the day, but now, everyone's just kind of individualistic, and collectivism is shunned. to the hill.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the fact that you are a minority probably makes people go back to their traditions much more. I mean, the Dutch in South Africa are more Dutch than the Dutch. You know,
Hmm.
they have all their orange flags and even their language, like Afrikaans, is closer to Old Dutch than modern Dutch in a way. So it's also the culture ossified in a way. It stopped evolving in a way, and I think that applies to many sort of immigrant groups that become diasporas.
Yeah, but I mean the Dutch though. I mean they're losing their power, and they still have they're still ridden about the apartheid measures.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if they're so guilt ridden as the English, to be honest. I mean,
I
and also
mean,
it's been a heavy change. Apartheid is a Dutch word. Ah, shit, my girlfriend is calling me. Fucking hell. I have to step out for a bit.
all right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. All right, thanks guys for letting me kill some time. Neat life, y'all. Maybe I'll make a video or two. All right, peace out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. All right, thanks guys for letting me kill
Are
some
you
time.
really going?
Neat life, y'all. Maybe I'll make a video or two.
Okay.
All right, peace out.
I can carry on talking since everybody is gone. What shall I say? Is there anyone in the chat? I should comment on the things that Jon and Conops are talking about. Let me remember. There's nothing particularly helpful in the chat to trigger my memory, except that something about Islam. The COVID thing, I kind of want to discuss it because it's one of the things really that's on our minds about whether it's worthwhile enduring the restrictions of our curfew, for which we will be punished and fined terribly if we do not comply. And we rather suspect that our governments are just going through the motions. They don't really care. They just want to play safe. But their playing safe will be dangerous for the economy. There is no coherent and concerted European-wide strategy for dealing with it, except paralysis and non-committal pronouncements. We don't know what's happening with the free movement of people. Europe has yet to see the actual, well, it's not past its danger yet, is what I'm going to say. And of course, the economies of the West are already so fragile. Is this a good thing for secular Quranism? I don't know.
Did he disappear?
Yeah, he kind of left, and I was just. I think there was a bit of delay when I was listening to it on my phone, and by the time I realised he'd left, he died.
Aww.
But that's all right.
Aww.
What were you talking about? I was just trying to do a recap, and then I kind of froze. I couldn't remember, except there was something to do with COVID and whether the...
Oh, with COVID, whether it's an exaggeration. We talked about Islam, and we talked about Islamic toilets.
Yeah, and you said the Hindu ones are much worse, and it'll be terrible for India because, most people haven't got savings enough to stay in, and, so it will be much worse for them.
Yeah, and we talked a bit about conspiracy theories, and what did we talk about more? About Edward Dutton and Richard Spencer.
Oh yeah, about well, I'm surprised you haven't seen it. It was the biggest thing, but I mean, I was kind of thinking the first time I heard him talk up in Islam, I thought, well, he probably won't do it again the second time, and he did it again the second time, but he hasn't done it the third time. So, it's kind of like he hasn't said it at all. Probably because so many people complained, I guess, so he shut up about it.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, like white nationalists are sort of
Cowards.
but they're also anti-Western,
Yeah, but it's like this idea of in-group preference. It's like, well, your in-group will be whatever your group is. You want to call it white, you want to call it, brown or whatever. It would just make you, work with greater solidarity and cooperation. And they haven't been able to, show that
but
they're
it's a
consistent
problem
about
with
it.
Islam because Islam is universal, and the people within Islam have very different cultures, traditions, different histories.
Yeah, but you don't have to take on their culture. It's just a rule system.
No, that's never happened.
What do you mean? Sorry, what has never happened?
Well, there will be a transfer of culture because in the Islamic legal system, and also like in Sharia, like very abstract in Sharia, because Sharia uh, is not just sort of the thing that we think is Western law. It's not just a legal component, but there's also sort of cultural, social interactions are regulated by it that don't necessarily have to do with law or the way you pray, the way you do certain things, and that is heavily infused by Arabic culture.
Would you like to give an example of this thing you're talking about?
Let me think. Well, for example, the way, for example, marriages are done, very very different from the West. Or
How are they done?
well, marriage are just you need a witness, and then you have a marriage.
Yeah, it's not a big thing, and then you pay your witnesses by giving them a dinner, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of how everyone does it anyway.
Polygamy is also an important aspect. Also the way people dress, the
Yeah,
way
it
people.
won't change. It will change organically. It's like I think our manners will change simply because of
Yeah,
the
well, it will
COVID thing.
change. It will change. I mean,
Yeah, I mean it would
if you
change
look at
even without Islam anyway.
yeah,
I
if
mean you have
you
noticed
look
that
at
things have changed in the last few decades.
okay, but if you look at Indonesia, for example, I think it's also an interesting example. So when the Dutch arrived in Indonesia, there were all these sultanates, but they didn't have that much power yet. And with the Dutch sort of ascension, they cooperated with these sultanates. They explored and expanded their power base, and well, you can see that there's sort of no uh, real ties to their sort of pre-Islamic traditions. So that culture is almost being erased, except for Java, but it's slowly also being Arabized.
I guess the Wahhabis, by building mosques and everything, kind of bribe them to sort of do
Mm,
things their way, and well, the government can do something about that, can't it? Really?
yeah, but it's also something that predated Wahhabism. You know, it's
Well, I mean, I guess it came from the Arab traders anyway.
yeah, no, it's true. But then there's sort of a re-infusion from Arab traders all the time, and also you have to understand that all the literary culture is Arabic, right? So what people write in poems, um, what people refer to as sort of cultural icons. So they're now going to talk about jinns instead of I don't know uh,
Angels.
angels or
Angels
whatever.
are
The
jinn.
Indone.
Jinns are angels, aren't they?
No, 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 no. They're not. No, no, no. Jinns are not angels. Jinns are
Genies.
genies. Yeah, well, jinns are like little
In
sort of
bottles?
creatures. Yeah, well,
Lamps?
they're not. No, they're not always in bottles. Jinns are sort of separate. I think there's like almost half human. Yeah, they're spirits, but they have a real existence. And they
They
live
have
in the world.
they
They
have
really
free
live in the
will, have
world.
they? Jinns. Because
They
angels are apparently without free will. They just do.
well, I don't remember the title of the book, but it was this really interesting sort of esoteric uh, writing of like a dissident Ismaili sect, and it was called "The Case of Animals Against Humanity." And the animals are complaining in court of law against what humans all do. Like humans pollute, humans are treacherous, humans are mean, they're evil, and 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 the humans like they have very difficult time combating these arguments. And at the last point of the book is sort of yeah, the sort of secret is of course that what humans can have is religion, and they have the Prophet Muhammad, but also jinns. So jinns are also creatures, but I think the jinns can't sort of
I've
are
got the
not.
definition, so I might as well read it out to you from Google.
Yeah, they're not. I don't think they can have like religion in the same way that humans can.
Well, it says an intelligent spirit of lower rank than the angels, able to appear in human and animal forms and possess humans, which
Yeah.
is, I'm not sure if I want people to believe in such nonsense.
Well, they're in the Quran.
I know.
Yeah,
But anyway, secular Quranism leaves out all this stuff and nonsense.
but that's the most fun of it. I mean, the stories of jinns and the stories of um, Islamic myths that makes that society interesting and fun.
What, like
And
the
if you take
Arabian
that
Nights
away,
and that kind of thing? I mean,
yeah, for example.
yeah.
But also, I mean, all the myths, all the things that have to do with magical creatures. We have our own. I mean, the Grimm brothers or Hans Christian Andersen. I mean, that makes our world interesting. All these fairy tales, and what you want to do is take sort of the harsh bits or the annoying legal bits of Islamic culture. Actually, the aspects of Islamic culture that are actually not that interesting, and you want to transplant that into Western Europe.
I'm not transplanting
I,
any of the culture because I'm thinking, once a law changes, the culture will change organically, and I'm not,
yeah, but
I'm
then the
going to let
culture
it
will
do
change
it
as well,
happen
right?
naturally.
Yeah, but then the culture will change as well.
Yeah, I'm saying it will. I mean, the culture is downstream of law and religion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
obviously, I mean, culture is practice. Practice is what the law
yeah, no, I
allows.
agree with that to a large extent. I mean, because the laws will change, because you want to have some kind of Sharia, I will. It will also mean that we slowly Arabize,
I don't see why we would Arabize at all. We would, okay,
and
some,
then
some, some
not only
writers
the
might say,
good,
oh,
only the
we'll
bad
write
things
some
of Arabic
children's
culture.
stories about jinns. It'll be fun. It'll be new. It will herald the new secular Quranist age or whatever. So, yeah, they'll do it. And then something else will come along.
Yeah, but fundamentally, you're asking Europe to abandon being Europeans.
Not at all. You'll still be European, but you'll be
No, no,
having a
no.
different religion, and what it is, what? Okay, just the worst case scenario. What? No clubs for you to go to. What? No. I mean, what do you think you would lose
Well,
under
the
secular?
way, also the social interaction, the fact that men and women can hang out with them without always having this wall between them and always sexualizing it in a bad way, like creating this wall of, I don't know, like
Well, you don't
um,
know. That is the thing. You're imagining all
no, no,
sorts of
no, 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 no.
things.
I know, because I know all Islamic cultures, and in all Islamic cultures, that is the case.
What? Okay.
Go to. You've been in Indonesia. Contrast even the most moderate province in Indonesia, Java, with Bali, and see how different the social interactions are.
Okay, I can imagine because Bali is Hindu and the rest of Indonesia is Muslim. But tell me again what you fear would happen under secular Quranism. What aspect of Dutch life that you love now do you think is being threatened by secular Quranism? Well, it will be.
Well, the freedom, for example, to just hang out easily with my female friends
Oh, you
without
can still do
having
that. You can still do that.
no, no,
No,
no,
really, you can't knock them up. That's it. You can't
no,
knock
no,
them up
no.
and sire
This will
bastards, and they can't have
no, but you
bastards.
say gradually these laws will change and have
Yeah,
a
and then nobody will
psychological
notice, and you'll
effect.
be dead anyway by the time it all happens.
Yeah, but you can make an argument about everything. Okay, there's a nuclear bomb going off in 200 years. Who cares? Because you're dead anyway. I mean, it's a bad argument. And you always say, "I don't care about the future." Well, I do care about the future, and this is why I don't want it.
Okay, you don't want it because you think it actually threatens your idea of how things should be.
Well, yeah,
But
camaraderie,
your idea of how things should be has hardly been
com,
conducive to the
com.
prosperity of European
Yeah, no,
culture, has it?
it has been. It has been. I mean, I'm a
Like, okay,
European,
like
and
what? Yeah,
I come from
the
that
sort of
tradition.
Okay, so what are your attitudes? I mean, you haven't produced children. I don't know. You haven't fought any wars. You haven't. I don't know. You're just clinging to a lifestyle that you grew up with and
Yeah, and
want to continue.
it's a good lifestyle and it's a fun
Yeah, but
lifestyle. And I also want to have fun in my life, you
yeah,
know.
I don't see why it's impossible to have fun. I mean,
Oh well, in Islamic countries, it's very difficult to have fun.
well, but it won't be. It won't become like Saudi. You know it won't. You're just
No, but I don't even
pretending
want
to.
to I don't even want to become like Java, to be honest.
What's wrong with Java?
Oh, uh, it's just the male and female dynamic, especially in countries like in the certain cities,
Okay,
it's
tell
not
me,
very good.
tell me how men would treat Javanese women.
They don't have the same kind of camaraderie that Western and Western societies have, women and males, that we can just like hang with each other without being, I don't know, without it being sexualized, without being a lot of suspicion of like the partners of our spouses. Like there's a sort of comradeship that you can't have in Islamic
Is
culture.
there any real male female camaraderie really?
Yeah, there is in my life and in lots of lives of many people.
Okay, I'm not saying this impossible.
Some of my best friends are women.
Well, maybe we should. I think most of your best friends are women.
Yeah, that's not true. I think they're
Who's your best
50-50.
friend? Because I always find men who only have female friends somehow lacking really.
My best friend, my oldest friend, is male. And then my other best friend is female. And then it's all equally divided. I think I got like good friends. I think I have a couple, like eight really good friends. They can really trust and build on. And the
Well, it's
rest
not
are
going
just,
to
of course,
disappear
people I
overnight,
hang
is
with.
it? It's not going to disappear overnight. I'm not saying there's
No,
going
not
to be.
overnight, but it is gonna be affected seriously, affected. But also like very subtle things, like, when in Western culture you have a beautiful woman, yeah, and you always wanna show her to sort of the world. Like, look what I have, look at my eye candy. And in Islamic culture, it's like really different. It's like I'm gonna cover her up.
Well, not
She needs to be
necessarily because
well.
women can actually look more alluring if not everything is hanging out.
Yeah, but that's not the attitude. That's not the psychological.
I mean, do you want to parade your woman in wearing a short skirt and her cleavage showing? Is that?
I don't mind. I don't mind actually. I don't mind. See, this is the infiltration. The infiltration you've been dealing with Islam. Like it's all already changed your psychology.
No. I mean, I can appreciate looking at beautiful women. I mean, it's not just for men to
Sure you
enjoy.
do.
Well, I mean, I would be. Well, I'm not the sort of woman who gets angry if another man says, "Oh, who's obviously looking at another woman." I like to think I would notice first and point that
Yeah,
out to him.
but I actually being like for me the biggest problem is that it will become very loaded with sex, like
It
male
always
and
is. Anyway,
like
you're actually pretending it's not loaded with sex already. Of course it is.
no.
I mean, the only reason why men and women can be reasonably civilized is like, well, if you don't fuck me, I'll find somebody else who will, and it's not such a big deal. That's really it. That's why you're
No,
able to take it or leave it.
no. I'm talking to you, Claire, and I don't want to fuck you.
No, I'm
How
not
about that?
talking about you. Generally, I'm just saying men generally they're not rapey because they think they can find another woman easily. But I already accept that men will be more rapey under my system.
Yeah, I don't want that either. Well, that's
Yeah.
another reason why I don't want it. I
Well,
don't
I'm
want
just
more
saying we
rape.
all have to make our sacrifices in order to live in a patriarchy where
No,
we
wait,
have a government
wait.
that is making halfway rational decisions and not
You're
mincing around
asking.
like
You're not
women.
asking me. But you're asking other. You're asking women to get raped for it.
No, I'm saying that the the advantage for women is that you'll be able to find marriageable men
I don't know if there are
who will pay for
many.
your babies. That's what
Yeah, but I
women
also
will be
don't.
getting.
I don't like that kind of, like the
Yeah,
patriarchy. That
because you
whole
don't want
idea.
to. You actually don't want to have children, and you come from a culture that has no shame in saying you don't want children. Because I
Yeah,
guess in
there's
the
no.
olden days, you just be avoided like the plague. It's like, well, I'm not going to waste my time with him then.
Hmm.
If he says he's not going to, if he doesn't want to marry and have children, I won't waste my time, my youth, trying to get him to marry me because he doesn't want children. So I'll leave him alone.
You always say this. Like, I don't want any children. Who's to say that I don't want to have any children? The fact that I don't have children, or I won't have it in a year or two, doesn't mean I won't have it in. I don't know, 3 years, 4 years.
Well, I think men who are sexually sated are politically inert, and that's why you're so politically inert.
I'm not politically ignorant
Yes, you
either.
are. You're just saying, I just want, socialism, so nice, so comforting, so motherhood, so apple pie. It's what I grew up with. Ooh,
Yeah,
so nice and
apple pie is better
nostalgic.
than kebab, especially politically.
Well, we don't know. We don't really have a choice. That is a thing. We can't just sort of, even if everybody were all the same race, there will be unwelcome changes
Yeah, but what
that
you're
we have
talking
to
about,
deal
like,
with.
I don't care about race. You know that as well.
Yeah, I'm saying, okay, people look at race and see it as some,
Hmm.
unwelcome, alien thing that they think they will be able to reverse by kicking those people out. And I'm saying that even if everybody were the same race, there would be still unwelcome developments that they will not like. And any cursory reading of history will show you that lots of bad things happen without even race coming into it, all with people of your race and your religion, wars and rioting and revolution, and So it's like these people don't know anything. They don't even know their own history. And that again is another part of their problem, that they have so little sense of identity, um, or a common narrative of their origins, that all they can do is see each other in terms of appearance, which is the fact that they are white. And that's it. And they even
Oh,
admit it to me. It's like, we can't agree on anything else but the fact that we're white, so that's why we're concentrating on race. Somebody actually told me that.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Well, were they that honest?
that is so sad, isn't it?
That is very sad.
Yeah.
I think also that the only thing they can be proud of is that they're white.
Well, it's not even proud. It's like that's the only thing that's objectively true, that we are white.
Mm.
And then you ask them more questions. It's like, no, actually, those white people I don't like. The ones that let them in. Ooh, yeah, white people who are Jewish don't like them either. Ooh, white people who are Muslim. Ooh, racial traitors. Then they'll start wanting to throw their own people out of their
Oh
own
yeah.
race.
Well,
Yeah,
oh,
so it's
Bateman
not
said it.
even coherent.
No, they're not. They're not coherent at all. No, you're right. I mean, Bateman said that he thought that 80% of white people had to go. I mean,
Yeah. So really, you do need a religion, because otherwise, it'll be everyone's individual preference.
I don't know, but you can also have a civic ethic or ethos. Let's say
What do you mean
you
by
don't
that?
necessarily read religion. Um,
Don't necessarily what?
you don't necessarily need religion. There are other sort of ideologies, ways.
But it doesn't work. You see, all these man-made ideologies, they don't last.
Yeah, but I mean, religion is also a man-made
I
ideology.
know, but they last longer. That
Oh,
is the real difference between Nazism and Hinduism and Buddhism and liberalism and communism.
I don't know. I mean,
And
I
particularly
think
that if they're religions that do not sanctify marriage.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's it. I mean, culture can also sanctify marriage as
No, but
well.
but it doesn't. The inclination is not to. You see,
I'm not so sure if the inclination is not to. I think we haven't tried enough with just thinking about financial incentives. I think that's. I mean, you can see this as wealth goes up, birth rates are going down, and you always think it's like something like cultural and it's the feminist that everything changed. But these are
huge economic structural changes in the West, and the pill and all the
Yeah, I
things,
know,
the
which is why
technology.
you need something really radical and say, we're not going to, obviously expect you to marry without changing the nature of the bargain that is marriage. And then, of course, you have to change everything. It's like, well, why would any woman want to marry a man unless he can afford to, of course, women look for status and command of resources. So, unless what rational woman would want a poor and
Yeah, but I
stupid
think that's
man?
also that's a cultural reservoir from the past as well.
No, I
So
mean,
it's a
it has been
residual.
said that
Uh,
women are,
yeah, women care about status, but the way you define
so do
status is
men.
also interpreted differently in this society. You see it more and more. High-earning women
Well,
having sort
they'll
of
be, most of them will be
handymans
removed if they
to
are
help them out. I mean, it's not for nothing that they always have like the sort of gardener and the plumber fantasy, you know.
a bit of rough.
Yeah,
Right.
a bit of love. And I mean, there are
Okay,
plenty of
I
women
mean,
that go for
that's
sort of
probably.
economically lower status males, even though there might be high status in some other respects. You also have to ask, okay, where is status derived from, and how was this formed historically, and is there still a residue, sort of cultural residue, sort of assumptions that are still in our society that make it so that women still have this idea that they need to marry a wealthy person, like that might be so till this day for a lot of women, but that might decrease also over time.
Well, I think it's pretty much accepted that, I mean, there will be, an attraction. I mean, it's like, obviously a lower class man would be very impressed by a woman above her class. I mean, there would be a kind of mutual attraction because they're so different.
Yeah.
And I think that there was some, I forget where I read it from, but this was, I think, well, it was in the time when the wealthy would have coachmen, and it was a father saying that their daughters would, if left to themselves, choose to marry the coachman, because coachmen were always chosen because of, their height and their handsomeness.
Ah, yeah.
And of course, that men of their own class would be sort of weedy and not particularly attractive, and they'd be
Hmm.
bored with them anyway because they'd grown up with them or something.
Well, this has been the incel critique as well. They say like, oh, now with all these apps, women just go for looks, and I'm earning
No, no, but you
I'm
have to
earning
control.
200K a year, and nobody gives a fuck. So this sort of idea of status is changing. So it's not the case that men have to be the providers. I don't think they should. I think we should have
You're
shared
just saying that because
responsibility.
you're feeling pessimistic about your earning income, your earning power. That's why you're going on like that. Probably because you did a history degree, and it's not leading to big bucks, and you're
We're
worried about
getting
your
personal.
student loan. I
We're
understand.
getting personal, Claire. Well, I'll say my girlfriend earns, I don't know, I think probably 3 or 4 times as much as I do.
Oh, come on. I mean, can you?
But
Won't you get
she earns
tired of
she
being
earns really
bossed
well. She
about?
earns really
Won't you
well.
get tired of being bossed about in the end? Because really, you are kind of deferring. It's like, yeah, you know, and too many men. Is she older than you, your girlfriend? I bet she is.
Hmm?
Is your
It,
girlfriend also
no, no,
older
no.
than you?
She's not older. She's younger.
Okay, right. And you're not that bothered because you're still getting what you want, which is sex, not.
Well, what about love, comradeship,
Well, how long will it last?
companionship?
Well, she might get bored with you. Like, oh, well,
I don't
perhaps I
know.
want a man who earns more than me.
No, she doesn't like man like that. I should be more careful of the plumber. I think probably. I don't know.
Do you have a plumber physique?
No, no, no. I don't know. I don't know if I have a plumber. I'm how would I say reasonably athletic, but not like really bulky. I'm not like somebody who goes to the gym all the time.
Yeah.
But I'm reasonably in good shape. So I mean, with my appearance, I would always be able to at least get some women.
Yes, I'm sure. I mean, you're quite charming and all that. But yeah, with women. Sorry, I, I guess I just couldn't bear the thought of of being with a man. I think his political views I don't respect, but
You
you
couldn't
know,
be with me, Claire.
um, no, because I know you have no money. It would just be
See?
like,
Oh, I feel really insulted now.
no,
I
because
have no
and
money.
you're a liberal as well, and I just can't respect that. I just feel, you know,
Oh,
that
oh, I feel so
that
insulted.
you're morally defective.
Well,
I've always felt that way.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I can. I've never actually liked any man who was a lefty. I just don't think I could have done that anyway. You know.
You like that pure gefühl, like the idea that there's a man and he will tell you what to do.
Oh no, not necessarily. I'm saying that I need to respect his intellect and his principles. I guess.
I hope you respect my intellect, Claire.
Yeah, but you have really silly ideas, and I know from whence they originate.
Oh, but I can say the same thing about you, Claire.
But no, but you don't have to admire me. It's like, for men, they think, oh, here's a silly woman. She's quite attractive. I'll screw her. Who cares what she thinks about politics anyway?
Well,
You
yeah,
know?
I actually don't really care. Like I would not date like a Nazi, but other than that, I think I would pretty much date
Oh,
every type of ideology.
yeah, because it's like men are quite tolerant of women with silly views because they expect women to be silly anyway. Oh, I learned a new word from Saigon Green. It's called paraphilia. Do
Well,
you know
what
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 it
is
means?
paraphilia?
You look it up and
Yeah. What is that? Para.
I wonder if he'll just sort of pop up in the chat because we're talking about him.
When did he write that?
Yesterday.
Oh, paraphilic disorder. It's is a sexual disorder. Okay. Disorder of sexual development.
No, I think it's to do with sex with unsuitable and dangerous people.
Oh, okay. Who is that referring to? Were you called
Yes,
a paraphile, or was it me?
yes, and because
Oh, he's talking about Jenny, maybe.
yes.
Yeah, maybe he has a point.
Well, but the thing is, I think you share the same interest, and so does Brundle.
Mm, no, no. Well, I would. If she was more attractive, uh, maybe. Um, but I think she's a fascinating character.
She
But
is.
it's more of a, how would you say, she has something. Um, I mean, there's something endearing about her
I
because she's so.
know.
And then she can be like so obstinate or so confident of her. I don't know, like the things that we clearly think are delusions, you know. But she's very, I don't know, so very confident. Like, I am the best scientist, or I am this, and you should respect me and my authority. And yeah, I think like she becomes cute when she talks like that, you know.
I know. I know. And I mean, I just haven't laughed so much. I mean, well, I mean, I didn't expect politics to become like this.
Yeah, it can be quite funny, especially in our little spheres with all these weird archetypes that are walking around.
I think
it's too
we are
bad.
the best group ever, ever, ever. I think we are fun and we are interesting.
It's too bad some of us don't come around that much anymore. I thought Daniel Sinkovich was also very funny, always. And unintentionally so.
I know.
Also, always trying a bit too hard, you know? And then he once appeared on Luke Ford's stream, and he had like this really complicated theory about Judaism and Heidegger and
Yes.
modernity.
Yes.
And it was always, it was always very difficult for him to like,
To explain
explain it.
himself without
And
people
Luke Ford was
dying
like
of boredom and
staring at him
frustration.
and like dying out of boredom. and and at some point, like Daniel noticed that like it wasn't going very well. It was, oh god. Yeah. And Gandalf White.
Oh,
Gandalf
do you
the
know what's
White.
happened to him? I kept trying to find out, but I just got a stone wall of silence.
That's interesting. I think actually they're maybe like he's in Jenny's basement or something because we don't hear anything from Culture Bear either.
They've been sworn to silence.
I don't know. Maybe it said something wrong and they're being like captured or held by some Hindu spirit or something. I don't know.
I know, and it's kind of like we're Facebook friends, and he won't even respond to my inquiries about his health.
Oh,
But he hasn't unfriended me, so it's all very mysterious.
has he seen it? I
Seen
remember
what?
that he never seen the message.
I think he must have. Yeah, yeah. You know when you get the tick.
Yeah,
So I think he has. He's just not responding.
that's strange. But he was a guy who would go from sort of cult to movement to movement. I hope he has a girlfriend or something.
I don't think so. I mean, he looks all right, but I mean, I don't
I
know.
forgot how he looked.
Well, he's got a
Yeah.
dog.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're talking about, like dating in animals. You know,
Yeah, I know,
you
and
make
he
it
makes
very
it so
difficult.
obvious. He makes it so obvious that he is like, oh, I have to go because I have to walk my dog. I have to dog my dog, my dog, my dog.
Yeah, I think people, guys like Gandalf, are really unattractive for most women.
I know.
To be
I
honest.
mean, it would just sort of, you don't even have to say it. It would be, because he's childlike.
Yes, and he also takes some kind of weird, like fatherly, but then again also subservient role. There's nothing sort of I don't know. There's nothing. There's no sort of grit. There's no uh, something that can disarm women and can make women feel safe or yeah or wild. Maybe safe, but not wild at least.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I think women want to be reassured. They actually don't want to look after anyone. They want to be looked after. So,
Hmm.
so any sense of mental instability would be a no-no.
Yeah,
Unless it's somehow sexually arousing. So you get the silly ones who enjoy, feeling frightened or whatever.
yeah, but for some reason, some women like the psychopaths, but I don't know if they like I don't know the sort of depressed person. Can you imagine like what the partner of millennial woes would be?
Oh, I mean, just sort of die of frustration. It's like I can, I have friends, and I think I would just probably kill you if I were married to you. It's like I just would. I couldn't stand it anymore. As it is. So
Well, totally understandable. But I think the depressed kind of person that especially if you're also like don't have any aura of like sort of like positive masculinity. Yeah, then you're done for in the dating world. Like nobody would want to fuck you, and
but
definitely nobody wants to marry you.
yeah, but I just find so many men, they don't even know what they're not supposed to do. It's like, yeah, okay, you feel that you did that, but don't tell me, I because I don't really want to know. I don't want to know that you're not as that you're more, maybe frightened of something than I am, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's sort of, they're not even told not to exhibit fear, or incompetence, or whatever. So,
Yeah, I know. I would never tell in my dates something I fear, something I'm sad about. It could be something I'm sad about, but something yeah,
that
I didn't
upset
handle
you
very
or something.
well.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, competence and sort of positivity, and that you can handle shit. That is the most important because yeah, women are looking for somebody who
Even if
is
they don't
protected,
know, even if they don't know, it's like that.
even if they don't know.
Yeah.
Indeed,
I mean,
I remember this case where I was like 17 or 18, and I was working for this company. It was somewhere in the middle of nowhere,
hmm
and I had to accompany like school groups of like high schoolers
hmm
with like canoeing and stuff.
yeah.
And and shit went wrong. And then there was this moment that I had to do like sort of like an emergency intervention.
hmm
So get the canals, get like really fast with the motorboat.
hmm
And I remember like these girls like coming up, like I had to save them from the water as well and stuff. And they were like so sort of, I would say like infatuated completely. Although it's
Hero.
just a moment. It's
Yeah.
just a moment I had to do something.
Yeah.
And after that, I was just like, whoa. Um, and
Can
I
we
think
suck
that
your
these are the
dick?
moments that's what women are sort of looking for. That's what they instinctively think is sort of
Yes.
hot.
Yes.
And when you do,
Decisiveness.
yes, decisiveness.
Effectiveness.
Very good. Yes.
Yeah.
And when you
Courage.
do and when you do the opposite, I've also said some bad things at dates once, and I don't do them again, and I know sort of where it went wrong
hmm
because you just give that sort of air of not being sure about things and stuff like that. You can say some things are sad, but you can't. Yeah, you can't. It can't affect the fact that they have to look or perceive you as at
A
least being sort of
victim.
confident and competent. Yeah.
Yeah, you must never be the victim.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's definitely true.
Mm.
Maybe you should start a dating advice.
I would actually, that was one of the things I wanted to do, because I thought, I know so many single people. I bet I can, And then I did try introducing them, and they hated each other immediately. So I just
Really?
forget it. And then it's like, oh, the men, they're so awful. I wouldn't even, inflict them on my worst enemy, my worst female enemy. So that was the end of it.
But
But
you remember what the mistake was? Like, did
no,
you
it's just
put
that
people
they
together?
instinctively hated each other. That it's like, there's love at first sight. Well, there's hate at first sight too.
No, that's true. You remember their sort of what their personalities and why it didn't click?
No,
Because sometimes you can have
I
sort
introduced
of
these two English people, and it's like, oh, you're kind of from the same background. You even have the same hair color. You're the same
yeah.
age. You're same class, and they hated each
Yeah.
other. And then it was like, and they were rude to each other at dinner, and I don't know.
Oh, that bad.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and then the woman kept saying, my father this, my father that, and I thought, I get it, I get it. All women want to marry their fathers. Well, not actually their fathers, but men capable of behaving, the way their daddy, behaved. And it's not just
Hmm.
English women. It's like, a Chinese girlfriend who said, my favorite childhood memory was being taken shopping by my father. I wish my husband would do that, you know.
Yeah,
So.
it's weird. Yeah,
It's the
it,
same. It's the same all the world over. It transcends culture and race and religion.
no, it definitely does. Like, I always like also think the same kind of women are attractive, same type, and yeah, they
Youth,
don't look like my mom, but they
beauty,
they have similar personality traits.
sweetness of nature. And it's like, yeah, you want them to be stupid, and you actually find the fact that they're stupid sexy.
No, 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 I'm not like that. Although I have to say, uh, yes, there's a person for people to, what was it? People to fuck, people to marry, and people to, what was it again?
How was it? Yeah, fuck, marry, avoid. Something like that. Shag, kiss. Oh, I don't know. Something like that.
Oh yeah, maybe like or friend zone, maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I know that like stupid girls can look sexy sometimes. You know, you think like, oh, she looks like really wildly attractive, and then she's not very smart. So you're like, that's interesting for a night. But the moment you get up and you're like together in bed, it's not that nice anymore. And it's also not like for the evening itself. I don't know. You have to know somebody a bit, and you have to get along well enough in order to want to sleep with somebody. You know. So I don't. I usually when I dated also it was girls of my own sort of class because then I know at least I have something to talk about.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll just drink myself senseless, and then by the end of the night, I will just be completely wasted, and then
Unable to perform anyway.
unable to perform. So yeah, like for me, it was always safe to get somebody I know, like did something interesting, like I don't know, studied an interesting subject or had an interesting line of work. And I remember that all these dates went well, but the dates I had with women that I don't know were stewardesses or girls like that never really worked out. And I
Yeah.
filtered them out for some reason. So I do actually appreciate intelligent women. But it's not like their intelligence is like, oh my god, now I'm getting get a hard on from your summary of Nietzsche or something.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some women do it when they actually just show off that they're clever, and I thought that's so unsexy. It's like, stop, please, anyway, I mean, there is a way of showing intelligence, and there is a different, there are good and bad ways of showing intelligence. I suppose. I guess you have to show it sexily.
Yeah, and then there's also a way that women can be know-it-alls that is, I don't know, that could be like a bad omen for the rest of the relationship, you know?
Yeah, because if, you don't want them to be telling you that they told you so.
Yeah, exactly. No, you'll just envision yourself 3 years later and then some woman nagging about the fact that you haven't done the dishes, you haven't done that, you haven't done that. You're like, fuck no.
I never should have married you or something.
Yeah, you also don't want a person that you're competing, you know?
Well,
If
that's the
you're,
thing.
if,
That's why feminism is so wrong. It's like your role should be complementary. You should be completely useless in the kitchen and you don't know how to boil an egg. That's why you
no,
will put up.
no.
I know that's all gone now. But that was the whole reason why there was sort of different roles and woodwork for men and cooking for women. I mean, for females in school. So I think that was the
Yeah.
idea.
Well,
So that their skills would somehow match
yeah.
when they got
No,
themselves
like
together.
I could, for example, if there's somebody who's like an amazing scientist, like a female scientist, I could date an amazing scientist, you know, but it can't like really overlap. So if she's like how would you say like somebody who is also like corrective? Is she always correcting me about what I say about history or philosophy? I would find it annoying. So then you're like, then there's like this competitive edge, and you don't. Sometimes people that are really into the same kind of thing don't compete, and then it's no problem. But some people are. Some couples are actually competitive, and they actually sometimes also drag each other really down. Have you met couples like that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean that they delight in sniping at each other, and of course it's not nice to watch.
In
And
company, in order to make your other partner look bad.
yeah,
You know, it's the worst things to see.
yes. I mean
Hey
it's
Claire.
just good manners, really. Anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the instinct. I've told friends of mine off about it. Like, one
What
couple.
correcting you when you get your historical facts wrong?
Well, no, yeah, well, there was also the discussion, but they're really dragging each other down all the time. They're telling each other off about mistakes they make, and also to make themselves look good in front for me. So it's just in front of me. So it's a bit of a performance to climb higher in order to kick your partner down. You know, that was that was really terrible to see.
Gents in the chat.
Oh, that's good. I have to really rock and roll because my girlfriend is calling me again.
You're being summoned. All right. I'll Jen, do you want to come on?
I might come back because I mean she's calling me quickly.
Because Jen is here and I hope she'll join us. And
all right.
And we were supposed to be discussing a few things about in the history of India.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make sure to watch if I have time enough.
All right. All right.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Jen, are you gonna unblock me? Or do I have to email? I'll email you, but just unblock me already. And Glib, why did you retract your messages? Oh, I'll play the interval music. I never do that, do I? I'll play the intermission music while I sort these little things out.
She's not coming on?
I just sent it to her, so it may take a while. But yeah, hopefully after hearing your voice, she'll be more likely to come on.
I'll entice her to come.
Good.
Come on, Jenny. Come on stream, baby. I hope that works.
And then we can talk about the Mughal Empire, because we kind of agreed that we would be talking about the decline of India, the decline of the previous Hindu dynasties, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense. But the Indians, I mean, the Mughals were, I thought they were later. So I think that the Delhi Sultanate was already there in, wow. When was the first conquest of
I'm
India?
actually really vague. There was the Maurya Empire and the Gupta Empire.
Yeah, it was after that.
I thought it was before.
I think it was about the 8th century.
Okay, I have a Wikipedia entry open.
8th century. They have that mosque that is always the Barbary Mosque, that is very controversial, and I think it's named after one of the Ghazis, one of the conquerors of India.
Right. I'm afraid I'm a bit vague, but and then I thought, what's the point really? Because we already know that the Mughal. Okay, the Muslims invaded and took India over, and then after that it was the British. So basically, the Hindus are a fallen civilization, and and now
it's still interesting. I think that Jenny would argue that. I can't hear you anymore. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, you're just like cutting out sometimes. Maybe it's at my end, but I don't know.
I'll close a few more windows.
But do you know? Yeah, do you know anything about like the Muslim rule in India? It's quite interesting. I mean, I'm sure you heard about Emperor Akbar.
Yes, Akbar the Great.
Yeah. Yes. And you know about the Taj Mahal.
Yes, which is a mausoleum for his wife. Was it him or one of his
descendants?
No.
Who was it again? It's a later emperor.
Not something.
Not Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb. I think it's one of. I think maybe he's the father of Aurangzeb.
Okay.
But I forgot his name.
But yeah.
But Akbar was very, very tolerant. Aurangzeb, not so much. He used to destroy Hindu temples. Yeah. I think that's probably the reason why Jenny doesn't like Islam. For what it did to her people.
Mm-hmm.
Or her adopted people, whatever.
Yeah, but I think what she's doing is a reaction to her. Okay. My little theory.
Shah Jahan, that's it.
All right. But I think, like all civilizations, they started out great, and then they kind of lost their mojo because they got degenerate, because they got powerful and abused their power, and then I think all civilizations end up breaking their own rules and forgetting where they came from.
That's true. Did you ever read Ibn Khaldun, the Muqaddimah?
No.
Describes the decline and fall of dynasties and civilizations. Very interesting book. Arabic thinker of the 15th century.
He sounds like Sir John Glubb. If you read what he...
No, never had it. Or Oswald Spengler.
Well, Sir John Glubb wrote an essay, so it's sort of not a book, it's just an essay, and he does explain things very succinctly about the pattern of all great civilizations. They would rise and they would do great things, and then they would decline in sexual liberation, effeminacy, tolerating extramarital sex. that kind of thing.
Ah, so you're bringing it back to the sex thing.
Well, I mean,
Sexy man
obviously,
thing.
sex has got everything to do with it in a way. I mean, it's not. It shouldn't even be surprising because sex is what leads to reproduction, and obviously, the choice of our partner has everything to do with the direction of, um, in whether our marriage goes well and whether our children are brought up properly. Blah blah blah, and it's quite obvious now, really, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, in Egypt, for example, they had much more freedom for women.
Did
Even
they
some
really?
famous female pharaohs, Nefertiti, Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut was actually a great conqueror as well. A very base bitch, if we were to say it in old right terms. But they had a matrilineal system for the property, so people ended up marrying their sisters.
Well,
But
that would have been degenerate.
yeah, but they went on for a very fucking long time. I mean, if we're talking about the Egyptians, this war started about 33,000, what is it, 3,300 something BC, until until the conquest of Alexander the Great, and even after that, they sort of remained sort of having a similar system under the uh, Ptolemaic rule. So I mean, you can actually have a sort of matriarchic system, or at least it's very is very accommodating to female interest, and still be an empire for a very long time.
Well, I mean, empires take centuries to fall anyway.
Yeah, that's true, but you can't say that. Oh, right. So like a patriarchy is necessarily much more a sustainable system than matriarchy.
No, I mean, everybody starts off as patriarchy, and then they never notice when they become a matriarchy because they're already in denial that they're doomed. So
I'm
no,
not so
I mean,
sure.
there are no records like, oh dear, statistics show that we are now a matriarchy. We must do something. It's like they will have forgotten what it means to be a matriarchy. They won't even be talking about it, and then they'll be diluting even more principles.
I'm not so sure if every society starts as patriarchy. To be honest,
Well,
I
I mean,
think
well, of
I think
course we can't be sure
actually.
because nobody, imposed that kind of analysis before. But it is my contention that it was Homo sapiens who discovered the practice of marriage, and therefore superseded Neanderthal man who didn't.
No, we don't. We don't actually know that.
No, we don't, because there will be no kind of any evidence that we can say, oh, this means they practice marriage. There will be no trace of it.
Well, look, with chimpanzees at least it's the case, and I think even with other animals like lions, like I mean, they have some kind of sort of formalized system, unless somebody takes over the group and kills off the other male and kills the cubs.
Yeah,
Like I
but
mean,
they have this rule. It's like winner takes all. So so
true.
so the life of the male, the lion would be okay. He would have access to all the lionesses, and all the cubs would be his. But because it's so prized, everybody would be fighting him, and he wouldn't be around for very long. It's that kind of idea, really.
Yeah.
And
Although
of
with
course,
with
a stag, I mean, it's like they have to fight all the time to defend the right to their harem. So that they lead a very short life.
Mhm.
And probably, like, and of course, the same thing would happen with kingship for men. So it's like monogamy, because if you deprive all the other men in your group, so you kick out all the men basically, in the pride of lions, when the cubs grow into lions, they'll have to go, and then okay, they'll go, and then they'll be rogue basically, and they'll be wanting to come back and fight you, and if there are lots of them, they'll gang up and kill you in the end.
Yeah, what is interesting is that many times there are two lions, two brothers that take over a group and sort of share the women. Did you know that?
What are you talking about? Who?
Lions. So
Really?
lion. Yeah.
Okay.
The leader of a lion tribe, let's say, can be one lion, could be two, sometimes even three.
Oh, really? I hadn't heard of this arrangement.
Yeah, no, they're big arrangements. And what I think is interesting about that is because the lions are brothers, they don't fight, right?
Right. I mean, not
But
necessarily, since
no,
you do get sibling rivalry, but I guess they can both agree not to do that.
yeah, it's interesting because I think so. What often happened in the Islamic system because people were half brothers and they didn't have a lot of connection with each other, and because these sort of relationships were not very strong, not very deep relationships. Another female, probably also living in a different quarters. There was a lot of fratricide, a lot of brother killings.
But because there would be a whole harem producing all these sons for the caliph or sultan or whatever, and of course they all be wanting to kill each other to become king.
Yeah, yeah. They're very unstable in the dynasties themselves. Although, I mean, like, Western systems weren't all that stable either.
But I was just thinking, and of course the Qin dynasty went the way of all flesh. Even though technically, you have this man and he's got this access to all these women and could, but they were just no good. All the sons were no good because of the degeneracy and the opium smoking and whatever of the palace. So so. But we have this one party, we can't have a one party state, and therefore, what you do is you invite anybody who's interested in talent in the nation to join that one party, and then you kind of nurture their political talents and, train them. So
Yeah, but you can have
more sensible.
rivalries, and especially if you want to keep freedom of speech. I don't see how these different faction this one party will not inevitably become sort of de facto other parties.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you say.
Well, okay, so there are different sort of tendencies probably in one party at some point. So you have a certain question, people disagree about it a bit. Um, if you want to prevent these disagreements to becoming permanent ideological factions or parties, what you need to do is ban free speech.
Well, actually, it wouldn't be particularly useful just because you need free speech to be able to just to exchange ideas,
Oh,
to
that's
solve and
true.
avoid problems.
Yeah, but I think one or you have an end to the one party state.
Well, no. I mean, people just assume that a one-party state is going to be, without any free speech. I think it's a very childish and bigoted assumption. You can have a one-party state.
Bigoted.
You can have a one-party state and have freedom of speech. Why not?
Okay,
As long as the
where do you have it?
constitution.
Okay.
Okay, the Chinese Communist Party
No
has.
free speech.
It does. It does. It gives you more. It gives party members rights that Western members of Western political parties would die for.
Yeah, no, but not where societies would die for. You understand that
No.
um, the fact that within a party there's a very limited freedom of speech is compensated here by in our societies because we have more of them. And the
Do we
baseline.
have freedom of speech? Do our politicians have freedom of speech? I actually, I think they have less freedom of speech than we do. Conops.
No, that's not true. They actually have,
No,
at least in the Netherlands, they have more. They have, for example,
really.
parliamentary
They never
immunity.
say anything. They never
No,
say
well,
anything of interest. So they might as well not have it.
well, look at Geert Wilders, for example, the PVV leader in the Netherlands, the anti-Islamic party. Um,
Well, he's nowhere now. What happened to him? Well, he seems to have lost popularity.
well, that's because there's a new kid on the block. But
Who's
he,
that?
well, it's Thierry Baudet, who has very similar ideas from his ideas.
So how come he ousted Wilders?
Younger,
More
uh,
attractive?
more attractive,
Oh no, you're all
And-
gay now. My God.
and more. How would you say? And much more learned, as well. So he went to the same university I did.
Oh.
He's a very intelligent guy.
What was
I
his name
respect him.
again? Let me have a look at him.
Thierry Baudet.
How do you spell that?
So it's donkey in French. So
D.
cherry is THR. Oh God. I don't know if he's really attractive,
Dutch.
but he's
Nationalist.
okay looking. Cherry.
I'll never be able to spell that.
Yes, THIERRY.
THRERRY.
And then BAUDET.
Okay. Thierry Baudet of FVD is New Face of Dutch Nationalism. Forum for Democracy.
So he presents himself as the more responsible alternative to Wilders.
In terms of policy, what is the difference?
It's just a little less radical. So he doesn't want to close all the mosques. He doesn't want to ban the Quran. But he is quite strict on immigration. Also quite strict if Islamic, I don't know, groups are doing stuff that's not good. He will be very firm. So
Nice looking fellow in a nice suit. I'm looking at the blue. I'm seeing a picture of him. He looks all right. He's got a beard, and he looks middle class and respectable, and not kind of weird and gay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's a bit of a dandy, but he's definitely not gay. But all sort of right-wing politicians in the Netherlands have always been, or the ones that are really popular, like Pim Fortuyn, stuff. People have been a bit of dandies, they're a bit Richard Spencer-like, you know. But my point about Geert Wilders is that he was actually brought to court because he said something outside of Parliament. He said something about having less Moroccans in the Netherlands would be a good thing. He asked an audience if they want more or less Moroccans, and then they had to shout less, and therefore he was dragged to court. And the fact that he didn't say these statements in Parliament made him have to pay the fine. He was judged. He had to pay €1, I think, as a punishment.
Oh.
Also not very intense, I have to say.
Yeah.
But I think that the appeal is still going on, so we don't know.
Okay. I'm reading for you the rights of a member of the Chinese Communist Party. So it's Article 4, party members shall enjoy the right to 1. Attend relevant party meetings, read relevant party documents, and benefit from party education and training. They have a party school, and I think they're quite well trained. I've seen them in action, questioning the business secretary, Lord Mandelson, when Labour were in charge. 2. Participate in discussion on questions concerning party policy at party meetings and in the party newspapers and periodicals. 3. Make suggestions and proposals regarding the work of the party. 4. Offer well-founded criticism at party meetings of any party organisation
That's interesting.
or any member. responsibly expose or report it to the party any disciplinary or legal violation by any
Okay,
party,
can we stop
organisation,
here?
or member. Oh, let me just finish reading it before you chortle away and say it's never
Oh.
followed in practice. Because I
No,
already anticipate your objection.
yeah, but my objection has to do with certain phrasing. So people have to keep in mind responsible criticism, well-founded criticism.
Well, we don't want irresponsible criticism,
Yeah, but
do
who is to say what's responsible?
Well, the
That's what
party is to say.
Yes, indeed, and that's the end of freedom of
Or
speech.
is it
You get it?
Conops who is to say?
No, yeah, well, but this is the end. You don't understand that is not free speech.
Well, at least you can say, but what I'm doing is responsible, as I'm
No,
saying.
yes, but you can say that as a defense. But if the party decides that it's not responsible,
But oh, come on, the people in UK parties don't even have that. They just get kicked out, without any by your leave. Let me continue. So it says. Responsibly expose or report to the party any disciplinary or legal violation by any party, organisation, or member. Demand disciplinary action be brought against a member known to have violated discipline or the law, and call for the dismissal or replacement of any incompetent cadre. 5. Participate in voting and stand for election. 6. Be present and plead their case at discussions held by party organisations to decide on disciplinary action to be taken against them or to appraise their work and behaviour. So they have a right to legal representation, I think. Other party members may also bear witness or argue on their behalf. 7. Make a statement of reservation and present their views to a party organisation at a higher level, up to and including the Central Committee, in case of disagreement with a party resolution or policy, on the condition that they resolutely implement the resolution or policy in question while it is in force. 8. Submit a request, appeal, or accusation to a higher level party organisation, up to and including the Central Committee, and request that the organisation concerned issues an accountable reply. No party organisation at any level, including the Central Committee, has the right to deprive a party member of the aforementioned rights. So, would you like me to read Article 5? I think it's quite interesting how it's organised.
yeah, well, I think it's also interesting. Can you imagine if the First Amendment of the United States would be the following? Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or of abridging responsible freedom of speech, or responsible press outlets, or the rights of people to have a responsible, peaceful assembly, and to petition the government in a well-reasoned way. I mean, all these caveats, all these words that says responsible, well-reasoned, well-argued, they're a way of putting caveats that there is somebody who could judge the fact, like, oh well, that was
Well, of
not
course, in the end,
well-founded
somebody
criticism.
will-
It was
will-
not
will-
criticism. It was not well-founded criticism. That's the problem.
But at least you can argue about whether it's well-founded or not, and why it isn't, or whatever. At least something can be made of it.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Also in European law, we also have a lot of these caveats, like in our law books. It's not very plain. Like it's vague, and it always talks about tone. And I know it's not really well reasoned, and the judge will then decide if your criticism is well reasoned enough, or not hateful enough, or not. I don't know. It becomes really arbitrary.
Well, it's not. Well, it's there, and it gives party members more rights than members of parties in Western political parties.
Well, yeah, but I mean, political parties are multiple parties. So if you get kicked out of one, you can go to another.
I know,
Or you
but
can
you're tainted.
create your own party.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
the
but you
baseline.
know you're never gonna get in. It's like you're tainted.
I
You're a
don't. I don't.
pariah. You've been kicked
I.
out of your party. You're a troublemaker. Nobody wants you. Yeah.
Is that what they say about you?
No, they don't even need to say that because I've got those photos.
Yeah. And then now you want to. Well, the Chinese government could also easily say, like, Claire, this isn't responsible exercise of criticism. This isn't responsible having like a petition. No, you're 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 um you're you're shitting for Nazism.
No, no,
What does
say
this to do with
no.
these
I
pictures?
wasn't. I had to do it in order
Yes, but
to bring
okay,
myself to the attention of nationalists.
okay. Yes, you can say that, but
Then
the
they
the
don't say, oh,
judge
but we
might think
don't believe
otherwise.
you.
If the party consensus is against you, you have no redress because these
I
are
know
these.
exactly, but at least in theory, so at least okay, you're saying these rules won't work if everybody gangs up against you, and I would agree. I would be the first to agree. But at least in theory, it gives you some straws to grasp at. Well, in the West, you just get kicked out. I mean, like the Conservative Party says, it has the absolute discretion to kick you out for any reason whatsoever in its absolute discretion. And you have no redress. I mean, lots of people have complained. It's not just me. So, so that's why
Yeah, but
people are afraid to
that's freedom of
talk. They're
association. Yeah.
afraid to. And the European Convention of Human Rights, it doesn't. Nobody uses it because nobody believes that they will get justice in their
Oh no, no,
lifetime.
no. Whoa, whoa, whoa! European Commission on Human Rights is used a lot of times,
Oh,
and
okay. It's like, oh, you have
it's
to go all the
actually
way to the
it's
Supreme
used as
Court.
jurisprudence. It's used as jurisprudence as well
Well, actually,
in national disputes and cases.
well, I was there was some lawyer at some political meeting I went to, and he said, the European Convention of Human Rights is not the same as the First Amendment. It's like we can in practice ignore it. And these stupid people,
Well,
these
yeah,
nationalists,
that's
they'll
true.
be helpless. So just don't worry about them complaining that they're
Well,
Article. I think it's Article 2 rights, the so-called right to belief and free speech and stuff. So yeah, we're no better in Europe than the Chinese Communist Party. So no,
that's not true. That's not true.
no, we aren't. I mean, it's like
No, you can only argue that the parties themselves are no better than the communist parties, but you can't say the system is because the system itself leaves much more room for freedom of speech and diverse opinions, and it would not put so many caveats on free speech.
But it doesn't matter because if the right people are not protected and they're the ones who need to say what they need to say, it doesn't matter if tramps are allowed to say whatever they like because they get ignored anyway. And I guess people like me, once they've shadowed banned me, they can let me say anything I like to, all the crazies in my chat because it doesn't matter what I say, nobody will listen. So I think access to the right people is also something you need to do. So in China you have this thing of the peasants being misruled by whatever local administrator is in charge of his affairs. So in theory, this peasant has a right to appeal to the emperor by going to Peking, Beijing, and but then the local administrator can, in practice, prevent him from getting on the train. I think that there is some residual right now, even in communist China, because it's like if you're really being kicked around by your local administrator, you can come to Beijing and fine appeal to the Chinese Communist Party in Beijing. So
When were these articles actually made?
I don't know.
Well, it's rather relevant,
Well,
wouldn't
I
you
don't
say?
know. It was translated into English, and that's even more interesting in my view.
Yeah, well, I'm interested if because you know that especially during Mao's days, that people were were actually I think it was cultural revolutions.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually,
People were asked to give criticism, and
I know,
and
because
when they received the criticism,
that's
they
a,
were sent to the fucking gulag or
exactly. You know
whatever the equivalent was in China.
what? Okay, one of the things I read about the Chinese, the Cultural Revolution was that, and I still remember this. It's saying, actually in practice, all these party members had all these rights, but in practice they were abused. So they didn't even think to invoke them. And it got so bad, and Mao kept changing his mind so much that even his most loyal supporters couldn't even keep up with what his latest thinking was on the subject, because he might even contradict himself from what he said yesterday. So that there would be this school of this group called the Whateverists. So it's like whatever Mao says, I agree with him. I can't keep up, but whatever he says, I agree with him. I mean, look at that. There's actually a Wikipedia entry on whateverists.
That's fascinating.
I know. I couldn't believe it, but it's true.
Whatever you say, we don't know in advance if we're gonna be sent off to the gulag if we say the same thing. So whatever he says is okay.
Yeah.
In advance.
Yeah, it was that crazy.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm also trying to say, Conops, is that you might have the most perfect system, but if the system itself is corrupt, and it's so corrupt that you don't even dare, invoke your rights, then there's no point. So I think ever since Mao, it's like, oh my God, that was a terrible cult of personality. Look what he did to us, and no more cults of personality. But now they're sort of saying, well, Xi Jinping, he should stay for more than 5 years. We quite like him. He looks the part, and that kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, they forget what their parents and grandparents went through, because it's so easy to suppress all these memories by not having it officially recorded in history books. Because it's like, okay, granddad and grandma might have said all this, but maybe they didn't know what they were talking about, and it's not official. It's not the official version of history. So you can say, oh, it's just the ramblings of previous generations. What do they know? Things have changed now. Forget all about that. Forget your own history. Forget how you got to where you are.
Aren't you asking us to forget our history?
No, I'm just saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that the teaching of history is obviously a very political selection. Always, always. But the thing is, it's so badly taught now in the West that, I despair. And it's even a generational thing. It's like one generation of British people will just have no idea what the previous generation is talking about, because they learned history in a completely different way.
Yeah, makes sense.
Completely
I think
different subjects. I don't know if it's the same in where you are.
Oh yeah, I mean the level of history is terrible, even for history students, I would say.
Yeah, it's like you haven't heard of the European War of Religions? What's that?
Yeah.
It's like you can't even talk to them or reason with them, and I still remember.
So Jen, when were the European wars of religion?
Ahem. We have breaking news. Right now, developing on the Jiujiang Yangtze River Bridge that joins the Hubei and Jiangxi provinces in eastern China. Situation is rapidly evolving, and civilians have overturned police cars. So.
Oh.
And I believe Claire was praising the Communist Party for how base they were for hearing your complaints before dragging you off the gulag to harvest your organs. I'm really glad you guys find that funny, because I don't. At least somebody can enjoy the fact people are having their vital organs carved out while they're still alive. I know, it's just so annoying that we care about stuff like that, isn't it, Claire? We should just be eradicated so you can go and be a merchant ruling over the whole world. So have you given any more thought to my suggestion?
About what, dear?
You know, converting.
Converting? No. No, of course not. That would actually invalidate secular
Conops,
Coriolism.
did you hear the great idea that Claire had that the Chinese were going to all convert to Judaism at the same time?
No.
I told you it was such a good stream, but you haven't heard it all.
No, sorry. I thought that sounds very funny.
No, no,
Well, with
I said
their
it first
little
to
yarmulkes
OV.
and everything, that would be funny. So, like the curls and shit. All these Chinese people, all of a sudden.
No, I because Ovi was going on in this usual, anti-Semitic rant, and then we're talking about, there are maybe certain similarities. Chinese and Jews have been around for the same length of time, nearly, and I invited him to consider a world in which the Chinese have converted to Judaism, and he was horrified.
The term anti-Semitic is a dog whistle for I have no argument.
Well, I don't know what else to call them. I mean, it's an official term. People still use
How
it.
about
People know what they
how
mean.
about just focus on their arguments?
No,
But
I'm just talking
we can
about-
define them. We can define anti-Semitism.
The point is that it's tantamount to thought crime because it's like you hate so and so, and it's like you don't
No,
fucking
but
know.
he
how I
says he
feel.
no. But look, Jennifer, he says he hates Jews.
The point is that Claire was on the stream with her little butt buddy, what's his name, Gisela, slagging me off as an anti-Semite too. So it's like you've made the term meaningless by using it so flippantly.
Well, I think it's in practice meaningless.
I think it's meaningless. So why use?
I don't.
meaningless terms?
But okay, if you think it's meaningless, then you shouldn't really react.
I think
it's
it
like
could.
you
It
might
could
say,
mean
I have a right to hate whoever I
think
like.
it could mean something. No, but see, that's playing the game, right? It's like admitting that you have hatred, but I don't because I'm not a dog-eating piece of subhuman filth. So I'm not
Well,
going to
you're
play
being
that.
racist now, Jen.
I never said anything about being racist. I'm just, I don't think it's cool to eat dogs, and I'm entitled to that opinion.
Yeah, but you implied that
I think you're
do,
being
and
kinda
I've never
racist.
tried it.
I mean, you're assuming that only the Chinese eat dogs. That's very
Well, actually,
racist
the
and canine-phobic.
Filipinos and the Koreans do as well.
I think
and
you
the
should stop being so
Vietnamese.
racist and canine phobic, frankly.
Jen, why didn't you tell us about your stream with JF? Because I was having a look at it today or yesterday.
What about it?
Did you have
Yeah,
fun?
no, I haven't seen it. So, what did you talk
It was
about?
the first one that didn't go off the rails horribly.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Well, I mean, reasonable people eventually do come around.
What did you talk about this time?
I didn't really actually talk much. It was mostly Duvid talking and asking JF questions about mostly was virus related questions.
Oh yeah, well he
I
should
thought
know
it
something
was
about that.
pretty good. Like the chat was saying that it was really good, so that's cool.
Yeah, it was surprisingly good. In the end.
Well, your expectations of me aren't exactly realistic, You have very bad judgment of me because it's all projected hallucinations about yourself. But I'm glad because, it sure helps my narrative.
Conops, do you know what Jen's narrative is?
Yeah, the Jews created Islam to subjugate.
That's
The
actually
Westerners.
not my narrative. I never even thought of that until Claire forced me to say it because her argumentation. I was so tired of having these arguments with her. She's so dumb that she understands nothing. So I had to find a shorthand for what I was saying. And that was it. So it was totally Claire that forced me to say that because I was trying to circumvent her dishonest arguing tactics. It's like she lies just for the fun of it.
No, I don't.
It's quite funny. It's quite unusual. I've never met anyone like someone who liked to lie that much.
Do you think
Dishonesty is the most prominent characteristic of Claire's mentality as opposed to my own.
So what does she lie about in particular?
Oh boy. I think let me think here. The biggest lie is presenting herself as like being empathetic, and then the next biggest lie is redefining words and then not saying it explicitly, and then trying to basically get people to agree with stuff with these like you know words with definitions that nobody agrees with, right? Like you want to restore the patriarchy, don't you? That kind of stuff. It's just like totally
Yeah,
meaningless.
but you could argue they're mistakes or how would you say?
Well, the point
Ignorance.
is
But
that she's
lying is
arguing.
something deliberate, right?
She's arguing. Well, also all of her arguments are wrong. Like she's arguing that we should emulate Jews, but they're matriarchal,
Well, no, that they're matrilineal, not matrilineal.
right? Which is more matriarchal than Europeans, right?
No, I
Well,
wouldn't
that's
say
part
so.
of the definition. I looked it up on Wikipedia, so it's not the only definition. They're not equivalent, but the point is that Jewish people are more matriarchal than Europeans. Period.
Yeah, but look, it goes through the line of the mother, but I also don't know if property actually goes through the line of the mother.
But
You know?
wombs are property. So basically,
Yeah, no, but I mean,
who-
I'm talking about
who is a
wealth and
Jew?
possessions. I'm talking about wealth and possessions.
statistically speaking, who is a Jew is determined by the breeding preferences of women, which makes it not a full matriarchy, but it puts it in that direction, right? Like it's kind of a spectrum between 100% matriarchy and patriarchy. If there is
I
such,
don't see that. If I look at the Old Testament, for example, and the rules that are
that doesn't actually, you do realize that a religious book doesn't actually predict behavior necessarily, right?
not necessary, but it does give a
Yeah.
code of values, and it's
No,
more
it doesn't.
likely, it does.
It just gives it's just some stuff written in a book that actually doesn't tell you much. So that's why it's a bad idea to go into a religious text to try to substantiate things. Like Vincent has tried this, and he's run up against basically like a wall, because the idea is that like, well, if it's written in the scripture, then people are gonna obey it. But it's like, well,
Well, not
there's
not necessarily, but it's more likely that they're gonna obey it if it's in the scripture. Than
no,
when it's
that's actually
in the
not
scripture.
true either. What you can
That's
say,
true.
what you can say is that if there's a forbiddance, it means that it's rampant within the society.
Okay, why do Jews not eat pork so much then? Has it something to do with their holy book, or doesn't it?
Well, that's one example, right?
Why do
That's
Hindus
like
not
one
eat
example.
cows?
Well, that's the thing. There are some Hindus that eat cows, right? So that's the point. Like the
Yeah, I know,
religious.
but my point is, my point is not that it sort of prevents everybody from doing it or other interpretations from coming up, but it will have some effect on behavior.
It has some effect, but you can't be clear on what effect it's going to have because religious scripture affects people differently, right?
That's true, and there's also interpretations that people can be quite elastic.
Well, ultimately,
concerned.
what people do is a consequence of many things. And, like if Claire was going to say, well, you're a Christian, why aren't you, you should be acting the way the Bible says, like, that's obviously not logical, right? Just like your behavior can't be predicted exclusively by the Bible. And I don't think you can predict Jewish behavior exclusively from their religious books either. But I mean, the point is there is information in religious scripture. It's just, you have to be really clear on what information you're drawing from it. So I'd say the only thing you could be really sure about is if there's an explicit forbiddance on something in a religious scripture, that means that it's rampant within the society to the point that it needs to be banned, right? Because you don't ban stuff that's not happening.
I think that's an interesting case. I'm not so sure.
Well, I think
I don't know. I'm agnostic about
that's as close as you can get to like a connection between what's written in a religious scripture but then with Jews it's even more complicated because like what their religion consists of hasn't always been the same thing / who they are as a people hasn't always been the same
the Torah.
thing. Oh, here's a good example. I was watching Luke Ford and there was a Jew in the chat. I think it was a woman, and she was like, I don't know if she was complaining or she was just commenting, and she said, why don't Jews, the way Muslims, I guess the word is prostrate themselves?
Yeah, they kowtow.
Yeah, well, no, I'm talking about the literal bowing, and it's not
yeah.
bowing. It's like putting your head on the floor. whatever the word is for that.
When it always looks like they're looking for the Ayatollah's lens, you know.
Well,
Contact
you know
lens.
what I mean, though. That
Yeah.
apparently, according to this person, Jews used to do that too. Like they had a ritual where they would, I don't know what the word is, but anyway, put their hands and head on the ground. Okay,
Prostration.
and they stopped doing it.
Prostrate,
Prostrating.
yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. So and they stopped doing it over time.
Yeah.
Yeah. My theory about that is like because of the European admixture, they'll like stop believing their ancestral religion because they had so much of a different race admixed into their blood and like weren't doing the rituals anymore because they didn't make sense anymore.
Well, why
That's-
don't they then still do it in Yemen and in Morocco
Well, that's
or in Iran?
the more like the quote real Jews, right? The non-admixed ones, the seraphim or is that the word? No, that's a choir of
The
angels. Sorry.
Sephardim and the
Yeah, Sephardim.
Mizrahi.
Yeah, those are the ones that are like, I guess you'd call it len pur, the like real Jews, quote unquote, and then the Ashkenazim are those people, but with an admixture of European. You must know this, Conops.
Yeah, no, of course I know it, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
so that was another. I just wanted to give an example of like you can't just it's foolish to read a religious book and then say, well, this is going to
Yeah, but then you have to refer me to the text. So it could be that there are some different cultural practices, but if it doesn't say in the book, you have to bow down. I think with Muslims, I'm not so sure if it's actually in the book, but there are a lot of things in the book that they always do. So the fact that they have to pray a few times
they have
a day.
an oral tradition, right? Like they have basically, I think what happens is that it kind of depends on what the rabbis declare as kosher, which is subject to change.
Yeah, with Jews it's pretty difficult because they have the rabbi and they have the Talmud, and because the Talmuds are essentially a bit of commentaries on the Torah again. I think it's a very confusing religion, and so how Scripture really works in Judaism is a very complicated question because it's not so obvious. You can't read the Torah because the Torah is not that important anymore for Jews nowadays. People are not looking over their fence and seeing people working on Saturday and killing their neighbors or their friends,
Well, that's what David said. He's like, is Judaism what Jews believe or what Jews do? Because there's a difference.
Well,
and plus, they don't all believe the same thing.
Yeah, well, I would say believe and doing. It's a difference between scripture and interpretation, probably.
But we need to have a sprinkling of their ideology, right? I mean, it's just stupid to say Judaism is anything any Jew does. It's just too impossibly wide. So Judaism must be, what rabbis regard as Jewish, as part of their religion.
I think David meant like statistically, like not what any Jew does ever, but what they do on the whole statistically. I think he was saying.
Well, I think that muddies the water.
You are right about that. I think, in essence, I got some qualms about how you phrased it a bit, but I think you're essentially right. You can't say like, oh yes, there are these like abstract rules in the Quran or in the Torah or in the Christianity. And you see nobody's following them, but they have a religion. So you judge a religion by
its scripture.
How the adherents are actually conducted.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we can go back to music then, because you have theory and practice in music.
Well, that's
quite different.
Scientifically prudent way to do it. You have to judge as though it were a black box, which I still don't think Claire understands what that is. But yeah, you have to judge like based on the outcomes.
Well, yeah, you do that as well. But you if you're going to examine any religion from its bare bones, you have to start with scripture, like what it's supposed to do, where they get their ideas from, and what their narrative is.
This is actually an issue that both Jews and people like myself would take with you, is that only certain people are really able to interpret scripture in the first place.
Well, of course, so there would be the learned people, the rabbis, or
Right, so you can't really perform an analysis on that religion because you're not really qualified.
Well, I know what their. I know more about Judaism than you guys.
Well, you think you do, but I think that, if you talked to, some
But
quote
I know more
experts,
about Islam than you, Claire.
they would basically say, like, you know, they would ignore you, basically. They wouldn't care what you said.
Yeah, but the point is that I know I have no particular authority, but I still know more than
Well, you
you
could
do,
if you
and I
converted,
can.
If you converted a huge number of people, you just outnumber them, right? Get it?
What converted people to Judaism? Well, I can't.
Well, the Khazars did it. I don't know why can't the Chinese do it. I
But
thought they
no,
were
is
awesome.
that
I thought they
true
had
or
the
not?
best
Because
Chinese Communist Party. I
okay,
thought the Chinese Communist Party was awesome. If it can do anything, why can't it convert everyone to Judaism?
no,
Oh,
because
it's
it
so funny.
doesn't
I'm
want
watching a video
to.
right now of a civilian in Hubei just like beating the shit out of a cop with a police. What are those things called? A shield.
Since when is that going on, by the way?
Since like I was just like on Biz. It's like another 4chan board that I really like now, and yeah, they had it, or maybe it was 4chan. I don't remember,
Sorry,
or Poll. I mean, but
what
yeah,
what
it linked me to
happened?
it.
Tell us what happened, Jen, because I haven't listened to any news since this morning.
Yeah, there's massive protests developing
Uh,
on
uh,
the Yangtze River
because
bridge that joins Hubei and Yangtze provinces in eastern China.
and what is the protest about?
I think it had something to do with an order to return to work, and then they weren't letting people in. So they started basically attacking cop cars. I got footage here of an overturned cop car, like huge protest of people. I got somebody pulling what is it? A shield away from a cop and like beating the cop with the shield. They look pretty pissed.
Because they
Yeah,
weren't
they're like
allowed to go back to work. I mean,
there's tons of them. They're just like destroying police cars right now.
right.
It's
I bet
crazy.
they're pissed off at the lockdown. So I guess there are lessons to be learned for the West. You know, when they've got cabin fever and
Well, I think what happened is like the cops actually started attacking each other. Like Hubei police have arrested a Yangtze cop after a fight.
oh,
So it looks like the cops started fighting each other, and then the civilians joined
everybody's
in.
fighting each other because they're just okay. I think we get the idea that they're all spoiling for a fight after being confined for so long.
Yeah, I guess there's
How
anecdotal.
are you and your husband, Jen?
There's anecdotal guy saying man confirms riots were sparked by Yangtze police crossing into Hubei's jurisdiction. I guess that's what one guy's saying. Anyway, yeah. So how? Yeah, I mean, as good as can be expected. Like, I'm not happy that people are suffering, but I'm trying to make it an opportunity for things to improve rather than just
You get cabin fever now?
wallowing.
Is your
What?
relationship? You get cabin fever? Is your relationship still
No,
intact?
I'm not an NPC like you, Conops. I've basically been already doing this for like years. My lifestyle is basically like hanging out at home, just living a very simple life. I'm not
God.
like I'm not like dying to go out and be a shallow consumer and drink Starbucks like certain people on this panel.
No, but there are things like going out, go to a different city, get a hotel
You know what? I
with your
used to do
loved
those
one.
things. I used to do those things, and I found them. I mean, I suppose there were some enjoyable things because Europe's very beautiful, but it's just I don't get much out of traveling because I'm not an NPC. Traveling is something like immature people do because they think that they're going to like discover something about themselves by traveling, but it's just like no. Everything you need to learn about yourself is right here in front of you, and you can't face yourself for whatever self-loathing reason. And I think that that's why
But you
this,
don't have to learn something about yourself. I got really tired of people, especially these like so young women. They got a bit lost, and then they would go to India to find themselves. I really hate that, especially if they were talking about their chakras and shit like that. Um,
well,
but
sure, it's just like a
you can learn
a
about the
sex
world.
vacation, right? It's like I want to go find myself,
That's
catching
not
10 dicks, right?
No, they never. No. Most of the
Well,
time
I
in
mean,
India, most of the time they went to and went on ashram retreat and stuff like that. You know, that kind of type.
I
Not talking
understand.
about,
I understand.
Not talking about any vulgarities.
Yeah, I just think the whole traveling LARP is an immature thing, you know. But you know, I get it. I get that you're stressed from having to be holed up. But really, you know, you should take the opportunity for self development to enjoy your own company.
Yeah, but I mean, there's almost there's only so much to enjoy at some point. I get really
No, there's a whole world of discovery that you can
like
have. You know,
what?
it's wonderful.
Like, well, I can read books. That's what I do.
Eh,
Or I play video games, which is totally
eh.
pointless and useless.
Video games is like working.
No, with video games, you're not even producing anything. It's just like lame.
It's like it's like working without producing anything, basically. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Well, I think it's very pointless. So I'm doing a lot of things that are very pointless. Some
Well,
things
it
are.
passes the time.
Yeah, it's
It
true.
passes the time.
But who wants to pass the time?
Well,
It
that's
sucks.
all anybody's doing.
No,
All
I'm not-
anybody's doing is passing time.
There's something else. That if you have a lovely experience, that's not just passing the time. That's adding something.
Well, it's still passing the time. Maybe it was something that was, you know, beneficial to your development, but it's still
Okay,
passing the time.
But I mean, video games is not adding to your development at all.
No, I agree. It's actually, I think it's like destructive to development because it's just like it's very negative patterning.
I would agree.
Like it's kind of like I don't know, what would you call it? Like almost like Las Vegas gambling.
yeah, you
like-
don't lose your money, but you'll lose your soul.
Yeah, well, your time, it's mostly just time and attention because you just like you're not focused on anything other than the video game. Yeah, so but anyway, I think it'll probably I don't think the lockdown will go on forever, you know. People will eventually return back to regular life, so
Yeah, it's like good weather, and I wish I was like working and being out on a terrace, having some beers, like all the fun things in life, you know,
You can still
like
go on
meeting
your
groups
terrace.
of friends.
eh.
What?
You can still drink beer on your terrace, can't you?
I don't have a fucking terrace. I can only go to my girlfriend's garden, and she just got the how would you say the gate? No, not the gate. The fucking fence. Fucking fence between me and the gardens, or between my girlfriend and the gardens, and the neighbors is gone. So it really sucks. So I can only go to parks now. I can still do that. Unlike you people. Can you still go to parks, Jen? In Canada? Or in New Zealand?
I
or wherever you are?
I live in a park, dude,
You live in a park. Oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
on the ocean.
It
No.
sounds blissful.
It's basically blissful, and it's funny because one of my Canadian friends, before I moved out here, he's like, "Oh yeah, sounds like a good place to go to watch the world collapse or implode or whatever." I was like, "Oh, that was prescient."
Are you also a prepper, Jen?
Yes and no, because the way I look at it is, it's actually a bad idea to prep too much because then you're a target for getting raided. So the way that I approach it is like, what's the most like, given any situation, I want the edge. So I'm kind of like aware of what the worst possible situation would be, and then I've got plans for like the worst and then every other better situation. So I think in the worst case scenario, like there's basically no case where hoarding or prepping, quote unquote, is a good idea. Because if you don't need it, then you just have all this. Can you stop clanking so much? If you don't need it, you have all this food you're never going to eat. Of like, Conops, you're clicking into the microphone here.
Oh shit!
lot.
Yeah, I'm in the supermarket.
Anyway, if you like, let's say you buy a bunch of, what is it, like hash or corned beef hash. Yeah, if you buy a bunch of corned beef, you know, I'm like remembering my childhood. My dad loved sizzling corned beef on the on the poêle or whatever you call it in English. Yeah. Anyway, so it just takes me back to my childhood. But anyway, yeah. So you could have like a bunch of
fried corned beef.
I actually remember I kind of liked it as a kid too. But anyway, yeah, it has a good smell, right? So anyway, you could have like, let's say for example, like a cupboard full of corned beef, right? But when are you going to need that? That's like a situation where literally everything is fucked. You have fuck all, and like you're literally just like rationing food to yourself, right? That's like the worst situation, short of like being killed by an invading army, right?
Yeah.
So if that's what happens, you are a sitting duck to get raided, which is like, you know what I mean? You don't want to get raided,
What well,
right? So
do you tell? I suppose preppers boast about how prepared they are because
well, I mean, it's like people would probably. I mean, I'm not saying I've told anybody, and I don't have a huge, you know, like
no,
a
but people
massive
might say,
shit,
"Oh, but I
right?
got all my loo rolls and I've got
The
all
way
the."
I look at it is, let's say the situation happens, and it is an actual situation of there's a bunch of people around who have a bunch of hordes of stuff, who are basically sitting targets for raiders. So what do? I come in, I fucking impose order. I fucking take control of a region and take action against whoever's doing the raiding, and then I preside over the region. So I don't really need to be prepped because I have all this food that I've got now because I'm offering protection to the people in the region I'm protecting. So basically, what I'm doing is my approach is like what I can offer. Like I can always offer something in a bad situation. So basically, what I'm bringing to the table is my own skill set, and I don't need to have a bunch of crap prep because I don't even know what's going to be shortaged, right? Like, how do you know what there's going to be shortages of before there's a shortage?
I
God
suppose
damn it, Conops! It sounds like you're opening a fucking bag of chips.
he probably is. He stopped now.
So basically, the way I see it is like, under no circumstances does it make sense for me to hoard food because if I don't need it, I don't need it. And if I need it, I'm going to get fucking raided. That's
Well,
basically how I look at it. I do have some stuff. Like one thing I did was I bought six large bottles of vodka. Well, that's something good, right, to have because like
oh, you've
it
just
never goes
confessed to
bad.
us your okay. Your
Well, it never
weakness for
goes
drink.
bad.
Yeah.
And in a bad situation, alcohol is always something that you can fence. Always. There's always a market for alcohol. So I could just fence it for something that I needed, right? Like food or something like that. If they came to it, right? Slash, there's a bit of wildlife around here. Worst case scenario, I could just go fishing. Or eventually,
Have
the
you ever
plan.
fished?
Yeah, I have. So the plan would be that if things got like really, really bad, I would have to put something. I'd try to get a crossbow, okay? And I'm going to go into the forest and stalk wild pigs.
Have you ever
I
hunted
mean,
properly?
I've never hunted because I'm not really interested. I did used to have a rather, well, I won't go into the whole details, but a gentleman caller was very interested, very passionate about guns, and he introduced me to like gun safety and gun culture and so on and so forth. So I'm not like I don't want to say I'm not interested. It's just yeah, it never came up. But I mean, I guess I kind of there. I do kind of have this like I wouldn't mind like riding on a horse with a crossbow, chasing pigs.
Have you ridden? Do you ride?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah, but like I'd have to break one in from scratch because they're like crazy. The Western horses are like crazy. Like if I was gonna ride a horse, I'd be like expecting to have a psychic connection with it, basically like a car.
Right. I mean, you've done all your riding lessons. You can gallop and without falling off and that kind of thing.
Oh,
Well,
come on,
I don't know. I don't
the
know.
horse for God's sake, not an elephant.
Well, I mean, not everybody can ride. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God, it would suck to have bad karma. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to be riding a horse chasing pigs. That's just one thing that I've
At a gallop.
contemplated as a possibility.
Well,
But
you
yeah,
can,
if things get really, really, really bad, your best asset is your ability to adapt to the situation and conform to new norms. Not I have like 80 fucking cans of corned beef, right?
well, I think people just do it because so they feel that they're smarter than their neighbour who hasn't got so many loo rolls, corned beef, or whatever. But I actually made a point not of not. I guess I already had enough anyway, and I thought when I do go out, I'd be going to the shops anyway, and when I get there, I will want to buy something. So, okay, I'll eat less or whatever, but But I'm pleased to report that that there was actually full shelves, and there was just stuff that I didn't even expect to see there, and even discounted foods at the end of the day, on the day of the sell by date. So it was very reassuring for me yesterday, anyway. And yeah,
Well, that's
I
not a
ended
good
up coming
sign.
away with a
That's not a
10
good sign,
kilo
though.
bag of
Stuff
rice.
stuff being discounted is actually a bad sign because it means that they have this like extra inventory and probably no more inventory coming in that's going bad now.
Oh
So I
no,
have to
I mean
sell
they
it.
always discount stuff at the end of the day that's expiring on the day of the eat by date. Which I imagine because of the panic buying I wouldn't even see any food on discount, and for the second time I saw them on discount, so that was reassuring, you know, yeah, so I went around, oh, I got bread this time, I got bread, and people were nice except for that woman in front of me wearing a mask, so I could tell that she was one of those sort of very fussy women, and I was just sort of they'd have this barrier thing to separate your shopping from the person in front of you, and then she said I was too close. No, she said, oh, you're supposed to keep your distance, and I thought, okay. But I wasn't really coming that near you, and anyway, you're quite close to the cashier. But anyway. I mean, you kind of know the type. I think she was probably Jewish. I have a feeling.
Oh, you're getting that Judar, Claire, is that right?
I think I've got it. I think I kind of get it these days. At first I
So can
didn't
you
because I mean it's like
understand? Can
white
you
people and
understand
Jews
now?
look the same. Pardon?
Can you understand now why they wish I was one of them?
No, I don't know what
All
you
right, I guess
mean.
you haven't quite gone that far.
I kind of thought that you might be one of them, but I mean, who knows? I mean, I think, you might win a few arguments and people will say you're Jewish, and people do keep saying that I'm Jewish. And of course,
Well, they say that because you have like the like archetypal Jewish values. That's why they say it. They don't literally mean you're an ethnic Jew.
What are the archetypal Jewish values, would you say, Jen?
Oh, geez. I mean, sounds like a query that would be later used against me, whatever I
Oh,
said, even if
Jen,
it
I mean,
was the truth.
I
So
just
go
want to know what you think. I mean, stop being so
What I want to know is
suspicious.
why you were slagging me off with
I
Gisela,
never
calling me
slag you out. I mean,
anti-Semitic, you fucking idiot.
Jen, you appeal to a certain kind of people, and
The point is that I appeal to intelligent people, and if I can't answer their questions, they're not going to trust me. And some people have questions about Jews. A lot of people have questions about other stuff too, and I'd rather focus on that. But you're obsessed with Jews, so I'm
and
tired of the
because
like.
everybody is.
I'm not though,
Yeah,
right? A
you
lot of
are.
people are.
You are without realizing it. At least I
Well, the
admit
point is
it.
that you're confusing me answering a question that nobody else could answer versus me giving a shit. Like I was the world leader in voice ID, right? Back in the day, I was the world leader. Okay, so do I give a shit about voice ID? It's like not really, but I was still the best at it because I care about the truth. So obviously, if I'm just gonna be like, I don't have to talk about this, blah, 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 because it might offend someone's sensibilities, well, like no one's gonna take me seriously. And you don't like the answers, and you want to say that that's hateful or bigoted or whatever. And it's like all that says to me is that you have no argument against what I'm saying, and you're trying to make it into some sort of like insult fest.
Not
So maybe
really.
if
I
you
wasn't
actually made
even thinking.
arguments,
I mean,
maybe if you could actually stay off of ad homs and libel and all that other stuff
it's
and
not libel.
accusations of mental illness. Maybe if you could stay off all those, I might actually give a shit about answering your questions. But this question, I just feel, is like a setup.
I just asked you. You said I had Jewish values, and I asked you what they were. I mean,
What I'm saying is that other people are calling you Jewish because they perceive you to have Jewish values. I'm not
and
saying anything about
what are
my
Jewish
response.
values? I'm just trying to,
Well, ask the people who are calling you Jewish that.
I suppose they might be calling me that because I seem to be showing some knowledge of Judaism.
Uh,
Well,
well,
okay,
I'm,
I don't really know. I'm just guessing. I don't know. But I mean, come on.
Well, there's some stuff that's just not possible to have like a middle of the road take, because middle of the road is always relative to whoever you're talking to. You know, it's like middle of the road for Germans is like not the same as like even, you know, British, I would say.
I don't know what you mean again.
Well, like one person's going to perceive something as like horrible and rude and uncivilized, that another person's going to perceive as like totally normal.
Well, it would depend on your class and background, I suppose.
Well, it ultimately depends on what your like worldview is and what you're used to hearing and seeing. You know.
Well, I'm quite tolerant.
I take a very like scientific and objective tone, and you know, you're still lying about me and calling me all sorts of names. So it's like, I'm not going to give you something that you can then turn around and use against me. Like you're already saying I'm scared to be on a fucking stream with you because I'm tired of losing arguments to you. It's like, I'm tired of winning arguments with you, basically, is more what it is. And you not acknowledging it.
I don't want to be antagonistic, and you know, I don't want you to.
Well, of course you want to be antagonistic.
I just want us to talk nicely to each other. Why can't we do that?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I
Well,
do.
that's the
I
whole
want
point.
it so much
You don't
that we can talk to each other like civilized women.
If you wanted that, you'd have it, but you were like, you refused to stop running your mouth about me, which is something that I have as like a hard limit for respecting someone. So it was made clear to you like probably 20 times minimum. I've repeated this, and you were able to do it for a while, but you're such a barbaric animal that you couldn't, like, basically you couldn't keep a lid on your own mental illness, that you just had to keep on going, projecting it on me publicly for some reason.
Does anybody in the chat know what Jen is referring to, Alex and Dr. Mengele? I mean,
I'm referring to your behavior, your blog, libeling me, your accusations about me that hurt my reputation, and your dishonest arguing strategy. You don't accept when you've been proven wrong.
You have proven me wrong on what matter?
Again, there's too many to list, but the point is you've never proven me wrong. Ever. So, you know, come at me with whatever arguments you can against my position. You don't have any. You always have to resort to ad hom. The point is that resorting to ad hom is proof that you've lost the argument.
And what is the nature of this ad hom?
I just literally said it, the list of ad homs 2 times.
Well, I bet nobody in the chat knows what you're talking about.
They don't know that I've said that you've alleged that I have mental illness already twice in the last 5 minutes.
But everybody kind of factors that in.
They probably also think that you're lying now, because they've kind of come to expect you to lie.
I don't deny that I have said things that showed that I doubted your mental health,
So
but then everybody says that about everybody else.
No, they don't. Right. So you're saying, this is what you're saying. You're saying,
okay, look
I really
at
like
Dr. Mengele. He's just
I really don't like mainstream politics, so I'm going to come out and do fringe politics, but I'm going to try to impose my mainstream political attitudes on fringe politics. And they call those people like right-wing social justice warriors, right? Like, you think that, it's stupid for the mainstream political parties to call anybody anti-Semitic that they disagree with, but then you call everybody you disagree with anti-Semitic, right? So you do the same.
I know that. Look, Jen, I know.
The point is that you are just as bad as the people you criticize. You just don't realize it, because you're using essentially the same tactics as they are. Like, whereas what's supposed to flourish here is actual arguments based on logic and facts, and you fail in those horribly.
Okay, we can define anti-Semitic if you like.
No, I don't want to define fuck all for you. The point is that the mere use of the term is trying to give yourself an unfair advantage. I mean, you're obviously
you can either
hateful
accept it or not accept it. So
I don't accept that the term can be used in any debate. I don't accept ad homs as a valid debate tactic. That's pretty simple. just no ad homs, but you couldn't even do that because
Nobody
you
can,
don't have
and
any.
I'll tell you why.
No, lots of people can. It's very easy to do. All you have to do is have actual arguments that you can
I
back
do
with
use
actual
arguments,
logic.
and sometimes it is necessary to point out why a person
No,
is
it's not.
rejecting your arguments.
No, you don't have to speculate as to the motive of people who disagree with you
Yes, you
because
must, because that sometimes it's the only
no,
explanation.
it doesn't actually matter what people think. It matters what people do. And you always have to resort to what people think because what they do so obviously contradicts your stupid LARP narrative that you have to resort to like hallucinating what people are thinking, but it's actually not really possible to understand what people are thinking.
Yeah, you can deduce from their standpoint, why they take a certain position.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. So I can give you an
No,
example.
you can't. No, you can't. You can try, but there's no guarantee you'll be right, and there's a very high probability you'll be wrong, not to mention you'll be making a statement which is essentially not possible to verify. Unless you have some way of reading people's minds to know exactly what they're thinking,
I
but you
can
don't
explain to you why I say and do these things.
I don't care about your dumb explanations. The point is that I don't.
You
no
just
matter
want
what
to keep accusing me without
no matter
actually
what the
specifying.
explanation is, no matter what the explanation is, I don't accept it. Period.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no
yeah. That's so reasonable, isn't it? Whatever you say, I'll
okay
just
to
reject
it's called having standards. It's called having a
What standards do you have? I mean, I get called all kinds of things. I don't make a big song and dance about it.
Well, that's because you're you. I'm me. I don't have to. There's no reason I have to have the same principles as you do. The point is,
What
my
principles do you think I have?
I don't care.
What
the point is that
principles do
I have
you
principles.
have?
My principles are very obvious.
What are they?
Minimize the suffering through knowledge and don't accept behavior that falls below the minimum standard, which is no ad homs, no ascribing motive, and no fueling paranoia. So it's got to be arguments of factual
These are
things.
very subjective.
No, it's not.
They're very subjective.
No, it's not. An argument is an actual idea, which you're apparently incapable of doing.
I haven't been allowed to make my argument.
Ad hom is when you start to try to undermine someone's credibility by attacking their character, and it's
and you never attack my character, Jen.
You deserve it,
sure?
though. You deserve it.
Okay,
you deserve it.
When you do it to me, I deserve it. When I point out the obvious.
Yeah, it's called retributive justice. It's called retributive justice. That's part of Dharma. So if you seek to do this to me, you deserve to get it done back to you to the point where you're destroyed. So that you caused that. Like, how many times did I tell you not to do what you were doing? And eventually I decided, okay, well, Claire's incorrigible, so now I have to neutralize her. But I mean, you're already neutralized, so you're fine. You don't have any credibility to undermine, so it's all good. It's just, obviously that me attacking you came after you attacked me. Long after. You deserved it is the point. I didn't deserve what you did to me, but you deserve what I did to you because it was in retaliation for your disgusting actions. And if you don't like what I say about you, maybe shut your goddamn fucking pie hole about me. How about that? Or actually address my arguments. Like, you literally listen to my streams and say, that didn't make any sense. You don't, if the arguments don't make sense, it should be very easy to defeat them. Like, I can defeat
if you don't even understand
arguments.
them in the first place, then how can you undermine anything?
Stupid. So you're stupid. Well, it's not that hard to understand. Like, if you don't understand what I'm saying, that means you're stupid, right?
Okay, I'm stupid.
So,
I'm stupid.
Yeah, you're stupid. So
what should we talk about next?
I'm stupid, and Jen is saying something that I don't understand. You should say that, not Jen's
I do
crazy.
say it all the time.
I don't understand what she says.
I don't understand what you say. And I do admit it. It's not like I never admit it.
See, I don't believe you, though. I think you do understand. You just don't have any way to defeat the argument, so you lie and say you don't understand, because that way you don't have to address the argument.
Which argument of yours are you claiming I have adopted that tactic on?
Well, all of them.
Well, I don't claim to not understand all your arguments, darling.
Right.
I don't claim to not understand. I think I do understand your position and why you take them.
Well, you're going to start saying it's because of something to do with hatred. I know that.
No,
but that's your own projection.
No, okay, look, I actually, okay, you could construe it another way, that these comments could be construed as anti-Semitic. I'm not even thinking of it as anything in any way out of the ordinary,
point
because
is
of the circles that
culture.
we move in. It's actually normal and expected to be anti-Semitic.
The point is that the
Hey,
culture.
hey. Not me.
The point is that the culture that I'm trying to create doesn't allow for ad homs, because if people are constantly getting criticized for what they're doing, they're going to be discouraged from doing stuff. So since I want to encourage people to develop their learning, I don't allow ad homs because it's antagonistic to the learning process. You may not agree with that principle, but it's a consistent principle that I have.
Jenny, would you agree that your views would be construed by the mainstream as being anti-Semitic?
I doubt it. I really doubt it, because I'm taking a scientific approach, right? Like, if they wanted to construe that, they'd have to somehow say I was talking about Jews to a degree that was out of proportion with everything else I talk about. I never bring up Jews. It's always other people. Like, some stuff is just factually Jewish in origin, so it's just a fact. From what I've seen,
Well,
there's actually a considerable Jewish demographic that respects people who tell the truth.
Yeah, but if you say, for example, that Christianity was invented deliberately by
Well, Conops, all religions were invented deliberately. All religions were invented deliberately, though. So,
yeah, in order to cheat sort of the white goy out of money for
I didn't say that. I said to maintain a monopoly on usury.
Yeah, but that's it's a pre-set up plan. It's basically a conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy theory to end all conspiracy theories.
Well,
It's
that as well, but
it's a
conspiracy theory. It's positively Jewish.
It's a scientific hypothesis that makes the predictions. So it's a way of helping people understand what's going on.
I don't know. It awfully sounds like Hitler, in my opinion.
I don't think Hitler ever said anything like that.
Jen, if you hate Judaism so much that you're going to reject all the Abrahamic faiths,
again, you're bringing hatred into it. You know full well that I'm not capable of hatred, so you're going to have to rephrase, because the hatred's all coming from you.
If you reject the Abrahamic faiths to the extent that you go to the idolatry of Hinduism, of a fallen civilization, to say that that is the way forward, then you're just not acknowledging how the failure of Christianity has traumatized you and your people.
Oh, geez. Well, again, you're you're assuming that I don't actually already have this religion from my past life, right?
You expect people to assume so much and accept so much of what you say, which is so out of the ordinary.
What I would like is for people to be agnostic, because that's like the big brain position, is agnostic, and then to investigate the claim and then to come to their own conclusions. That's what I would like.
But we already know that what you claim is unfalsifiable.
Of course it's falsifiable. I already explained to you how it's falsifiable. I was able to falsify your Solon claim, and I could falsify other claims, just like how I was able to find the reincarnation of, Richard Nixon, because I recognized him. Like, these things can be verified.
Sorry, what was this about Richard Nixon? I don't even get it.
He's reincarnated.
Where? Who?
He doesn't want me to say where he is, but anyway, the point is that these things
This is the first time I've heard of it.
The point is,
I haven't heard of this reincarnation of Richard Nixon.
No. This is the point. Like the Richard Nixon quote. If you're saying he can't be found anywhere, or I won't tell you, then how are we supposed to know if it's falsifiable unfalsifiable or not.
Well, you have to define. See, you don't even understand what falsifiable means. You have to define the criteria
No,
for
CD.
falsifiability, which would be for there to be some inconsistencies.
No, you need to find fucking Richard Nixon. Because
No.
if there's no possibility for us to know if he's there or not, then it's neither verifiable nor potentially falsifiable.
Well, I'm talking about me. So the point is that the statement is not unfalsifiable. The statement is, from your perspective, unable to be substantiated positively or negatively. But what I'm telling you is that you can verify claims like that. And you have to go and check to see whether the personalities are consistent. And if they are,
why do we always have to find like this sort of esoteric knowledge that only you have? Why can't you ask something or you state something that we, Claire and me, can verify or not?
Well, what would you accept as a, you can't even define what you can't define your acceptance criteria.
Give us Richard Nixon.
That's not going to prove anything about me, is it?
Well, it's going to prove something. Maybe it's going to prove something. Maybe we think,
that's the point.
You're just prophetic power.
You're just putting stuff. You're asking for a ridiculous performance here, like I'm some kind of like circus clown, and you're not even defining your acceptance criteria. You're saying, "Well, do this, and maybe one day in the future I'll believe you." It's like, no, I'm not here to do fucking tricks for you. The point is that there's no reason to doubt what I'm saying. So Claire's basically saying that I only like these ideas because I hate Catholicism. That's what Claire's saying. It's like, how does that not apply to like what Claire's doing? You're only doing what you're doing, Claire, because you hate who you are and you wish you were someone else. Like it's not really an argument against the position is the point. You're both muted. You idiots gonna unmute sometime in the next 10 years or what?
Damn. Sorry, I cut out.
It's okay. Claire's just muted. I can't hear her either, so.
Yeah, maybe Claire's getting a drink. Nowadays she's cooking while she's doing. She's multitasking, yeah?
The point is that it's like, it's asking to defend against a straw man. So it's like, why are you so hateful? It's like, well, who said I was hateful? It's ridiculous.
He's very, very leading, Yeah,
well, it's a leading question. Yeah, that's why I said to Claire to stop doing leading questions, but she's unable to ask questions that aren't leading questions because she's just like, she just loves lying so much.
Okay, but like traditional, you can disagree with the term anti-Semitism and how it's used, but traditionally it's used to point people out who think that Jews have an inordinate amount of power in the world and they're doing sinister things with it in secret, That's how we usually look at anti-Semitism. So that's Jews having control over the world, control over the entire banking system, control over or deciding if there are wars or not, or engineering huge changes like demographic changes in Europe, for example.
Okay.
So if somebody calls somebody an anti-Semite in the alt-right, I mean, it confirms to what we commonly believe as being an anti-Semite. That's also how the anti-Semites saw themselves, and they used to think it was a positive term. It was invented by a 19th century German who actually was proud of the term and he was proud of being anti-Semitic, despite having 2 Jewish wives.
So, like the Brundlefly of his day?
Oh yeah, well, or the Mike Enoch. I mean, it's omnipresent,
Well, Mike Enoch is a Jew. He's
I
on
wonder,
record.
yeah, I know. I've seen that, and I think it might be clipped.
Okay, anyway, I don't want to argue about whether Mike Enoch is a Jew. I don't really care. Anyway, the point is that the way I understand this term is that I don't want to get involved in ad hom type debates because they don't go anywhere.
Yeah,
I've been down that road before, like even with my own family, right? It's like they like to tone police, right? Like, well, you have a bad tone. It's like, go fuck yourself.
That's
you know what I mean? So it's like I have to pander to your emotional preferences to the point of changing my tone because you don't like it for reasons you can't list.
I don't care. I don't care if you're anti-Semite.
I'm talking about my family. You're not my family. It's like, fuck you. Everything you do is like pig tier. So why would I give a shit about pandering to your emotional preferences to my tone? I basically see all ad homs are in that same category. It's like, I don't want to confront you with whatever it is that I don't like or be faced with the reality that I have no grounds to confront you and should just shut my fucking disgusting mouth. But that's why when I do this internet stuff, it's just like, no ad homs, right? Like I'm just not even going to allow it to go to ad homs of any sort.
Because
it doesn't.
Aren't you tone policing then as well?
You tone police other people.
All I'm saying is there's no ad homs. That's not tone policing. That's saying here's a very clear thing. Don't do it.
It's not clear because it's too wide. Because anything that you don't like to hear is an ad hom. Anything you don't like.
False.
Conops,
I can clearly
back
define
me up here.
Clearly define an ad hom. An ad hom is something that is attacking a person's character instead of their arguments. That is not allowed.
Sometimes their character is relevant to the argument they're making.
Sometimes, but in this case,
thank you for acknowledging that.
This case,
and Jen,
in this case, no.
Jen, why don't we admit who we are? We are associated with the alt-right, even if we're a little, we're not sure if we want to be called alt-right or whatever. It's like, I'm associated.
But Claire, your definition of alt-right is anybody who's not a mainstream conservative. So, like, everybody's alt-right who's not a mainstream conservative.
Yeah,
so
I want that wide net definition.
What you're saying?
I don't want any part of that wide net definition. I don't want to be.
You're saying everybody who's not a mainstream conservative is anti-Semitic. That's what you're saying.
And two other things as well. And Conops ticks one of the boxes because he's a liberal who has a thing about Muslims. He's an Islamophobe. So it's like
there's another stupid fucking ad hom. There's another stupid fucking ad hom.
We might as well admit that we don't like certain people.
But ad homs are, the N-word. You know how like black people don't like being called the N-word? Why?
Yeah.
Because it's denigrating, right? I mean, NIG is part
of. They fetishize the whole thing.
NIG is literally part of the word denigrating, right? So to say Islamophobic is denigrating. So the point is just don't fucking use the ad homs.
So you're actually exercising censorship, and it's impossible to have any kind of debate without.
No, actually, the ad homs are censorship because you're humiliating and denigrating people.
No,
which
censorship is saying is forbidding people from saying certain things. I never forbid people from saying whatever they want. No matter
but
how
you harass them with ad homs. Harassing people with ad homs
it's too bad. I mean, I don't call people who say things I don't like about me ad hom.
Harassing people with ad homs is equal to censorship because it discourages people.
No, you're making the word impossibly wide to suit your own purposes. I can't be harassing you if I'm not directing my messages at you. So what you're saying is never mention my name again, and you have no right to do that.
You just want to insult people until they submit, and I don't accept that that's a valid strategy, so go fuck yourself, basically. Pretty simple.
I know you won't submit. I accept that. But yeah, I can speculate on the reasons why you won't submit when it's
Yeah,
so
you can do
true,
that, and the
so
consequences.
logical.
You can do that, and the consequence is exile.
That's
And you have
okay.
what?
Then I will have to bear it because I need to
No,
make
you
my
can't.
point.
You know you can't bear it. You know you can't bear it. Claire. You'll be
I have
exiled,
to-
Jenny. But let me make one point that I think is important that Jenny raised. I think also you're too easily to ad hom people. When you call me Islamophobic, for example, the word, how you use it and how it's sort of used in mainstream parlance is different. So your definition of Islamophobia is not a definition the mainstream holds. So if you call me an anti-Semite, it brings other sort of connotations and other feelings with them than you actually intend. So I think that's a problem because actually you can demonize people unfairly with this.
Well, the point is, but you kind of half agree with me saying that in mainstream opinion, what Jen is saying about Jews would be construed as anti-Semitism.
Yes, but I don't think that what I say in mainstream discourse would be called Islamophobia.
Well, I would argue that it would, but I'm just saying it doesn't matter. I know that many white people, many of them dear friends of mine, think that way. It's just
It obviously matters because you keep bringing it up. If it didn't matter,
yeah,
you wouldn't bring it up.
because I'm talking about politics and I'm talking about religion and I'm talking about changing the religion and I'm talking about the no-hide laws, which
Yeah,
you
and
all
you're
reject
saying-
because you're all anti-Semites.
You're saying, oh yeah, it's okay to use ad homs in politics. I'm saying, no, it's not. That's part of the reason why
How can
things are
you
going.
stop people? I mean,
You just don't let people talk to you unless they're willing to actually have a
then you won't
civilized.
have any kind of a discussion, and that
Yeah,
probably is
have
your
great
whole.
discussion.
Oh, whoa, Claire. What you're saying is a conversation stopper because you call people a name or you say like, oh, okay, you're like an Islamophobe or an anti-Semite anyway.
Yeah,
Without-
and some
word-
people say, okay, I do hate them. So what?
Yeah, but the problem is if you don't like, you can also use it as a conversation stopper. It's like, oh, you anti-Semite, and then the conversation stops. Or someone gets angry.
Only if you can't think of a reason, of a retort, and if I were accused of that, and I really felt hatred, I'd say, yeah, well, who are you to tell me who I can or can't hate? And then the response would be, well, your hatred and fear is irrational, and then the response would be, prove it.
Okay,
so
yeah.
it
So
needs
again,
some sort of.
that's like trying to take a superior position in a debate that there's no recourse for, right?
I don't
So
know
it's
what you
like
mean.
the point is that if you agree to the straw man, then you've already lost.
No.
If you're going to defend against accusations like that, you've already lost. Yes. So the trick is just not to
you
use the
haven't
accusations
lost.
at all. You see how we could have been talking about science this whole time, but you're too much of an idiot who wants to talk about insults all the time that you don't understand anything about you. And you can't even stop yourself from interrupting me because it's like you just look so bad. But you seem to enjoy like publicly humiliating yourself, I guess. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, well, my problem is that words like anti-Semite, Islamophobe, they function a lot like the medieval word heretic. You
Yeah,
know?
well, that is exactly what they are. Like, and she's the same as them because she's like, you're an idolater, you're an idolater. But it's like, oh, but it actually doesn't matter if you're an idolater because secular Quranism will protect you. Ha ha ha. But we're going to intimidate you.
Yeah, because you know that they're words that will trigger with a lot of people in the audience, a lot of mainstream audience, an immediate sort of aversion. They're not like rational sort of impulses. No, they trigger some kind of emotion immediately,
and that actually stops the conversation because it's like,
Yeah.
oh,
Okay, but it
bad,
doesn't stop
bad,
you,
bad person.
Conops. It doesn't stop anyone in our circles, and who cares about them? I mean, how many people are watching now? 7 people. Well, it doesn't matter then. We can say what we
Yeah,
like.
but no, but
So-
no. What I think, most of the time when you do it, and also when you call me, and when you call me like you don't never want to do anything, you don't want to marry. It's sort of when you exhausted your argumentation, It's,
Yeah, and you
Yeah,
can't
it's
prove me
something
wrong,
that's an
Conops. You can't prove me wrong. You've said these
no,
things.
it's when I'm about
You
to
can
prove
only
you
prove
wrong.
me wrong when you're
You say
married.
that
it
is
proves
so
itself
ridiculous.
wrong.
It has nothing to do with my sort of status as a married or unmarried man. If your assumptions are right or wrong, it's nothing to do. It's just an ad hom to escape because you can't argue about it anymore.
Yeah, it's obvious, Claire. Like, we don't like it, and nothing's ever going to change that because we're civilized. So either learn to have an exchange in a civilized manner, or accept that you just don't belong in civilized debate circles. Debates should at no point include an ad hom.
I'm queen of
You know what I
debate.
mean? Like,
What?
it made JF look bad to say that I was crazy, right? And I think he understands that now, which is great, because doing ad homs is it's not a winning strategy.
I think it's sometimes funny, but you have to use it
You have to use it sparingly because, like, basically the only time it makes sense to use an ad hom is when the other person is ad homing so much that you just, like, get in a dig.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what I do with Claire. It's like, yeah, I'm not always ad homing Claire. She's always ad homing me, though. So when I do get in a dig, yeah, I totally deserve whatever. She deserves whatever I dish out, basically, the way I see it.
What signs did you want to talk about, Jen?
The point is that you ask the fucking questions, I answer them if I feel like it, but you don't accept my authority. So it always comes back to a question of whether I have the authority to speak on stuff, which turns into an ad hom.
But we'll still
It always
listen
turns
to
into
you,
an ad
even though
hom.
we don't think you have the authority.
Well, obviously, I have the authority. That's why you're obsessed with me.
Well, I see you as a potential convert.
Yeah, like yet another anecdote of evidence of how improper your perceptions are.
Well, in theory, you could be. You do support.
Come on,
the
be real
theocracy.
about that. Come on, Claire. You know that's never gonna happen.
Well, the point is, Jen is promoting a theocracy, and mine is better than hers. So if she were truthful and logical and moral, she would have to concede that I have the better theocracy. But since she doesn't, even though she pretends she does.
Look, I
Well,
agree with a
again,
lot
it's
of
like
Jenny, but I
what's
don't know.
better? Well, no, it's like what's better, right? Better according to Claire, who's designed her axioms in a certain way that don't match up with mine. So it's like, yeah, obviously
Yeah, my
better.
axioms are better too.
My axioms are so powerful that I can change really smart people's minds. Yeah, it takes a bit of time.
Whose
time,
mind have you changed?
Really smart people eventually come around to my way of seeing things, which is awesome, which is
Please
exactly
tell us about this.
the best thing ever. So
Please tell us how
obviously,
it happened.
from that perspective,
Jen, you haven't told us about this. Please tell us about this time when you changed.
From that perspective, I'm better because I have better quality people who espouse my ideas. So now, is it universally better? Well, I'm not in power. I'm not in power, so obviously, you could argue because I'm not in power that I don't have a foot to stand on. But again, that would be your axioms that power legitimizes beliefs, which are again inconsistent because I asked you if I took power, would you suddenly start believing my God was most powerful? And you said no. So you're not even consistent on your own axioms. But my axioms are very simple.
You don't really believe in God anyway.
Again, it's an ad hom. So
no. There you go again. It's my view. It's my opinion. Which if you disagree with my opinion, it becomes an ad hom. You do it all the time. At least
you just said I'm. What? You said I'm an atheist. That's insulting.
Because
very
you
insulting.
No, because all you're saying is, the universe is here, the universe is God, the God is impersonal, and, well, you might as well be an atheist, and hey, you actually admit that you're nihilist, so I win.
Well, Claire, the universe has no objective meaning, does it?
Well, I'm saying it does. I am saying
so
it does.
You're saying the universe has objective meaning, so you're basically a heretic, because the universe has declared it doesn't have, because the universe has no meaning that we can discern. So now you're saying, actually, yeah, it does. So you're being heretical because you're claiming to speak for God,
No, who
basically.
are you to call me a heretic, Jen? Nobody
Because
has heard of your...
I'm an expert on this stuff. I
You're
know
not
what's heresy.
acknowledged about anything. I mean, you talk about these
It
smart
doesn't
people you
matter.
persuaded, and you can never give us a name. So you're just making stuff up while claiming to
What?
to have all kinds of authority, and you never win because you never give us a name of anyone.
That wouldn't change your opinion. You just dismiss you'd
Yeah,
say,
yeah,
well,
you
they don't
don't.
matter.
So
They're
you
anti-Semitic
say
or
this.
Islamophobic or bigoted
It
or
doesn't matter.
whatever the hell word.
Yeah, yeah. So the only way you can win the argument is to mention somebody who everybody has heard of that we'd be completely wowed by, but you never
I know, I know, I
do.
know, I know a name. I know a name. Richard Nixon.
Okay.
The point is that one person agreeing with me doesn't actually prove anything. The thing that would prove something is if somebody could actually defeat me in a debate. That would prove something. One or even 100 or a million people agreeing, that doesn't actually prove that I'm right.
Okay, Conops, who won the debate between me and Jen on deism and theism?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I think your position is very weak because you're talking about a hypothetical God, unless you can demonstrate that there is such a thing. Um, I don't know why we should accept the axioms or the
Yeah, but
or
because
even the scripture.
well, exactly, because the whole thing is so abstract anyway, in that, most people deny the existence of God, so they're not going to get very excited about whether he's impersonal or personal. So what we're left with is deciding on why it would be more useful to believe in the Abrahamic God as opposed to Jen's God. And of course, in the end,
Yeah,
the argument is
no.
utilitarian.
Yeah, but the fact, the question is also, is it true? Because the fact that it's true or not does have implications for how useful it is. You
Well,
know?
you could argue that lies have a purpose. So obviously, if I tell you a lie, I mean you to believe it, and acting on that belief, you will do whatever it is that I was hoping you would do when I told you that lie, for
Yeah,
example.
we know
Yeah,
how
but
you
also
work.
we know that lies are unsustainable. That's a problem.
Yeah, you know that, but Claire maybe doesn't.
What do you mean by unsustainable? Lies are sustainable so long as
Oh.
they are told and are believed and acted
Well, what do you
on.
think happened to Christianity? What happened to Christianity was the attack of science on the belief system. And Christianity had to roll. God had to run away until there was almost no space left. You know? And you think
I
this won't
really...
happen to Islam? You think that science won't tear that book into shreds? Come on, please.
Well,
I think
Conops,
that really
you have to.
the
No, I
angels
think
helped in the Battle of Badr. Yeah, yeah. Where
no,
he
it
flew
doesn't
around in
matter.
a winged
Look,
horse.
my original position holds true that lies have a purpose, and they have a purpose as long as somebody wants to believe in them.
We
That's
don't
what.
we don't see it, we don't see it that way because that's not our survival strategy. Because our utilitarianism, as Conop said, is always informed by truth. So lies to us are like repulsive.
It doesn't matter whether you like them or not. They are being told and they are being believed.
Yeah,
And
but
what?
there won't be no, but there won't be.
They
But that's the
won't be
problem. They won't be
forever.
believed. They won't be believed.
Well,
That's where you get it wrong.
I'm afraid there are plenty of people who want to believe in God and do believe in God, right?
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
should
but
be
that. Yeah.
restrained. They should be restrained from enslaving other people to their nonsense superstitions.
Who has
Yeah, but the problem, but Claire, here's the problem. So the concept of God and what God is and what God has done in the world, whatever, will evolve according to or like in conformity with scientific discoveries. You can't maintain anymore that there is a personal God that He cares who you sleep with, or that He cares about. I don't know that you originated in some
no,
desert
there's
region.
I don't know why you
Nobody's
bring
gonna
science
fucking buy
into
it
it.
there. Nobody's gonna buy it. And if you
But
want to
they do. They are
institution,
people are converting
not
to
no.
Islam.
Yes, because of demographics and because there is a situation at the moment that
Okay, do you want to hear the Richard Spencer thing? Did you hear it, Jen?
look,
Shall we
it's not.
listen to it
Yeah, no. But
together?
this is all a marginal group of eccentric individuals that will convert maybe for a time to Islam, but the sort of new knowledge, like even if we're talking about evolution or whatever, this will all destroy Islam. And Islam has
You're
prevented
making a
destruction.
prediction.
No, yes, I'm making it now again because it also happened to Christianity and it happened to Judaism as well, and it happened to Hinduism and it happened to Buddhism. In a sense, they had to conform their religion much more in conformity with science. And if you have a scriptural
What do you
religion,
mean by
that's much more
conformity
difficult.
with science? The
As
thing
in,
is
like,
that Buddhists still exist.
Okay, if there's something in the book that science can disprove, then the religious people will say, "Oh, it's just a metaphor." That's an example of an adaptation. And then this is what happened. This is what Conops. I mean, there was like no room for God because God had to keep getting more abstract because science kept encroaching on these God
What
claims.
do you mean God kept getting... What do you even mean?
But we both get it. She just perfectly summarized my position.
No.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
but perhaps you'll explain then, Conops, what Jen meant.
Isn't it nice, Conops, when somebody just gets you?
Yeah, it is.
I'd like to get you, Conops.
You'd like
Would
to
you
get
like to
us, yes.
paraphrase what Jen
So-
said?
Like, if there is something in scripture that says something about the nature of the universe, right, and it proves to be false, what people tend to do is either ignore or to make it more abstract or say, oh, it's a metaphor. It's not meant quite like that. Like the stars are not really 600 years, but 600 years or 6,000 years in God's time.
Yeah, or they
it's much
say it doesn't
different.
matter. It's a metaphor or an allegory or whatever.
This is
Okay.
what we mean, and this is the space for God. So that means that people have to reinterpret scripture so much that as a point it becomes so elastic that you can't say, oh, I should take these words literally, but the other words I can't take literally. It becomes a big problem. God has to hide in this way. God has to just a smaller space for himself, and the rest will be occupied by science and other forms of secular reasoning.
What a shame you didn't listen to the 10-hour stream with Ovi and that argument with that goes along the lines of Jews are evidence of God. Jen, were you
We've heard
there?
this argument.
It is
We are aware of
ridiculous.
the argument. We are aware of the argument. We do not accept the premise of the argument.
Why?
It's not true. There've been plenty of people that have been persecuted and that's still here. It's not just a Jew.
I can tell you why, because we have a certain innate understanding of what Godhead knowledge is, and it's recognizable. So it's like, wow, this person has this like amazing knowledge of physics. They have God knowledge of God, and it's recognizable and it's acceptable. Whereas like, you can't point to, again, this is why I asked you for the role model, because you can't actually point to anybody who like espouses the ideals to such an extent that they would be revered among the laity.
What? Sorry, what were you asking me for?
You're saying the proof of God existing is the Jews, and I'm saying that you need to point us to an enlightened Jew for us to believe a line like that.
Well, I would mention
Moses Mendelssohn?
Ollie Andersfield, who presented that stream, that video.
But I don't know. It's not even about an enlightened Jew. The fact that people persist, and I hate to quote OV, but I mean cockroaches persist. So the fact that some people exist doesn't mean that they're.
But I actually
doesn't mean that they have
qualify
glory
that
in
by
the
saying
knowledge.
it's
And
not enough to.
I hate to quote OV, and I hate to quote that metaphor because it's in reference to Jews, and of course I don't think that Jews are cockroaches. But the fact that things persist and people persist doesn't make their ideas themselves true, or it doesn't make the people themselves,
Okay.
the religion, a good thing.
But what is the case is that Jews are still the world's most ancient and powerful tribe.
No, they're not.
Because
No,
they
they're not.
worship the most
Claire,
powerful
again, Claire,
God conceivable.
They're not
And
powerful.
then, okay, so
Why
you
would we
disagree.
care?
So,
Why would we care?
because
It's not even relevant to us, because it's like we've already established that the Indians and the Chinese are older than the Jews. Why does that matter? Like nobody cares.
It matters because obviously all the things that are going wrong is because your religion is kaput, and to this extent you agree with me because you're hucking your entropism. So you do admit that religion is the solution.
The problem
and
is
the problem.
this is what I'm hearing. You're saying Jews are all powerful. Your
I
religion
don't say they're all
failed.
powerful. I say they
You're
are the
you're
most
saying
powerful tribe.
Jews are the most powerful and ancient tribe. You had a Jewish religion forced on you at gunpoint or knife point back in the past. Now, why don't you embrace this other Jewish religion because reasons? That's what you're saying.
Of course. And you're saying, no, mine is better. So it's still about religion, even though we have a different religion that we think is the solution. So obviously it's a religious problem. So well, we can then examine which one is better. And you have your
Have you ever
oral
heard of
tradition, and
something?
I'm saying a written tradition would be better because
Have
it
you
would
ever
bring
heard of
within the
something?
rule of law.
Yeah, no, but
Have you ever heard of something called? Have you ever heard of something called design to fail?
Of course I have.
Right. So Christianity isn't actually kaput because it's functioning exactly the way it's supposed to.
Nobody accepts this premise apart from you. Nobody does.
Triggered. The
No,
point
that
is
true.
that
I just remember that argument you had with Duvet. Nobody accepts this. This is the ultimate Jewish conspiracy.
what are you talking about?
It is the ultimate Jewish conspiracy theory that
Okay,
Jews
well,
created
why did
Christianity and
Babs-
Islam to stab the Gentile in the back and keep
Why
them
did-
under their control.
Why
Yeah, I also
why
am not a
did
big fan
Babs
of this
say?
one.
Why did Babs say that his ancestors were part of the Mughal Empire, whatever that was called?
No, he didn't say that. His ancestors weren't part of the Mughal Empire.
Well, whatever the empire was, the big one.
No, there were different Islamic empires, but it was definitely.
Okay, well,
not
what was it called?
The Persian
one in,
Empire.
Probably the Abbasids.
Well, anyway, whatever he's ancestors are from. I think he does refer to Babylon a lot. Anyway, the point is that my statement is absolutely impossible to find any evidence against it. You can't defeat my position because
you
haven't even found any evidence for it.
I found there's no evidence against it.
I still remember Duvet's argument.
And there's by the way, there's plenty of evidence against it. But why don't we start with the evidence for it?
Yeah.
So can you name any Jewish writers that actually said that this was their plan?
Okay, again, so your problem is you're doing cherry picking. I didn't even hear what he said, but
No.
I've been through this
Can you
conversation
know
so many
a
times.
single Jewish writer,
Jewish
writer in 2,000 years that
Here you go.
has made that statement?
Yeah, Marcus Eli Ravage admitted to it, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, send it.
Anyway, where was I? The point is that you're trying to defeat a statistic with an anecdote, and that doesn't work. That is itself a fallacy.
What statistic? You have
the statistic about Christianity and Islam being designed for the monopoly on usury. You're saying,
no evidence for it.
Wait, ridiculous. In both systems, in Christianity and in Islam, Jewish people had a subservient position. They couldn't own the same. They couldn't own Christian or Muslim slaves. They had to. They couldn't sometimes for courts. They would have a big problem because they would be inferior. And you think, yes, they invented this religion to fuck themselves over? Really? I mean, pagans were much more tolerant of Jews than other Abrahamists. So
no, sorry, there was no significant presence of Jews in Europe until Christianity. Sorry. The pagans were way less tolerant towards the Jews than the Christians were.
That's really not true. It's really not true.
Well, I'm sorry, but you're just wrong, Conops.
That's really...
I don't know what to say,
Okay,
like I could
take me an example. Take me an example. You can maybe take
an example of
two
what?
examples. Well, maybe. Oh, yeah, the destruction of Jerusalem. Well, the Jews actually fucked over themselves in that regard. They could always practice their religion, always freely. There was never a problem. There've been very rare cases of persecution in the pagan world. You can only the destruction of the Second Temple, and then you have in the Ptolemaic and Seleucid Empire. You
But
have
they
one
did no, but there's a
episode
difference. There's
of
a difference.
the Maccabees.
Oh no, Conops is a big difference because you're talking about institutional power versus just existing.
When you're talking about just existing, I want to know how the Jews had it worse under pagan systems than under the Christians or the Muslims.
Well, under the pagan systems, they had no access to statecraft. Under Christian systems, they had basically full access to statecraft. Obviously, it's hugely different.
Yeah, they didn't have full access to statecraft because if they did have full access to statecraft, they would make sure the laws wouldn't be so discriminatory.
They did. That's exactly what they did. There was literally a law against being rude to Jews.
No, there wasn't. Where?
Look, I'll get the stuff.
Look, if you're looking at their different legal status, would you say that the Muslim or the Jew was above the Muslim and the Christian or not?
Well, again, and it depends what you mean by above, right? So their strategy is not open rulership. So the whole "we was subjugated and shit" thing is a really good cover.
This is the problem. Then we can't find any sort of evidence for your theory because you say, "Yo, it's all secret, it's all clandestine." It's just like Richard Nixon. We don't know where he is.
Well, you can look at the time tested key bene approach, right? Who benefited. And I said this thought experiment to Claire. I don't know if you were there last time, but I said, what would happen to Jewish power if all Christians and Muslims disappeared tomorrow? Right?
I think they'll have an okay time.
Would they have more or less power?
Roughly the same, maybe.
Roughly the same power.
Yeah, I think so.
That's just fun. That's hilarious. See, I don't even know what to say to that.
I gave the wrong answer
I don't know how you...
Conops.
I don't understand. Okay, so do you guys want me to start quoting some quotes here?
Yeah.
Church laws in early Middle Ages. By the 10th century, most of you... Can you stop crunching, Conops? Most of Europe...
Stop talking with your mouth full.
Most of Europe, by the 10th century, most of Europe was under the rule of the Christian monarchs who made Christianity the official religion of their realms. In the seriously diminished Roman or Byzantine Empire, Christianity had been the state church since 380, Edict of Thessalonia. A privileged niche for Jews in the new order nonetheless remained. I'll be right back.
Privilege to what? As opposed to what? What privilege? Do you know what kind of privilege that could be?
This is literally Wikipedia, right?
Yeah, but I want a privileged position of what? For what? What privilege? What privilege are we talking about?
The church forbade Christians from charging interest to fellow Christians, therefore only source of loans were non-Christians such as Jews.
Yeah.
Wikipedia, right? Yeah,
but that's Christians creating that monopoly later on. You have to understand also, not all usury was always banned in the Christian lands for Christians to do it. So only later, this is what David told you as well. It was not uniform.
What David said is, even though the evidence matches up with what you're saying, Jen, they didn't mean it. And that's essentially what you're saying.
No. You're confusing outcomes, and then you're always with intentions. So you're saying, all right, just because something turned out this way, this is because people engineered it in this way, and the world is much more complex.
What I'm actually saying is that I don't care about what the motive is. What I'm saying is how it functions. The motive actually doesn't matter. So you're the one who's describing motive.
No. You have to see who engineered it, and I think Christians.
No, you don't need to know who engineered it, Conops, because that's just infinitely shifting goalposts of, well, what did they mean? Ooh, let me just keep reading.
No. It is really important. It is so important.
No, it's not important whether they meant to or not. What's important is the outcome, dumbass. In other parts of Western
Europe, because
shut up.
You're saying that the tail is wagging the dog, and that's the problem.
No, you are, you fucking moron. Have you ever had a conversation with a Christian? They're idiots. They couldn't even tie up their own pants most of the time. In other parts of Western Europe, Jews who wish to remain true to their faith of their fathers were protected by the church itself from compulsory conversion. There was no change in this policy even later. Charlemagne was glad to use the church for the purpose of welding together the loosely connected elements of his kingdom when he transformed part of the old Roman Empire to a new Christian one and united under the imperial crown all the German races at that time. Years after his death in 843, his empire fell apart, and the rulers of Italy, France, and Germany were more attentive to the church desires of making laws dealing with the Jews. Citiate Judaeus, which is the constitution for the Jews, was an official position of the papacy regarding Jews throughout the Middle Ages and later. The first bull was issued in about 120 by Chalcidius II, intended to protect Jews who were suffering during the First Crusade, and was reaffirmed by many popes even until the 15th century. The bill forbade, besides other things, Christians from forcing Jews to convert, or to harm them, or to take their property, or to disturb their celebrations of their festivals, or to interfere with their cemeteries, under pain of excommunication.
Yeah. You know what happened in the First Crusades? And you also know when that was. It was, I think, 1099 or something. Anyway, I mean, that's a long time when Jews didn't have that privileged position. And they were slaughtered in the First Crusades. And that's why the Pope
After more
actually
Jews
initiated.
were expelled, after more Jews were expelled from France, some remained in Provence until 1500. In 1422, Pope Martin V issued a bull reminding Christians that Christianity was derived from Judaism and warned friars not to incite against the Jews. Jews found relative security and a renewal of prosperity in present-day Poland. Their services allowed for society to function financially. Without these loans, the monastery would have been unable to survive. Christians both accepted and welcomed Jews. Again, this is just for Wikipedia.
How would they say that they wouldn't be able to survive?
Stop it.
Weird.
When violence against the Jewish people began to occur, some Christians attempted to protect them. Jews fled to the homes of Christian neighbors where they were given shelter. Protection attempts by Christians during the First Crusade. Yes, this goes on and on about that. Close bonds between Jewish and Christian neighbors led to Jewish communities thriving in Christian cities. Jews experienced economic security and prosperity in these communities. These examples are used by some historians to shine a light on a more positive relationship between the two religious groups. These historians believe that these stories of aid, neighbors, and prosperity are more notable and significant than previously recognized. In some cases, the authorities spoke against the accusations. For example, Pope Innocent III, no Christian shall do the Jews any personal injury, except in executing the judgments of a judge, or deprive them of their possessions, or change the rights and privileges they have become accustomed to have during the celebration of their festivals. No one shall disturb them by beating them with clubs or throwing stones at them. No one shall compel them to render any services except those which they have been accustomed to render, and to prevent baseness and avarice of wicked men, we blah, blah, blah. As in Slavic countries, so also under Muslim rule, the persecuted Jews often found a humane reception. This is in Spain, especially from the 8th century onward. Italian dukes in the Renaissance era accorded protections to resident Jewish communities for a range of political and economic reasons. Local authorities rigorously attempted to impose Jewish badges. Franciscan friars exerted pressures on the dukes to enforce the wearing of yellow badges by Jews, which the dukes resisted. Taxation records reveal a great quantity of Jewish contribution to the duchy's finances. Jewish communities were established there without expulsions being part of their lives. Jews of Provence received official protection. And this was because of Jewish usefulness for the royalty. This didn't preclude anti-Jewish instances which precipitated voluntary Jewish departure. Anyway. So you guys have no evidence in support of your position.
No, I think actually Wikipedia just lays it out all out for you. I mean, I don't know how that supports you. What do you think, Claire?
Christianity is a religion that serves Jews. Period. That's what I'm saying. Is that so hard to understand? So now everyone's gone quiet. How convenient. I can't hear anything. So Claire, who is always bitching that I'm afraid to debate her, is like not even on her own stream right now. And it's like, what the hell's going on here, guys? Like, you can't even run a stream without disappearing. I'm just sitting here alone now. It's very fucking annoying.
Oh, sorry. I just had to get some cigarettes. It was a bit chaotic in the shop. Sorry. Hello.
Yeah, it's fine. So
Yes.
anyway, I mean, it's like, get over it.
I don't see. I see what you're saying. Yes, there was a position that Jews had in medieval Christendom that was sort of protected sometimes, but it was definitely a subservient position. It was a position that they were constantly on their guard. They were not always protected. The reason why these papal bulls had to be put out was because people were destroying Jewish communities. You know, and in Islamic case, it's the same case. I mean, yes, Jews were the people of the book. Eh? They were supposed to be protected, just like the Christians. But often Christians and Jews were persecuted as well.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's not like it's going to work 100%, but it is going to work to some extent.
Oh yeah, sure. But I don't see the big engineer. I just see a people that is a bit more a victim of the circumstances and not really the master of it. So if they would invent Christianity or Islam, it hasn't really helped them that much. Of course, it wasn't all bad.
Well,
but it wasn't all good either.
You don't think that the fact that America is Christian has something to do with how much they're willing to do for Israel?
No, the fact that America is Christian is because Christians,
like that's
Europeans
stupid.
moved to America.
Like
right?
That's so stupid, right? Like you're really telling me you can't understand how Christians in America. Part of the reason Americans are so willing to serve Israel is because they're Christian. You don't understand that.
No, I do understand that, but they're not Christian because they had good relationship with the Jews. If you were suggesting that, no, there are good relationship between the U.S.
Christianity is Jewish, dumbass. So
no, it's not.
Jews. Yeah, unfortunately, Jesus was a rabbi. You imbecile.
Yeah, that is true. But Christianity is a universal religion, and it's not Jewish because Jewish. It used to be a sect. No, it used to be a sect of Judaism. Yeah, and it formed into something else.
So the point is that if you're calling what I'm doing Hinduism, then Christianity is Jewish. Right? You can't have the attack for me, but then when it's pointed out as a fact,
no, whoa.
It's not a fact anymore.
No, it has a legacy. It has a legacy in Judaism, and yes, the first converts were Jews, but it universalized it, so it became a very different thing. You know that things that are derived from each other are not necessarily the same thing. Like, do we have to give an analogy for that for you to understand that? So the source and the derived future are not exact same. They might share some commonalities, and of course they do.
Right. So the question is who's in charge, right?
Yes, fundamentally that's the question.
Right. Who's in charge? And that's the question you have to answer. And you know.
Who was in charge? Frankenstein or his creator? You don't know.
The thing is, you're telling me that Christianity doesn't serve any purpose for the Jews. Even though, you know, the evangelicals in the United States should prove that it does.
I don't get your point. What point are you making in respect to the American situation?
You're saying there's no evidence that Christianity serves purposes of Jewish power.
That's not necessarily what I say. Of course, their interests can coincide, and of course, some of the contemporary interests, that some of the tenets of Christianity can be, how would you say, it can be in the interest of Jewish, I don't know, of some Jewish groups, or even the majority of Jews. That can happen, yeah. But I think that is.
It happens a lot. Okay,
Yeah,
so that's
but when Judaism, Christianity is also very broad. You have Lutheranism. You ever heard
I
of?
get that.
But
I
you
get
ever
that.
heard about Martin Luther, the famous pamphlet, "The Jews and Their Lies"? And
That
he was.
doesn't. That's an anecdote. That's an
No,
anecdote.
it's not an anecdote. He's like.
Yes, it's
the
an
fucking leader.
anecdote.
No, it's not
Conops.
an anecdote.
Yes, a book is an anecdote. A book written by one person is a fucking anecdote.
Yeah, well, this is what the whole Protestantism of Lutheranism, at least, very skeptical towards Judaism.
Oh, please. Let's say that I have a filter for my water and it removes 99% of pathogens. Are you going to tell me the filter doesn't work?
I'm saying that Martin Luther is the most prominent example, but he is the most important guy, the influence of the fucking Reformation. He's not just one guy,
Okay, and what were the consequences of the Reformation?
Well, the creation of Protestantism. The 30 Years' War in Europe, the wars of religion. And when were these wars of religion again, Jenny? Was it? Which century?
The point is, what's your point?
No, my point is that no. I was just making a joke.
This is what you're saying.
No. Me and Claire were talking about historical illiteracy before.
This is what you're saying. This is what you're saying. You're saying your water filter didn't work because 1% of the pathogens got through.
No,
That's
I don't get the analogy. I can if I just look. Give me 5 seconds to Google. I can find you hundreds.
Remember
of quotes.
just now.
I can give you hundreds of quotes.
You've got to show me statistically significant examples of long-standing persecution. Okay, that's what you got to show me in order, because what we have right now is a situation where Christians and Jews teamed up and together persecuted the pagans, right?
No.
So that is saying
I'm not
that
so
there's
that
is saying at least there's some kind of symbiotic relationship between Christians and Jews. Let's just forget about who's in charge. Just say
I want to know if you can find any evidence of that either. Can you find me a few, maybe even one example of Christians and Jews working together to kill pagans?
How about
root out
all of European all of European history for the last 1800 years has been like that.
No.
You're literally still doing it right now.
No, because the Jews came out later, after people were Christianized, at least in more Western Europe.
No,
Western
because
Europe.
the original Christianizing process.
Italy, maybe there were some Jews
I'm
left.
sorry,
Some
I'm
Jews were
sorry, but that's
diasporas.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
And
How
in
do you
Spain,
think
there were Jews. Yeah, that's true. But
Shut
there
up.
were no Jews in Norway before it got Christianized.
Yeah,
or in
that's the
Sweden.
point. That's the point. Christianity and Jews come together. That's the whole point.
No. Jews came in later, after.
Oh, yeah, prove it. Yeah,
Christianity.
you do realize the original Christians were Jews, right? You idiot.
Yeah, but we're talking about 700 years later, but then they became something else.
Oh, did they? But who was in charge? You can't prove the Jews were ever not in charge of Christianity. That's the point.
No, I can prove it because they had a subservient position everywhere. And they were massacred. If they were in charge, why would you massacre yourself?
That's what they say,
Why would you massacre yourself?
First of all, you haven't established that they have a superior position, because from where I'm standing, it looks like they have the
Inferior
best
position. No,
they have. You're saying they don't have a superior position. I'm saying from what it sounds like, they had full state protection. So it seems like a pretty good position to me.
They didn't have full state protection, No, you're just giving some examples of some folks reacting.
Statistically speaking, yes, that's what happens. Statistically speaking, on the balance, more than 50% of the time, probably 95% of the time, yes, the Christians were the ones who protected the Jews.
And by the way, protected. No, wait. But that's not proving your argument. A protected people that is sometimes protected doesn't mean
they're the top dog. There are many people
Really?
who are
Because
protected.
I think it
Yeah,
does. I think it kind
black
of
people
does.
are
though.
protected. Doesn't mean we're run by blacks. Give me a break.
The point is that, well, I mean, that's again,
Are we run by
depends
blacks?
what you mean by black, right? Do you mean people from Africa?
Yeah, are we run by people from Africa?
Yes, you are, my dear. Your religion
Oh,
is
God.
African. Your rulers are African. Don't worry, India's coming to save you fucking idiots yet again. You had a little LARP in experimenting with statecraft, and look what happened. Didn't work out too well, did it? I guess our system of Varna is a little more appealing now, isn't it?
You
Now
can
that you've
get
got yourself into this fucking disaster.
People of sub-Saharan African descent are ruling Europe.
What I'm saying is that
All right.
Semite, what I'm saying is that Semite, if you look up the term Semite,
Yeah, I just explained
it means
where
from
the
Africa.
No, it refers to a language tree, my
From
dear
Africa.
teacher. No,
From Africa, right?
no,
Yes, that's
it's not
what
from
it says.
Africa. It's from the Middle East.
The point is that that's Africa.
No, it didn't originate in Africa.
Well, the point is that there's like references in the Bible to places in Africa. So how do you explain that?
Yeah, well, there are plenty of references in the Bible, but who's going to take the Bible serious?
Well, the point
any,
is that
any honest
the
intellectual is
Bible-
not going to take it serious.
The Bible, whether you take it seriously or not, was written by a people that came from a place, and they're going to reference places they recognize. i.e. places.
But what I was not talking about the Egyptians, Jennifer. I was talking about sub-Saharan Africans, and also we're not ruled by the Egyptians either.
Anyway, what's your point exactly? The point is that Christianity came out of Semitic people, okay? And it was what
Yeah.
was used largely to enslave you to them psychically. Period. And I'm sorry that this happened.
No,
and
no,
it's
they're
sad.
not enslaved. It's just a religion
Yes, you
that
are
sprung from
enslaved.
another religion, which is just like Christianity is not controlling Mormonism either. Is Christianity controlling Mormonism?
What are you talking about? There is no such thing as institutional Christianity.
Is Catholicism Mormonism? Because eventually, I mean, it's a branch, you know. It's a branch that
Right.
branched it out. Is Catholicism controlling Mormonism? Because I mean, one has the origin in the other.
What I'm saying is that all of these different sects, Jews run them, Islam and Christianity, yeah, and some sects of non-Abrahamic religions too.
Yeah, I don't know. you didn't give any good argument. The only argument that could be persuasive to suit people who haven't really thought about it is
Well,
the
think of it like this. Think of it like this, Conops. All the institutional Christian organizations in the States are pro-immigration. Why do you think that is?
Well, because especially the leaderships are much more liberal than.
Okay, liberal, right. So just some random word, they're liberal, and then that explains it somehow. It's like, no, there's obviously collusion going on between people who want to bring in a bunch of immigrants and people who want to promote the Christian religion. Because it's the same people in charge, right? It's obvious.
Elites tend to be more pro-migration nowadays.
Okay.
That wasn't the case. That wasn't the case 60 years ago.
Well, I actually disagree with you that there's been like immigration fronts going on for a long time in the world, because basically when, merchants are in charge, they just want to make as much money as possible. So moving people around is a way to make a lot of money because you can get money out of them as you're moving them around, right? Like immigration lawyers and so forth. So it's basically a grift. That's the main, I think, motivation for it. So, you're saying that it wasn't true 60 years ago. Well, I mean, maybe not in the States, but there's been immigration into Europe since World War II, I believe.
Yeah, well, how long was World War II ago?
A
Roughly
long time. Right?
70 years, right? 1945.
A long time.
May 1945 is when it ended. So
who won World War II?
the Allies.
So who won World War II? What groups?
Well,
So you have to look at who benefited, right?
Well,
Who's benefited? Who's
you
benefited
think
the most?
The Jews benefited from the Second World War? At 80% of their population being genocided.
Well, tell me who benefited from most from World War II.
America.
America did.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, because
I would agree with you actually.
And the Soviet Union, by the way.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, and China indirectly because the U.S. turned around and started funding China for manufacturing, right?
Well, China was still in a civil war at the time.
Well, China's gotten more powerful since World War II.
Well, China got more powerful.
That's the point is that you have to look at who benefited.
Okay.
I'm not saying
Fair game. They were in the Security Council, but that only applied to the other part of China, which was Taiwan.
Anyway, the thing is that it's actually kind of confusing what happened because there was so much destruction and everything, and so much persecution going on, right? Like all the starvation and stuff of European people. So it's hard to know exactly what happened, but you can sort of infer what happened by who benefited. So whoever's better now than they were then.
But if we're talking about the Jews, the Jews lost big time. They had 80% of their population, or almost 80%, wiped out, right? Many moved also to the United States, so they were no longer in their homelands. They went to Israel because they couldn't find any other place. It was not a good thing for them. The Second World War, if you're talking about winners and losers, the Jews lost.
Yeah, can we see some numbers about how many there were before and after the war?
Yeah, it's roughly 6 million less.
Out of how many?
I thought it was about 15 million. It was about 9. I think about 9 million. 9 million altogether. I can look up the data if you like. Jews, and I know in the Netherlands, from my country specifically, it was 160,000 before the Nazis, and there were only about 40,000 left after. And that's sort of a general rule. In some countries, it was almost the same. Some countries, like France, it was a lot less because they only had 50% of their Jews being transported to the camps. But that's a significant decline in population. So that also has to be commensurate, a significant amount of less power.
So you're saying they had 60 million and they lost 6 million?
No. I think there were about 9 million altogether.
Altogether, there were 9 million Jews.
No, in Europe, I think.
I'm talking about worldwide population loss. So how many were there before and after?
Worldwide population, I think there were 15 million Jews before the...
Okay, so 6 out of 50 million died. Okay.
Yeah, it's about 9 million left.
Okay, I'm not going to go into those numbers. I'm not an expert on this. Let's just give you the benefit of the doubt for the sake of argument. So you're saying 6 out of how many? 50?
Yeah, so about 1/3 disappeared.
Well, 6 out of 50 is not 1/3.
No, I say 6 million out of 19. Sorry, 9 million. 9 million.
6 million out of 9 million worldwide. We're talking about
sorry. 6 out of 15. So there were about 9 million left.
And how many are there now?
I think there are about 15 million again. Maybe more. So they got their numbers a bit back, but proportionally to the population, they have less power, because of course the populations have grown.
Well, I'm looking at worldwide populations here, right? Right. The worldwide population.
Okay, well, but worldwide population, yeah, I'm saying I think they're approximately 15 million, but maybe they're more now. Jews, because I know there's about 7 million in Israel. A lot of them are in the United States. Don't know how many they are. Or no, they're about 5 million in Israel because, of course, they have 20% Arabs. Jewish population. I can look this up. Usually, I'm pretty correct about these stats because I have to argue with OV as well. You know.
It says 14.6 to 17.8.
Yeah. So, well, I was roughly right, wasn't I?
Sure, sounds good.
So
That
yeah,
doesn't
so-
prove anything, actually.
No, it does prove something because I mean the rest of the population has grown. So as a proportion of the population, because the size of the world, or how we say, the world has grown. So there are more people in the world now than there were 70 years ago. So that means as a proportion of the population, they have less influence because they have also less demographic power.
So, yeah. The German population pre-World War II was 80 million.
Yeah, it's now 80 million as well.
And it's back to 80 million. So the Jewish population before it appears both populations have recovered what they lost in the World War. So again, it doesn't
Yeah,
count.
but look at the United States. What was the population of the United States in 19?
The point is that you're pointing to a lot of deaths as evidence that they didn't profit from it. But now you have to look at the modern day, and you have to ask yourself, how did that happen?
Yeah, well,
but you're not like.
No,
you're not. I don't even think we're agreeing on what we're looking.
Okay, now, well, what would the population have been if they wouldn't have been genocided? It would have been roughly 30 million, probably.
I have no idea. It's actually really hard to know stuff like that.
Yeah, but you can make some calculations based on what we have now. So you see that there has been some Jewish population growth, and if you take the numbers and you multiply that by the people who died, then
you can say the same about Germans. What's your point? What's your point? You can say the same about Germans. What's your point?
My point is that Jews, as a proportion of the world's population, have declined, and a major debit to that decline has been the Second World War.
Okay.
So I don't see Jews having much more power than they used to have.
What about the whole getting Israel thing?
Well, that is basically a pity ploy. Like I think it would pity. Yeah, pity.
When have these fucking savages ever shown pity to anyone?
Well, who? Which savages?
The fucking Anglo fucktards that destroyed my country.
Okay. I will tell you.
They didn't show us much pity back in the day, from what I recall. They used to show us quite a bit of contempt and disdain. Why all this pity now magically for the Jews, I wonder. It's a mystery. It's such a big mystery.
No, it's not a mystery.
Jesus that they worship. I wonder if it has something to do with that.
And actually, Israel unilaterally called itself a state. They were recognized, but they did it without the consent of the British. And the Arabs invaded the next day. So I don't know. I don't see Jews as being very powerful. I mean,
so they started a country without the consent of the most powerful empire in the world, allegedly at the time, and you don't see how that makes them powerful? That's weird.
Yeah, well, they weren't given much help, by the way, either. It was a very close war in 1948. So yeah, they called themselves unilaterally a country, and the UN, and the only reason why they were recognized, I think, it was because of what they had to suffer through in the Second World War. People felt sorry for them, the poor Jews. So that's a pity thing.
So then begs the question, why do they feel sorry for the Jews when they were so willing to just rip through all the other countries and totally destroy all the people there? Why do Jews have special privileges?
Well, they also felt sorry for India. India got their independence in 1947.
They were kicked out because people stopped complying. Guess whose idea that was?
Gandhi. Gandhi and Nehru.
Oh, yeah, right. Gandhi, right.
Yeah, and Muhammad Ali Jinnah as well. the creator of Pakistan.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised that you think that with the version of history you've been fed.
Look, they want independence. They got independence. Every country.
The point is, they
many
weren't
got
given it.
Indonesia got independence in
The
1948
point
as well.
is, you rat fuck, they weren't given independence because they felt sorry for them. They were fucking booted out because the Indians said, "Get the fuck out!"
No.
of the country
They were
now."
not booted out.
Imbecilic
They could have
apes.
stayed. They could have stayed there if they wanted to, but they didn't want to anyway.
Oh yeah, I
could've-
could have stayed, but like I just wanted to leave. Yeah, right.
No,
You
yeah.
got fucking
Well,
booted.
look. In what was it? Which African country? Was it Namibia? Or no, Angola until 1975, because Portugal had a dictatorship at the time who just didn't want to give it up. Look, Britain lost all its colony around the same time, and they felt sorry
point is
for
they got
all these
booted.
other people. No, they
The
didn't
point
get
is,
booted.
they got booted,
They didn't get booted.
and they still continue to suck off India's tit to the modern day. So you can't say it's the same as what happened with Israel. The fact is, why did people care so much about the plight of the Jews?
Because of the Holocaust.
Couldn't be Christianity.
Well, there are some sects in Christianity that are very favorably disposed towards the Jews. The American evangelicals, people who are of the Puritan variety, especially people who are sort of Calvinists, like Orthodox Calvinists. They believe in theories that have to do with the end of times.
Okay, then show me their opposition to Jewish power.
No, they're not opposed to Jewish power. Or Jewish
Well,
power. They're not opposed to Jewish aims in many respects.
Well, duh, idiot.
Yeah, but that's not all Christianity. There are different strains of
That
Christianity.
is. That is.
Lutheranism is not as accommodating in many respects.
Okay, prove it.
Well, I can prove it.
Don't
Do
fucking
I have
stupid
to?
book. I'm talking about something in the modern day. You point to me something in the modern day to prove your assertion.
No, because you're talking about invention, so you're going way further back than I am.
What I'm saying is,
the
give
fact
me
that
an
also the
example
fact
of
that
modern day.
now Christians or Europeans are more well disposed to Jews than back in the day, is not evidence that this was invented.
Yeah, it
in
is.
order
That's what evidence.
to
That's what evidence
to make
is,
the,
Conops.
make the goy subservient. No, because you have to explain the whole time in between. What happened then? What was this part of the plan as well?
Again, you're
Was
back
the
to
Holocaust part of the plan? Were
back
all
to
these
your
pogroms
fallacy.
in the Middle East? Was the first
You're back
Crusades,
to the
was the
fallacy
first
of
Crusades a plan of the Jews as well? Come on, give
So
me a break.
You're back to the fallacy of saying that because my water filter only removed 99% of pathogens, that it doesn't work. You understand? These anecdotes you provide don't change the general trend. So that's why you can't point to me.
The general trend was
You cannot.
No. The general trend
cannot,
is yes, some cooperation.
Point to any
Yes, some
example.
cooperation, but there were also a lot of massacres. So
So the point is,
and in
that
other parts of
those
the
are
world,
anecdotes.
I would say in India, for example, where you always love to talk about, Jews
Those
didn't have
are
it so bad.
anecdotes.
Jews didn't have it so bad in India. Jews didn't have it so bad on their polytheism.
So you're saying that Christianity is bad for Jews? Is that right?
No, not necessarily. It was bad for Jews in a specific time period. Yeah.
But how bad was it for pagans?
Well, it was worse for pagans.
Right. So that's the point. So let's look
Pagans
up
had it much worse.
How about that? Lutheranism, Jewish relations, a model of mutual respect. 2.5 decades have passed since the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America formally adopted a remarkable declaration to the Jewish community, both acknowledging and spurning the 16th century anti-Judaic diatribes of theologian Martin Luther
Yeah.
and from Nazi violence during the Holocaust. Yeah, so there you go. I mean,
there you go. Okay, the fact that people have changed their minds about it. Do you think that Jews are all foreseeing? Like, do you think?
No.
This is what I thought. This
You
argument.
You think they are.
Do
You think they are. you're like, well, how come bad stuff happened if they had this like defense mechanism? It's like it's not.
No, you're talking about a psyop. You're talking about control. You're talking about the fact
That
that
dumbass religion
they-
is about controlling what people think, you idiot.
no, they invented Christianity, and they went to all this trouble just to have a bit more money, just to be in the corporate board of
not a bit
Lehman
more
Brothers in 2020.
It's not a bit more money.
Come on, give me a break.
It's a lot more. It's a lot more money. It's a lot more money. And when you have a lot of money, you can pay people to do stuff for you. Duh. Why wouldn't you want that?
Yeah, but would you like kill your uncle, your mom, all your a lot of your descendants just to get into Lehman Brothers in 2020? I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Can't you understand what I'm saying?
You're saying you can't imagine how Jews would have allowed Jews to die.
If they prepared this in advance, right, and they know it's going to be shit. So the Christianity has in itself, also because you have this famous passage in
It's not
from
Christianity.
John,
it has
from
in it.
John,
No.
that the Jews are responsible for the killing of Christ. That's what St. John's Gospel says. You know,
Right.
So they would
Right.
invent. They
Well,
would
that actually
invent that.
makes sense.
Go to all this trouble, all this
This-
all
no,
these
here,
massacres,
listen,
all these
listen,
crusades,
I can explain
the
that.
Holocaust, just
Just
to get
stop.
a
Just
bit.
stop for a second. You're
like-
fucking foaming at the mouth. Listen to me. The Christ dying by Jews. That's okay. So what's Christ? Christ is the supreme idol of Christianity. Christ is the ideal man. So what they're saying is that the best you can aspire to is to be killed by Jews. That's your duty, is to be like Jesus and let yourself be killed by Jews. That's intentional.
To let
I mean-
yourself be killed by Jews.
Well, look, the modern Christians are willing to die for Israel, right?
Yeah, but you don't understand why, because it has a fulfillment.
Yeah, I do. I just fucking told you why.
And why is that, Jenny?
Because fucking Jesus idol.
Yeah.
If you are always looking up to somebody, okay.
No.
If you idolize somebody, you're eventually going to start acting like them. That's why in
No.
Hinduism people spend so much time contemplating the personality of Krishna, because they want to be more like Krishna, because he's the supreme personality of a man, right?
Yeah, no, but
And-
that's not the case for Christianity in the same
Well,
respect.
it's the case for every religion. I mean,
No.
it's look at the Mohammedan religion, the
Yeah,
behavior.
Muhammad is different.
Because
No.
people are emulating the personality of Muhammad, and the Christian behavior is because Christians are emulating the personality of Christ.
The reason why Christians are happy with the fact that Jews have Jerusalem is because it says something in one of the texts of the Bibles, Revelation, that will be the place where the end times is going to happen. So it has sort of millenarian, very cynical way of how Christians are using Jews.
Christians are using
in this
Jews,
way.
is that right? But Christians only believe in Christianity because of Jews, right? So you got it backwards.
No, well, not because of contemporary Jews, only because it used to be an offshoot. But also, Mormons don't believe in Mormonism because Christians force them to this day. No, Mormons believe in Christianity because it's a outgrowth of it, and it has become something very different.
Statistically speaking, Christian converts were all forced converts.
But look, no, that's not true.
Yes, statistically speaking, the majority were forced conversions. Yes,
I disagree.
right, because you're historically illiterate. But
No,
this is
you have to look at Africa. How Africa was.
bribed into converting by.
not bribed, but they're.
Well, yeah, of course it's a bribe. They used to do the same thing in India. They would bribe people to convert to Islam because
They wouldn't
obviously-
bribe people. Well, bribing people to convert to Islam is something different than to convert to Christianity, because Islam had a
it's
specific.
pretty much-
No, because Islam had a specific law on the book, which meant you had
God.
to pay. No, it's called it's called the dhimmi status.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm aware. I'm aware of the grift. Okay? The point is, you're adding evidence to my position. That's what I'm saying. It's a grift religion that's just about extorting money.
well, Islam is much more so than Christianity.
Well,
In
Christianity
no,
is
in
that way.
Christianity, no, in
Christianity
Christianity, you
is
have to
that
pay.
way. That's why you're
No,
so
no.
fucking rich, asshole. Why do you think your countries are so fucking rich, asshole? Because you're so much
because
better.
we're a very a very productive society.
Bullshit.
We're
No.
very
It's because you
modernized.
hire.
We have all
No.
these great ideas.
No, you fucking
all
piece
these
of shit.
great
Because your currency
inventions.
has higher buying power.
No,
That's
no,
why.
no. This is just how you try to explain. You're
You
trying to
don't think the
explain
Chinese?
away.
You don't think the Chinese have better work ethic than you? They're fucking sitting in these.
They used to not.
work
They
camps
no. They used
for
to not
fucking
have that.
18 hours a
Yeah.
day.
Well,
You're
the
gonna
Chi-
tell
the
me you have better
Chinese, the
work ethic than the
Chinese.
Chinese?
No, the
That's
Chinese
ridiculous.
in 1912 were on their feet. Their empire was destroyed. They they could produce barely nothing. They had almost no inventions. They stayed traditional. So that society got how would you say got torn apart by internal civil war.
The point is that the reason you're so rich is because you have higher buying power with your currency. That's why.
No,
And
that's
maybe
that's a consequence of being rich. It's not.
Oh,
It's not the reason why we're rich.
no, that's a consequence. It's basically a bribe for what you did in World War II. That's why the
we
U.S.
were
got
rich
so
before.
rich.
No,
It's
we're
like
rich
It's
before.
a bribe.
No,
Yeah, you got
the late,
rich.
No, in
You
the
got
late
rich through
19th
Christianity,
century.
dumb
No.
fuck. You got rich through Christianity, dumb fuck.
No,
That's
no,
the whole
no,
point.
no, no, no. We didn't get rich for Christianity. There were lots of
Yeah,
periods,
you did,
especially the
you dumb
middle
fuck.
age. No, in the Middle
You
Ages.
got rich because you guys were fucking going around the world spreading your
No.
horse shit, and that's
No,
how
no,
you
no,
got
no,
rich
no,
because
no,
you came
no,
in
no.
and colonized other countries.
Yeah, but you have to ask yourself to what degree did the fact that Europe had colonies actually contribute to
Oh,
the
please.
scientific revolution that we got? Maybe
Give
with
me
the
a fucking break.
it's a really good question. Most
You
of the
really think
investment.
that was a scientific revolution? You really think that?
Yes, I think it was Galilei Galilei, Isaac Newton.
The point is that
Laplace.
all that stuff was already known before. Shut up. Christianity imposed a dark age on knowledge, which eventually resurfaced because Europeans are into that kind of stuff, right? So it's not a perfect filter, but what it does is essentially Christianity diverts the normal European religious impulse towards stuff like warfare and science. So it makes total sense that they would have had advances in science, but now you're saying like that's somehow unique. It's like, no, more advanced science.
No, it's not unique. It's not unique, but we were better
Europe
than
was even
other
a thing.
people, especially in the application.
The point is, it's not that impressive. It doesn't justify the amount of wealth you have. You have that wealth because of usury, because your currency has a higher purchasing power. Yes.
No.
Well, look
we
at
were
the
more
average
inventive.
salaries in other countries.
Yeah, but why is that the case? Now it's the same for Asians because they copied what we did. That's why Japan is rich as well.
Japan copied you, even though they're an older civilization?
Yeah, they copied many elements of the West. You have the Meiji Restoration, I think that's 1863, where they copy Western forms, even Western appearance, Western technological developments, also Western military strategies and stuff like that. So they adopt many Western inventions, and after that, they actually managed to defeat the Russians in 1904. So I mean, it's like these countries that modernized and took over many healthy elements from the West. They actually became very advanced civilizations. The countries that did not, unfortunately, were left in abject poverty, like India.
The point is that it was your imperialism that impoverished these other nations, and then the currency trading values guaranteed that these poorer countries that had been pillaged during your stupid LARPs of Christian imperialism would never recover.
No. Was Nepal ever colonized?
What the hell are you talking about?
Nepal, was it ever colonized?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, no, because they're fucking poor, and they weren't colonized.
Right.
And Hong Kong was colonized, and Singapore as well. And look at how wealthy, rich, and prosperous and technologically advanced these countries are.
And and they are destroying the environment, and now there's this big worldwide virus from research that should probably never have been happening, and
It's
or
not research, fucking mutations because of bats, you know.
well, we don't really know, but whatever it is, whatever it is, the origin could have been avoided and wasn't avoided. And the point is that it's possible to funnel money into groups to make them seem like they're powerful, but if they're powerful without the money funneling into them, that's the only real way to know. So like there's all this money propping up, or was all this money propping up the European empire, but now that the money's drying up, you guys are falling apart. And it's the same with the US. It's going to be worse in the US, right? Like way worse.
I don't think
Because we have so many problems and so little knowledge. But yeah, they're eventually going to collapse as well. So it's like, oh yeah, we're rich for now, but it's like you do realize like what's happened to other countries when their currencies became hyperinflated, right? Like it didn't matter how good their work ethic was, they were still poor.
Well, you have a lot of factors. There's a lot of
And you're
structure
saying,
that's
oh,
involved.
the
You can have a
currency
great
buying
work
power.
ethic, but that doesn't.
You're saying the currency buying power is somehow connected to the work ethic, and I would say that
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is.
Well, the point is
But
that
it's not the only factor.
It should be, but it's in practically speaking in the modern day, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. I mean,
no,
if it
I
did
think it
work
is.
that way-
It
well,
is-
you think it is
It
because
works there for
you're benefiting from it. So obviously you're gonna wish it was meritocratic because you're benefiting from it, but it's just not.
I'm not saying it's purely meritocratic. I'm saying there is a very strong element of that present.
I would say I disagree with you because India has been fucked over every which way, and they're still climbing, and they're set to be the second economy only to China, which wouldn't be a thing unless it was propped up by U.S. interests.
Yeah, but China is more.
And
efficient
India
than
has
India.
a very bad currency value, but because the people are just so high quality, they can like pull themselves out of it. And succeed in
like,
spite of it.
I like India just as much as you do.
The
but
point
I've
is
been,
that show me,
I've been there. I've been there, and
there
it's
are okay.
you just go
If
and
you-
go to Delhi, and you
If
go
you
to
stop the
Mumbai.
usury thing, if you stop the usury thing and actually prove yourselves as a nation, maybe I'll change my mind. But from what I can tell, you're just sucking at the tit of what was pillaged out of India all that time ago. You're no different to the Anglo scum that was booted out of India in my last life.
Okay. What do you think, Claire? Did you pay any attention, or is it you're still gone? She's still gone. What the fuck?
I'm here.
Oh, but
I'm here now.
Did you pay any attention to us, or?
Well, I thought it was a very tedious discussion, and it's all back to Europeans raped India, my people. You deserve all you're gonna get.
But
Yeah, people complaining about bad stuff that happened in the past endlessly is kind of annoying, isn't it, Claire? It's really fucking annoying, especially when it's not even
I think
true.
you're very, very similar, both of you, in the way that you argue. So, for example, Claire always says like, "Oh, the Muslim countries would be great if it weren't for those darn Westerners and neocons." And you're saying, "Oh, India would be great if it weren't for the fucking Mughals."
No, I don't even say that. It's only when you say, Muslim countries are shit, and I say
India was great. I'm saying India was great. India is great and could be a fuckload better if it wasn't being sucked off by foreign parasites. And I'm not convinced that your people are all that great, Conops.
My people, the white ones.
The one, oh well, that's assuming you're European, right?
Yeah, I am. Look at that face, that little Anne Frank face. Doesn't that look goyish?
Anyway,
my bigger point is what you're trying to do is you're explaining away.
I'm trying to help.
Lack of growth, lack of technological advancement just by outside forces, and I think you should see it the other way around. It was because India was weak. It was because the Middle East was weak that it was actually invaded. It was because they didn't go along with technological development and intellectual developments in the West that they lost.
What I'm saying is that your technological and scientific and all those other developments wouldn't be possible without finance and imperialism, because imperialism is how you financed a lot of this stuff. So you're saying, well, we were so great, we were in charge. No, it's like everybody was made worse through your imperialism. not just India, but a lot everywhere where you guys did imperialism was made worse in the long run.
I'm not so sure, and that's why I gave the Nepal example.
You want to point to anecdotes like Nepal and Japan, but like, what could Japan have been if there hadn't been meddling in Japan? Japan would probably be a lot better. If it hadn't
No,
been
I don't think so. I think
Japan has a
would be
noble,
very.
Japan has a noble history. They used to have an institutional warrior class called the samurai. They were very noble and distinguished people, and a lot of other groups have had respect for the Japanese for this reason since antiquity. Look at them today. To my eyes, they're not doing so well because I know what they could be. Yeah, they're doing better than other people, but again, that's down to culture and genetics, right? They can survive this like torrent of shit better than other groups that are just basically swallowed up by it.
No, you have to understand. I mean, this is also saying that, oh yeah, Africa would be great if it weren't for the Europeans. It just
I didn't say that. Listen to
Well,
me. What I said is that
it's
they
the
would be
same
better
argument,
off.
you know?
They would be better off. They would be living a life that for you probably wouldn't want to live that life, but for them it works. They would be better off without foreign meddling. That's clear.
Well, you could argue maybe there has been some negative effects by
What I'm
the
saying
European
is that
intervention,
on
but
the-
I actually don't know.
On the
because-
balance, it's negative because
but
you have caused
who built
a
the
surge.
railroads? You know,
You have caused roads. Okay,
roads,
well,
train. I've been
Yeah,
all the
roads.
trains I went all
You know
the way
what?
from
You know what
from
roads do?
from fucking
They make
Delhi
this-
on the way to
You know what?
Kerala
You know what
back
roads
to
do?
Madurai was all
Make it
built by the fucking
easier.
British.
They make it easier to spread disease, don't they?
Are you gonna be
And
a
what's
Luddite
happening right
now?
now?
Yeah, are you gonna be a
I never
Luddite?
said anything about that. What I said is that you're pointing to some bullshit that the only reason those fucking railways were built was so that they could steal things more efficiently from India when they were fucking pillaging it. And you're saying you should be thankful that we built this railroad to rob you with. Fuck you. Okay, I get it. You put in some infrastructure, and now you want to say that that justifies all this the theft.
I'm not saying morally, but I'm just looking
The
at
point is that I get
economies
it.
in
I
comparison.
get it. It wasn't 100% bad, but the fact is, on the balance, it was more bad than good for all these places that were colonized.
I don't know. I think it's an arguable point. I'm agnostic about
Yeah,
it.
you want to take a position that you know better and you're superior because this is what the Christian mindset does to people. It just makes them assume that they're bright. Look at Jay Walker. He's the perfect example of that. Jay Walker,
I like Jay Walker.
so sure. He's so certain that he's right and that he's got the moral high ground. Why? Because this is what Christianity makes people think. This is how Christianity forms beliefs.
I don't know. I
It's
think
not
he's
even
quite a
Christian.
nuanced guy.
He's just sort of, carrying on the legacy of being white and imperial and, thinking anyone with a brown skin
That's
is shit.
Claire, that's a Christian legacy.
Well, it's a white
white
person
imperialism.
thing, isn't it? I
The
suppose
European imperialism thing didn't start until Christianity, when certain people started funding it for their own enrichment. Ahem.
Well, clearly Christianity allowed the white man to organise himself in a technologically superior way that enabled
Well, I would
the
say
colonisation
military-
of the world. So,
No,
and
military.
you're
I
complaining
wouldn't say
about it,
technologically.
but I mean,
I would say militarily, not technologically, because technology is complicated. Whether technology is good or bad, I'm sure whoever, if someone designed the coronavirus, I don't know if they did, but if they did, it's not
Well-
always good to have good tech. What I'm saying is that it's hard to say what exactly good technology is, isn't it?
Okay, what I'm
but
saying
you're
really-
evaluating this in a moral way. You have to also evaluate this in terms of power. If you don't have any technology, you will get crushed. The British Empire crushed people because they were more primitive than the British. They had the fucking machine guns, and then they were driving on a fucking camel with, I don't know,
Yeah.
bow and arrow
Yeah.
or like primitive
Go teach
shotguns.
the
You lose.
Go teach the savages about Christ. Go do it. Go do it. Go bring me back some money.
I don't want to teach anybody about Christ. I'm not a Christian.
That's why that was their pretense for colonialism. You gotta understand.
Oh
that.
yeah. Okay. Oh, it had a lot to do with it. Yeah, sure. But also, especially initially, it had a lot to do with stealing and thieving. But you have to
It's
understand
all a
that
pretext for that. It's a Christianity, just like Islam, man. It's all a pretext for stealing from people.
I don't think it's that deliberate. So
Well,
I
I think Europeans by and large, they thought they were doing the right thing. but they weren't. So it just needs to be accepted.
No, I can go along with that. Yeah, I actually think it was regrettable that we colonized these kind of
I
people.
think most people would feel that way, and that's where the propaganda comes in and why it's so harmful, because people are being led astray in their beliefs. They're doing things that they wouldn't do if they actually knew what the truth was, right?
Well,
That's why this,
the only person here that is in favor of empire is Claire. Right?
well, I mean, it depends what you mean by empire.
Well, I mean, no, like an imperial empire that's
Conquering.
that's conquering and enslaving and raping its way to victory. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what we're opposed to.
You know what I'm all about? Conquering of the ego. Because once you can conquer your ego, the rest of the world is actually much easier by comparison. Because conquering is something that has to happen in the mind. Because the mind dictates what the body does, right? So that's the only conquering that actually matters. But actually, I don't want to force people to believe what I believe, because I would rather they make the decision voluntarily, frankly, because I'm not all about forcing that. I guess because I just wouldn't want it done to me. Even if it was right, I wouldn't want it done. I'd want to come to my own conclusions, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither. I don't. I like the golden rule. Actually,
the thing is, I know that you guys perform better when you have less oversight. You have to have some oversight, but you perform better when you have, you're more individualist than the Indians, right? So you're actually, if I was going to take a Claire type approach, that would actually fail. Even if I was right, because it's going against your general preferences of quote unquote individualism. Which
I
really,
might agree with that. Yeah.
It's not true individualism. It's just a greater degree of literally it's because Europe relative to India had a lower population density. So people were able to literally spread out more. So they became comfortable with more solitary lives. So it's I get it. I totally get it. So I'm cool with the whole, people disagreeing with me thing. I actually think it makes things kind of better. Because if everyone agreed, and if the only way they had to disagree was something that would be like a Claire conversation, it just wouldn't be any fun.
Are you going to stop censoring people in the chat now?
I'm not going to allow filth in the chat because that censors other people that I actually want to hear from.
Neither Conops nor I post filth, as you call it.
Claire, you always post filth.
What do you mean? I mean, you make it sound so salacious.
What if Jen was the sort of the arbiter of the communist party's how would you say, arbitrary commission?
Well, first of all, I would never be a communist.
The Central Commission. So if she could kick you out and you have to redress,
I'd be dead.
You'd be dead.
This is my point.
Claire, that's projection. Actually, Claire, I do kind of have a plan. What? I do actually kind of want to put you in charge of the UK. Because I want you to beg for mercy and say I can't do it, and I just really want to see the look on your face.
I would kill myself if Claire would be in charge of the UK.
No, you come to me and ask for a job, Conops. You know what you do.
Putting Claire.
What job would you like, Conops? What job would you like, Conops? What job would you like, Jen?
Relocating all the European immigrants to the UK and putting Claire in charge with secular Quranism would actually be appropriate restitution for what the Anglos have done.
You know I like white people.
Oh, exactly, and you could be in charge of the UK. And
no, you don't, Claire. No, you don't.
I do.
No, you resent them.
Right.
Some way.
I actually like.
But now you get a chance. You get a chance to prove it, Claire. So, Claire, you get a chance to prove it.
Okay.
If you liked us, you would chill for some kind of European system, not
Nonsense. I really want
Conops,
to help
let me just say something here, Conops. You're not really presenting much in terms of an actual statecraft. So I can understand why Claire takes the position that she does. She's wrong ultimately, but you need to actually say, this is how I want things to be, and not with such fluffy, nonsensical terms as liberal, blah, blah, blah. You got to actually say, this is the way I want it to look. These are the laws that I want, and this is going to be best for people for these reasons. Okay.
I thought you never asked.
Well,
since
I
you're
would love to
asking-
hear it. I would love to hear it. It's just that I'm not the type to be solicitous, but if you'd like to share, this is probably a good time.
Yeah, all right. So I'm a proponent of direct democracy. You know, I want more people power.
Okay, so how does direct democracy make better decisions for something like coronavirus?
Ooh, coronavirus is a difficult one.
Do you agree that some decisions need to be made in a centralized manner, but not all, and that there should be?
Yeah. So the direct democracy will be, of course, complementary to the liberal system that we have at the moment. So it will be a parliament, but there will also be another assembly that will be appointed by lot.
But the current liberal order can't deal with coronavirus, and from what we can tell, have exacerbated
Well,
it.
I mean, they can deal with it much better than countries like India once they get it.
Well, India is actually kind of the world leader in dealing with coronavirus right now. I covered that on my last news show. But anyway, that aside, what you're saying is you want to continue with the current system, and I have to ask why.
No, that's not
value it.
continuing with the current system. It's quite revolutionary because well, it might look somewhat like what we have in Switzerland, like the canton system, where you have like local democracy. But I would like to have that at a more national scale. So that would be more referendums, people appointed by
What
lot.
what do you want to vote on?
What do I want to vote on? A lot of important decisions. Should we be
Like what?
inside or outside the EU?
Okay.
Should we have more or less immigration?
Okay.
Stuff like that.
So you want to be able to vote on stuff like that.
Yeah. And
Okay.
probably a couple of times a year, you vote on specific propositions, and the rest will be handled by our elected assembly, which will be the Senate, and the other ones will be the assembly that is the second assembly, which is made by lot or
It just
appointed
seems
by
like,
lot.
It seems like more bureaucracy, but you don't have any solutions to.
No, because already we have a bicameral system everywhere, so it's not going to be more bureaucracy at all.
Well, if you have this citizens, plebiscite thing, yeah, it's going to be more bureaucracy because someone's going to need to tally those votes. So I get it.
Yeah,
So
well,
just to say,
slightly.
I don't
But I think
understand
it also reduce a lot of bureaucracy.
How does that lead to safety when stuff like pandemics are concerned? It seems like it wouldn't help it at all. Like,
No,
don't you understand?
I think they're roughly on the same board.
Don't you
the
understand?
people and the governments at the moment. So I don't
There
think.
needs to be a way for smart people to come together to make the best plan.
But you can have a best plan created by experts, but you can still vote on it.
That's a problem because the experts are controlled by the peer review process, which is censorious.
No, but that's the intellectual culture part of it, not the political decision-making process.
So you agree that the intellectual culture has to change?
I don't know, not necessarily.
So you don't think the censorship and the Big Bang bullshit and the creationism bullshit, you don't think that
Whoa.
that's a problem?
I pretty much believe everything the mainstream in science says, so I don't have any issue with that.
So you're fine.
So I will go with the experts in that regard as well.
Stuff that can't be proven to be, but don't you understand that there's currently there's a crisis of experts wherein we have possibly a real crisis with coronavirus, but nobody's listening to the experts because the experts.
No, people are listening to the experts. People, in majority, people are listening to the experts.
Well, somebody drank aquarium cleaner because it had chlorophyll in it.
Somebody, but have you seen
the
streets?
point
Have
is
you seen the streets? Are most people abiding by the rules? Yes, they are.
Okay. The point is,
even if
you don't know that those rules are actually going to.
No, but you're confusing liberalism with democracy. That's a crucial mistake. So the idea that everybody can have their rights or everybody can walk free and do what they want, that's much more of a service to liberalism. Democracy is a system where the majority decides what's going to happen. You know, and that can also be quite totalitarian if you're if you really analyze it. So it's not to say like, oh, you can have a very, how would you say, strict system where people have to really abide the rules and can still be democratic.
So the point is that democracy just doesn't work. because what's popular and what's right are seldom the same thing.
I don't agree with that.
So you're just going to be basically constantly moving in a populist type of direction.
No. The fact is, what we have now is liberal democracy, and because we have a media world, people tend to pander to people's sort of the lowest common denominator. But if you have people themselves deciding on things, they have to take responsibility for their own votes. So it will be, how would you say?
How?
Like there will be less pandering because they make the decisions themselves.
That
You
they're
can't
still-
blame anybody. You can't also easy and smooth talk to people. It's like that whole element, all these like useless long election cycles where we're talking about who's going to be this or who's going to be that. If you have like 50% of your power decided by lot, and the other, I don't know, another 25 by sort of referendum, and the other 25 by elections, but then the elections become like a significant not as big as part of the system, so you don't have to pander, you don't have to have all this media attention for politicians. Again, it becomes a much more sensible system, and you can actually talk about issues and substance instead
Does
of talking
reality,
about the
does
horse
reality
race.
get a vote? Does reality get a vote?
Reality can get a vote, yeah.
Right, so I just think reality should basically be the only one that votes.
Yeah, but that's the difficulty because you're saying that, oh, the experts that, by the way, you don't respect. So you're talking about, oh, I want a system where experts decide. Well, you know what? Most of the experts don't agree with you.
Okay, and then they should challenge me in a debate, and then other people should come and judge the outcome of that debate who can establish that they themselves have a grip on logic and reason, right? Because not everybody can understand logic and reason. So you have to be able to evaluate.
No, but yeah, look, but people have a sort of a gut sense of what is sensible or not.
And not everybody does. Maybe you do, but not everybody
I
does.
think I trust the average person much more than the sort of high,
like people that have like huffing their own farts, alt-right types that think they're very intellectual.
Construction workers. You said you don't have any construction
No.
workers.
I knew them in the past. I've met a
point
lot
is
of these people,
You're
and they're pretty sensible.
You're a champagne socialist. You're a champagne socialist.
No, I'm a socialist. I'm not a champagne socialist. I actually are for camaraderie and helping each other. You know.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah, no, fuck yeah.
You're for helping yourself like every other socialist.
No.
Socialize your debts and privatize your profits. We all know it's
No. And if we need to do something at the moment, it's get our elites under control. Because you know what is driving all the problems in Europe, or all the problems I see at least? The last big waves of migrations, excessive liberal culture. Well, that is the elites.
Okay, so how do you propose
I know them. I mean, they're my
Adolf?
friends. Sorry?
How are you going to deal with the elites, Adolf?
Well, you put them in their proper place. And,
And what's that?
yeah, the proper place is with the rest of us.
Okay, and how do you do that?
That's you break up their political power. You make sure
How?
that
How?
Parliament
How?
Parliament isn't the only organ of state that will decide what's going to happen. You
How
have
do you
a
break
more
up their
representative.
power?
No, you have a more representative government system, where also
How?
regular people can decide. I just told you with another council that
Okay,
is
and how
appointed
do you
by lot
How do you fund the council?
with fucking money.
From where?
Well, we already have a bicameral system. What do you think?
Okay,
Like the
that's
Senate
not
and the
true.
Congress. I will
you're
replace
saying
the
from taxes.
I will replace the Congress with a council.
Okay, so the
that is
money
appointed
now
by
goes
lot.
to Congress. Now the money that goes to Congress is going to be diverted to pay for this other thing, right?
Yeah, it's like jury duty, man. It's like jury duty. And this used to be
Okay,
the case in Europe as well.
So you're gonna
the word parliament
take
comes
the
from
money
parlement,
away
the
from-
French. And it's where the
point is
local
that
assembly, where everybody had a
saying-
representatives. There were like
you're
law,
saying-
law courts, but not just law courts, but also representative institutions.
Anyway, so you're saying take the money away from this branch of government, make this direct democracy branch instead. Where's the money coming from that? Answer Federal Reserve. They're not going to let you do that.
Sorry.
Are you listening to something else while we have a debate, Claire?
No, I accidentally turned this thing on by accident. I'm so sorry. Carry on.
The Federal Reserve. I don't care
I'm
about the
saying
Federal
is that,
Reserve.
yeah, but
it's not
you're
important.
saying I'm going to use money. Yeah, but because you're not understanding how money works, and you need to understand how money works to understand why your plan would never be allowed by the elites because they control the money.
Now, it can work. It has worked in the past. In Athens, it worked.
I'm just saying.
Athens. And
I'm
what
just
I'm
saying
proposing is
elites,
a less marginal position.
The current
of the
elites wouldn't let you do that, Adolf, because the central bank wouldn't want you to do it. So basically what you're saying is you have to take over the central bank.
Oh, we could take over the central bank. Why not?
I know, that's what I've been saying for years, dude.
I don't mind taking over the central bank. I mean, I think
Good.
it should be government property.
Good.
I don't care. But I don't see why my system is unworkable. I mean, in Switzerland, it looks a lot like it. You just have to add some.
Well, it might be workable. It's just a question of, are people going to want your system, right? Because if we're going to do it, if we're going to do a truly citizen-oriented thing, which I support, people have to be like, you have to basically get people to say, yeah, we want this, we want what this guy's saying, because it's the best way. So you have to like defend in a debate why your system would be better than rival systems. So other people will come with rival systems and they'll say, well, actually, I think this is a better way to do it. Like local power has this like basically communist type model. And I'm like, if you can get people to agree to that, I guess it's okay. But again, you can't do the shenanigans of like invading other regions and shit like that. But if you think you can run it and you have enough people who would agree to it, I'm basically.
Oh, there are already parties. There's a big party.
I'm basically okay.
Czech Republic.
If that's what you want, you just have to meet the minimum standard, which is you can't go out of your borders, and you have to be available. A certain percentage of your fighting workforce needs to be available to be deployed if there's an invasion of the greater empire.
No, I'm in favor of a draft. I don't think that's a problem.
So you should write that into your plan and say,
I will. But then again, it's up for the people to decide if they want that or not.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's not a necessary condition. If they want a professional army,
if you're not going to write it into your law, if you're not going to write it into your law, you have to figure out how you're going to get the people to inform your military policy, which to me seems insane. Why wouldn't you want an expert on military strategy to design your military policy?
Okay. No. That's a mistake that people make. If you have a military person or somebody of the military that's leading your military, you have a big problem. You have to have civilian control, otherwise the military will go out of hand.
I'm not denying that at all. So you gotta work that fact into your statecraft model. Because what if the population's like, well, actually, we want this military guy. Like, think of Franco, what was his name, Mussolini. Think of a guy like that. Hypothetically, some like super charismatic military leader who's like, fuck these guys. Because you always got to worry, like, I don't want to say quelling dissent, but you have to make your system basically revolution proof, right? So how do you stop some general who's like super charismatic from just saying, fuck you, I don't need you?
Well, yeah, that's always a problem, but that's also a problem.
It's cultural.
It's cultural. But that's a problem in liberal democracies as well. And what Stephen James says, it's democracy now, as it is the people who never vote away their rights to vote. Any other system is post-revolutionary LARP territory. Yeah, I would agree. I think what people often think that there won't be any safeguards in a similar system that I would propose. But then again, you can still have a constitution with a 2/3 majority to change fundamental laws. It doesn't have to change. You can have democracy, and you can still have sort of some kinds of liberal safeguards.
Exactly. So you got to make those explicit. How do you guarantee that the military doesn't become the dictatorship, as it could easily happen? and has happened before, and actually has happened in India. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, if your system can't deal with those types of problems, you got to think about how you're going to deal with them, because obviously a military rule is something that doesn't work long term because it just turns into Rome, basically. Like, I think we kind of agree on this whole like imperialistic belligerence being something that ultimately undermines.
Yeah, I would definitely say, and undermines democracy.
Well, it undermines national security at the end of the day, because you're basically making enemies everywhere you go, and you have no idea whether the people you've conquered are actually loyal to you, right?
Yeah, true.
They may be just waiting for an opportunity to strike back and hate your guts, and it's like, well, you'd never know. You know, well, you might. You know what I mean? It's just like, I think we agree. I think we agree.
Yeah,
Like,
with
Claire doesn't really understand about imperialism, because Claire doesn't really give a shit about ruling over people consensually. She just wants territory.
Yeah, I think she gets it, but I think she's just not a person to really care about that kind of stuff. You know,
Well, I
suffering.
mean, what is there to care about? It just happens. It's like saying,
Well, you don't
No, it's
have.
not. No,
You're
that's
not benevolent.
nonsense. You always say
You're
it
not
just
benevolent,
happens.
Claire. You're not a benevolent person. You don't actually care about people's individual happiness, but I do. So obviously,
I do too. I
I'm
mean,
benevolent.
I propose ways of improving people's lives through
Yeah,
politics and
you
religion.
propose a system that has spread misery and despair everywhere it's gone.
You can't stop people from acquiring territory through war.
Yes, you can. You
Yeah,
can.
actually, I can, and I will. Just fucking watch me.
All
Just
right, all
fucking
right,
watch me.
all right.
With deterrence, Claire. Deterrence, military deterrence. You can stop people from fighting.
All I gotta do is say, everybody I rule over, you need to give me 10% of fighting age men if there's a problem with the outside of the perimeter. Boom, quell that in 10 seconds. If you have an army that is absolutely impossible to oppose, which I would if I controlled the US and India, who's going to say no? It's the same reason I tell you to convert to Judaism and take the Holy Land, Claire, because nobody would stop you. My new thing is for Claire to try to get the Chinese Empire to Judaism and become the new Jews. That's my. The funny thing is, Claire's not going to be able to stop herself from doing it.
But Claire, if you ever try like to initiate any imperial war, I will personally get a nuke and let you.
Oh yeah,
you
know what my plan is? I've got a very obvious plan. If you come 10 meters, if you come in 10 meters, I take off a kilometer. That's how it works. If you decide to invade 10 meters, I get a kilometer of new territory out of that.
How?
So every invasion results in pushing the border against you, because you don't fucking invade my territory. That's why.
I have no plan to go to New Zealand to invade territory. I mean, really,
Are you retarded?
In what way?
This is a hypothetical situation of statecraft.
Well, I have no intention of invading anybody. I never said I had.
Well, you're always talking about jizya and invading, and you better, if you're going to launch a war, you better win. You salivate at the idea of
I'm just stating a fact. Come on. I
mean, I don't deny that there are verses in the Quran. Imperialism is not a viable strategy.
I'm not encouraging people to do it, but I'm saying it happens. I mean, we have to acknowledge it. We live in a global
Claire,
empire.
So disingenuous. There have been times that you said, like, yeah, no, it's a good thing.
No, I'm saying it's inevitable.
What is this?
I mean,
no, it's not inevitable.
No. Okay, for some reason you'd be okay about the Roman Empire, right? Because it's gone. What about the American Empire?
Look, I'm not pro Roman Empire.
I mean,
I'm not pro Roman Empire. I'm not pro British Empire. I'm not pro American
Empire. Because you're so completely unrealistic. I mean, the fact that you, as a white Canadian woman with all the stuff you have, is due to what your ancestors achieved, and you're just lobbing as a Hindu. It's disgraceful.
I think it's pretty disgraceful to LARP as something that you're not. And if I was LARPing as a Jew, as Christianity would compel me to, I would feel like a fraud. So I can't.
Well, nobody Christian thinks of themselves as laughing at a Jew anyway. You say the strangest things, and it's almost
But I do, and
inexplicable.
it's a fact. I do. It's the truth.
What is the truth? What do you do, Jen? Apart from saying bizarre things that cannot be explained, even by you.
What about the 5 unified field models that I have?
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Then nobody will understand if you start to explain.
That's not true, though.
Who understands?
Well, the latest person to understand was Vincent, but there's obviously several others.
What, you mean the moon water thing? The agua thing?
That's not actually one of the unified field models, but that's a prediction of one of the unified field models. Yeah. So anyway, the point is, obviously, I contribute a lot.
Yes, you do, Jen. I do appreciate
And
you.
it's all good, and everything you contribute is garbage, and the only stuff good to come out of you came from me.
Which was?
Well, I'm not going to take the position that anything good came out of you.
Okay, but what do you think came out of me that really came from you?
A proof that it's not worth debating people like you.
Well, nobody debates me because I win all my debates, and nobody wants to engage with me because they don't want to be seen to lose the argument. So I can't really get any further.
So you're proving my point. You're a liar. You got your ass kicked in that God debate. You got so triggered to the point that you're afraid to debate me again. So it's just like
I'm not. I thought it was the other way round.
I was never once afraid to debate you. I said I'll debate you anytime, but it's got to be moderated. And then you chimped out because you have to cheat to give the impression of winning because your arguments suck.
Actually, I'm so glad you mentioned debates. Conops, did you hear the JF and Stefan Molyneux debate?
No.
But Jen
Oh my God,
did.
Conops, you have to watch my coverage of it because I talked about it and I made a meme and it's so funny. I'll send you the meme because it's so funny.
Have I
not
seen
get
it?
it, but whatever.
You're getting quite famous, Jen. Now you're just like one person away from Stefan Molyneux.
Oh please! I was always actually oh never mind. I never told anyone this. I'll just keep it a secret. Never mind. Never mind.
Do you sleep with him? What happened?
Hey, didn't you think it was weird that Molly memes chose like this week to like talk about the persecution of Falun Gong?
Yeah, that changed. Oh, he's a libertarian now. He wants to demonize China for, I don't know.
Everybody's demonizing China now anyway because of the trade war's about to start. The new Cold War against China.
Yeah, fear drives a lot of anger, hatred, and slander.
They'll have to find some.
Hey, I for one feel absolutely no different about China than I did pre-pandemic. Just so you know, Claire. And
You've always
I don't know if you
hated China.
No, you've always hated India. You're projecting again.
I don't hate anyone. I love curry.
We don't hate anybody. That is for inferior people. We have no hate. We have only love.
That's me.
You suck on your hatred, Claire. I hope it destroys you.
I don't hate anyone. I'm the most neutral.
You
person.
are what you say. You use the word hate all the time because you're projecting. Most people, when they talk, they are projecting. This is how human interactions go. It's all projection. So the words people choose to express themselves actually tells us a great deal about how they think. You're full of hatred and bigotry, and that's why you always project it on others.
Do you agree, Conops? Do you think I hate Indians? I just don't even think of them. Not really.
No, I don't think so. I think you hate everybody now that's not for secular Quranism, so I think that will include Indians.
Well, I just don't, I don't even think of Indians. I mean, I do get impatient with people who, can't answer simple questions, who call themselves nationalists and who only are interested in continuing to hate the groups that they always hated, whom they've hated probably for, 20, 30, 40 years. Whatever.
What?
Well, it's part of their identity now, the hatred.
But can I just can
Well,
I
I
ask you a
think that's
question?
because of the religion. I think that's because the religion basically commands them to hate everybody. I mean, that's probably part of the hatred.
Can I ask you a question, Jen? A
Yeah, go
personal
nuts.
one. All right. Where are Gandalf and Culture Bear? There's this theory in the chat that you've tied them in your basement.
Yeah, Claire's chat is like a really good argument in favor of censorship, isn't it?
Well, okay, it was partly me, I have to say. I'm memeing it.
Well, you're memeing it because secretly you want to be tied up in my dungeon because you're a very bored, bourgeois fucktard.
I don't know.
Me too.
I don't know if I want to. I don't know
Yeah,
if
you're
I want
both
to watch.
bored bourgeois fucktards who are tending towards sexual degeneracy. So you're like, oh my god, Jen, please tie me up in your dungeon. It's like I don't got time for that shit. Nor would I if I wouldn't even do it if I had time. It's sick.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch Rook getting it on with you. I don't know.
I think he wears glasses. I just imagine him wearing glasses, and looking like, oh, what's that character in The Simpsons with the glasses? What's his name? Bart's friend, the Jewish. What's his name?
Oh yeah, I forgot it as well.
Yeah.
And I know what you're talking
Millhouse? You're talking about Millhouse?
Yes, him.
about.
You think my husband looks like Millhouse?
No, is Rook your husband?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Some of the people like Zero believe that you've actually put a spell on him.
You do realize there's a lot of like people with literal mental problems, not the hallucinatory ones you guys fantasize exist because you can't handle the strength of my arguments.
Yes, I recognise that there is a lot of mental health. Plenty of people in our circles do have mental health issues.
True.
Yeah,
Who do you think is the most sane, Claire?
I am, of course.
Ah.
You come second.
Apart from yourself, of course.
Well, you're one of the saner ones.
Oh, thank you. See, that's what I was fishing for, a
So
compliment.
the person who is most definitely mentally deranged thinks you're one of the sane people, and you think that's a good thing, Conops?
Yeah, sure. I don't know if Claire is the most mentally deranged. I think Claire has an empathy problem, but I don't think she has a sanity problem. Although, I mean, you can argue that they're a bit interlinked.
Well, yeah, I guess, I mean, to me, a person who lacks empathy is, psychically handicapped.
I actually, I'm a very kind person. I care about all these white people who've been abandoned by their governments and, who's...
But you can't prove it.
I can only show by my actions
Well, you can't
and
prove
my
it.
deeds.
You don't even have anybody who's going to be like, oh my god, Claire is so nice and benevolent. Like, no one's going to say that.
No, I mean, all they can say is point to my track record about my political activism.
Well, the point is that no one's going to take that position because it isn't true.
The position is it is objectively true that I have been active in nationalist politics.
Yeah,
for a
but
long
it's
time.
not true. It's not true that you give a shit about people.
I'm more interested in principles because I think it's
Yeah, but
principles
Claire,
you
you
get
wanted
things
to
done.
kill. You wanted to kill deformed babies. Like that's basically like Hitler's T4 program. I don't know.
No,
I don't know if that has.
You're deliberately, misrepresenting me. What I proposed on the Victoria Derbyshire show is actually in practice now. So it's not even, some weird new evil thing that I propose. They're already doing it.
The point is, if you genuinely cared about people, which you always claim that you do, there would be people that would say, hey, Claire really cared, and this is the proof. Because I've got a pile of people I can point to that I've helped them in their lives who say, Jen really cared. Here's the proof. Like, I'm not going to trot them out or whatever and embarrass them on life.
Again, you will actually not give us their names. You always say,
right.
All these people who
No,
love me and
that's
blah,
not true.
blah.
That's not
I
true.
respect
That's not
them
true.
too much. I
Richard
respect them
Nixon.
too much.
Richard Nixon.
The point is that I respect them too much.
I'm going to the
allow
kitchen,
you-
okay?
I'm not going to subject them to you because I respect
Yeah,
them.
again,
okay.
it's unfalsifiable again.
Can we meet this Richard Nixon guy?
I really don't think he's going to want to talk to you.
Yeah, completely predictable.
I want to meet Richard Nixon. I want to talk about Watergate. You know.
Okay. You
Yeah,
don't
of
even
course.
believe that it's true.
No,
So
no,
why
of
would you want
course I don't believe. But we can't meet him, so I can't verify if it's really Richard Nixon.
Yeah.
Yes or no. You know.
You got to take my word for it, so deal with it. That's how it works.
Right. So if I have a theory and I just say, take my word for it, would you think it's plausible?
Yeah, if you're the supreme sovereign, you can get away with stuff like that, but if you're not, you can't. That's how it works.
You never actually voiced it in this way that you're the supreme sovereign. I heard you say theocratic dictatorship and best scientist in the world, but supreme sovereign is.
Yeah, doesn't it sound nice? Doesn't it sound nice?
It does sound very nice, but it also sounds a bit. You also sound a bit like an egomaniac, to be honest.
So?
Well,
I mean, you sound
wasn't
egomaniacal.
your idea to give up
The
the
fact-
ego?
The fact that you think you can judge me is itself more arrogant than the claim I'm making. At least I can back up what I'm saying with facts. You cannot prove to me why your judgment's better than mine. You're saying you sound egomaniacal. It's another ad hom. It's like, to you, that sounds egomaniacal because if you said it, it would be because it's not fucking true. But if it's true, is it egomaniacal? It's like,
Okay,
I mean,
can we ask the chat? Does Jenny sound like an egomaniac when she talks about herself as the supreme sovereign? Yes or no? Press 1, yes. Press 2 for no.
well, yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself what the supreme sovereign is. It's the person with the most objective judgment. So you want to trot out somebody you think has better objective judgment than me, bring them on. I'll debate anybody, like I said. So I'm willing to defend the position. I don't mind. But you cannot produce such a person because nobody's going to want to put their reputation on the line to come and get slaughtered by me in a debate.
I think plenty of people are putting their reputations on the line to talk to you, Jenny.
But not to challenge me for the title of supreme sovereign.
No, because nobody in their right mind would say that they're also the supreme sovereign.
But you need a sovereign, don't you, for a government to work?
Yes, that's true. But you have to admit that you're not, as of this moment, the supreme sovereign, right? You can think you might be one day.
Well, I think that it's important for people to agree with me. I don't think I'm in charge of the world. That's ridiculous. But I think that if I am going to be in charge of anything, people have to agree to it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's sort of prerequisite that you're at least the leader. I don't know about the
Right. So
supreme
if I don't
sovereign.
say I'm the supreme sovereign, then people won't understand that that's the claim being made. And so they'll have no idea what to think. But if I say that, at least it puts the idea in their head. And the idea of the sovereign is something that is becoming increasingly more discussed. So the more something gets discussed, the better. So, me LARPing this way is actually just like teaching other people about the idea of what a sovereign is. Plus, it's true. So it works both ways.
I'm just getting a very funny meme. I was asking Jay some time ago how he is, and he has responded to me with a picture of him swimming, and he said, "I survived AIDS, COVID-19, and secular Quranism." That is very funny.
Yeah, he gave up.
Yeah, he's right. He's right to give up. But yeah, Jenny, I think
'Cause eventually everybody will just give up, and they'll just be like, "Yeah, whatever."
you might be standing still. You might be the one that wouldn't give up. I still think
Well,
it's
sure, I mean,
entertaining.
I'm very good at leadership, and that's the whole point. These other people are just LARPers. Like Claire was talking for how long about going shirt shopping the other day. She's not focused on the If she thinks she has time to like stream about fucking shirt shopping, she's not taking the responsibility seriously, you know? Her response to the virus pandemic was probably one of the worst responses I've seen.
Sorry, I was just reading some things that are very funny. But
Well, sure. I mean, there's always going to be a huge amount of resistance in the beginning because people are chicken shit. They're cowards, and you know, they just attack me because basically they're just very lowly people, and that's just their karma to just be lowly maggots. It's a sign of the times, you know. It's a degenerate culture. What can you do? But it's like, just what is it? An occupational hazard.
Yeah, I think people will just get tired of the fact that nothing is achieved. I think in the past, people thought they would go stream and that would actually change a lot of opinions. But turns out most of the time it's the same people. It's all fun. It's like sociable, and especially in Corona times, I think it's interesting to have some conversation, some good conversation. Because I mean, pretty much there's not much to do these days. I mean, can barely go out. There's nothing open. So yeah, it's good spending of your time.
You don't think people's minds are getting changed? Are you seriously telling me you don't have any different opinions from when you started doing this stuff?
Well, I have a lot of different insights, but fundamentally, sort of my political views, my social views, they haven't changed that much.
You're way more sympathetic to me than you used to be. You know now in your heart that if it came down to it, you just silently side with me. Because you know what the alternative is, and it ain't good. You know, if you came down to it, Conops, you know you'd be on my side. Because you know at least I would be fair. You might not like everything I say, but I would be fair and consistent.
Yeah, I think you're sort of grand. Like, look, I've learned to love you, you know, but I still think that you have some rather grandiose.
Again, it's like, okay, Sigmund Freud. It's like, okay, Sigmund Freud. Like, what you're saying is literally proving my point, and you still haven't realized that what you're saying is like more evidence in support of what I'm saying. That you're under mind control to hate Brahmins.
I don't hate Brahmins.
Well, the way you're speaking to me, I can tell you hate Brahmanical values.
Well, maybe I hate Brahmanical values because I don't think society should be segmented in these rigid hierarchies. I think they're unfair and not conducive to good social interactions. I mean, the Brahmins really look down on lower castes, and especially the Dalits, the people.
Well, that's what
no caste.
That's what you've been
literally getting raped.
That's what you've been
nobody lifts a finger.
That's what you've been propagandized.
It's not a propaganda.
The point is that it's not the Brahmins oppressing anybody, okay? But there is definitely oppression going on, and it's through communistic type ideology, which is what you're espousing now. You're all about fairness. It's like, life's not fair, idiot. And you're saying like, okay, Brahmanical values are bad, but it's like you have no evidence of them not working. And this whole virus thing proves that Brahmanical values are the only ones that are actually truly trusted because everyone's turning to them. Social distancing, Brahmanic value. Bowing instead of handshaking, Brahmanic value. All these things that are coming out now about cleanliness and everything, these are all Brahmanic values. And it's not like the Brahmins were like outside of this civilization just parasitizing of it and insulting them the whole time. They were actively taking part in the building of civilization, right? So this idea of a caste system, that's a Western idea. It didn't really become a thing until the Muslim invasion, which basically forced into a caste, a lineage-based system versus a meritocracy. So all these flaws,
I disagree. I think
all
that
these problems
dates back to Vedic
have.
times.
The point is that you're bigoted against Brahmanic values, and the only reason anything works is Brahmanic values. You just don't understand what they are.
I'm bigoted because I disagree.
And all you have to do is look to the word Abraham. Abramin means non-Brahmin. So you're an Abrahamist. In your soul,
it's just a word game.
Your soul, you hate the Brahmins because this is what you've been propagandized to do for thousands of years. Because we're just so powerful. We're so powerful that this is like the only way to undermine us is this, and it still doesn't work.
Well, I don't think I'm anti-Brahmin. I just don't like the sort of outlook of what the
But you
Brahmin
don't
class.
you don't know what the Brahmin outlook is because
Well,
you don't know.
I know they have a
You
feeling.
just know that you're against it.
Look, especially the traditional conception of it.
Okay, so the communist propaganda version of Brahmanism, you're against that. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, well, it's also how Brahmins themselves behave and how they think. Many of them, of course,
Is
not
it?
all of them. Yes.
Or are you just cherry picking anecdotes?
What anecdotes? I've been to India twice, dear lady. I know. I know how it works a bit there. And I've spoken to Brahmins, and I also see how some of them are talking about people of lower castes. It's not very nice. You even have in stations in India waiting rooms where it says no Dalits.
Okay, so you don't agree with cultural customs, but you don't have a functioning civilization. So you can't really point fingers at people who do have a functioning civilization and say, well, I don't like what you're doing.
What do you mean
But
functioning civilization? Have you ever
don't
been
have
to
a
India?
functioning
Like how does it function in India? People are stacked up on each other. The toilets, and I don't always want to return to this, but the toilets are not very cleansy. I mean, it has something to do with how the infrastructure works. Most of the infrastructure was actually put down by the British. Most of the nice buildings are put down by the British.
The Indians are growing economically as a force, in spite of all this actions against them. Like basically the whole world's against India. You can't say the same about China because China's being propped up by the U.S. India's not. Imagine if India was being propped up by the US.
Whoa. It's not always been propped up by the U.S. That only happened.
Have you noticed Have you noticed that since it has been, how much things have changed? Though?
Yeah, because they abandoned communism. Yeah.
It's because U.S. propped them up to be their manufacturing base.
No, that's not true.
Again, look at the facts. Look, literally anywhere. Of course.
Yeah.
Literal people admit to this. Like literal quote globalists.
It's not just the U.S. It's Europe. It's the fact that China has been the manufacturing place of the world.
It's almost like the people in charge of the U.S. are the same as the ones in charge of Europe, and they're diverting funds to China for some reason. It's weird.
Okay, Jon Vance, what do you think? Whose toilets are cleaner, Muslim toilets or Hindu toilets?
Give me a break, okay? You're saying who's more rich, the pirate or the person who got looted? That's what you're saying. So who's more rich, the pirate or the person who got looted? Conops, who's more rich? Obviously. So you want to be a pirate then, basically? Okay, have fun with that.
Well, yeah, more rich. So what?
All right, fine. Well, I'll see ya. Hey, at least you're being honest about what it is you want to do. You want to pirate people. I get it.
I never said I want to pilot people.
I'm talking to Vance.
It reminds me of the meme of the yes meme. Like, you want to pirate people, and it's like, yes.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so completely consistent. So Conops, this is your future. You're talking to the future of your people if something isn't done. People like this bossing you around and shoving your face in the ground and stealing your shit and feeling good about it.
No, I can always nuke Mecca.
Oh, can you? You have some nukes just lying around?
No, I'll just ask the United States to do it for me. Or Britain.
Oh, yeah. Right.
So please, United States, could you please nuke Mecca for me?
How about they nuke Afghanistan?
There's not much to nuke there, though.
Yeah, but there's dirty Muslims there.
Yeah, I don't want to nuke Afghanistan. Mecca is more symbolic,
Mm.
If you nuke Mecca, they can't go around the Kaaba and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that will have a major deterrent effect.
Mm. Wouldn't that cause a big holy war though?
Maybe.
But then again,
Yeah.
it could also mean that people just abandon their ways. It happened to Japan as well. 2 nukes, and the emperor said, "Okay, I'll give up."
Mm.
And they were fanatical. They were very fanatical.
I mean, the U.S. napalmed Vietnam back in the '60s, and that still didn't work out too well for them.
Oh, that's
They
true.
just hit underground, the Viet Cong.
Yeah,
So
but it's less ruthless. Like if you really are very ruthless, then
Mhm.
people will accept your terms. If you're sort of semi ruthless, that's a problem because people also know you don't go all the way, and they'll resent you as well. So you might as well take them really out, or don't do it at all. Otherwise, you just build up resentment.
Yeah, but you're just
look at how many quote Hindu temples have been destroyed and pagan temples have been destroyed, and paganism and Hinduism are still making a huge comeback, right? So
yeah.
But if you only have one centralized thing, then it's probably going to be different.
Yeah, but also the conquest of India and also the way Hindus were treated in Islam was very haphazard. It went from good tolerance under, for example, Akbar, under persecution under Aurangzeb. So it was not always clear. So what happens then is you build up resentment.
Well, sure, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of animus between them in India.
Oh, definitely. Definitely true.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can understand why. They call it the Congress.
Oh, the Congress. The Congress Party, you mean?
Yeah, hey, KHAN.
There we have Jon Vance. there we have Jay Walker. Welcome back. It's nice to see you in the chat.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah, he's back, man.
I don't think he ever left. I don't think he ever left. I think he's just obsessed with, reconciling the cognitive dissonance from all the clock cleanings he's gotten.
Which clock cleanings? Jay Walker. Jay Walker.
All the times he's been made to look a fool by me, which is basically.
Jay Walker never lost a debate.
I know you're just trolling, Conops.
I mean it. I actually mean it. I'm not just trolling. I mean it.
Oh yeah, sure. Sermon on the Mount all the way.
Yeah, I think the Sermon on the Mount has a lot of wisdom in it. I think it's better than treat Dalits like filth.
Citation needed.
Well, the fact that they have these rigid hierarchies and that one is below the other says enough. I mean, and if you see the consequences of that system, if you go to India and you see these separate compartments where these dirty Dalits have to be in, I don't know if you were talking like this as well. Maybe you should go to India one day, Jenny.
Look, you can look up my history. I've always been very loving of all the classes, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? Did Dayananda Saraswati also embrace all the different classes?
Yes, and the higher classes used to look down on him for accepting food from the lower classes, and so he told the higher classes to go fuck themselves.
I don't know. What do you know about Dayananda? I mean, I'm quite interested because he is a founder of the sort of Hindutva RSS movement, right? I mean, he's inspiring. He inspired it.
Well, I mean, there's basically it's like in for fuck's sake, Vance.
Oh, it's prayer time.
Oh,
You're such a fucking virtue.
Make sure. Be careful. He's gonna blow himself up.
You're so pathetic, Vance. You're such a pathetic virtue signal. So pathetic. It's so fucking wonderful.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Have you defeated your inner Satan already?
What?
Your inner Satan. The drinking, Jon Vance. Have you given up?
I have purged the need to drink. I only buy halal meat.
Halal meat.
Yeah,
Is there like
slaughtered the halal way?
halal Johnny Walker Black?
Halal.
Oh God,
Yeah,
that must suck though. I mean, I don't know.
I also use water to clean my bum hole.
Oh yeah. We talked about that already.
Has the virtue signaling narcissism subsided yet? Can we go back to actually talking about things that matter?
Yeah.
I think it's just begun.
What was the topic of conversation again? I forgot.
I don't know. About how unfair Hindu class system is, how virtuous the egalitarian Islamic system is.
By the way, in India, you actually had castes as well. Muslims adopted a caste system.
Yeah, the whole point is that the Muslims are the cause of the caste system.
That's bullshit.
we kanged the Hindus.
No, you made it impossible for the Hindus to continue their traditional schooling, which made them forced to accept their parents. Yeah. Whatever. You just want to keep talking. You want to just keep talking over me, but it doesn't change reality. So you're so stupid, John. It's actually incredible. Yeah, exactly. It's just like there's no argument.
You have no argument.
You get it. You're a pirate. You're a pirate. So why don't you just go be a pirate somewhere else? The adults are talking.
Who's going to stop me?
Nobody apparently.
You?
I'm just asking you politely to stop wasting our time with your virtue signaling narcissism.
I'm not wasting nobody's time. You guys want?
Yeah, you are. You're coming onto this panel and hijacking the conversation to virtue signal about your quote unquote religion.
Well, yeah, you're just asking about my prayers and what I do.
Nobody gives a shit about any of that
talk
stuff.
about your religion all the time. Why can't I?
Actually, I'm talking about knowledge and science, useful things. I'm not going here telling people about prayers and virtue signaling because I want other people to think that I'm so cool for having some whatever I've managed to convince myself is an excuse to do violence to other people.
Hindus do prayers. They don't do prayers?
The point is that this isn't the place, and we're having a discussion, you want to start reciting prayers, why don't you go do it somewhere else? Stop bothering us with your nonsense.
Conops, do you mind if I do a prayer?
You can. I don't know if it makes it more or less likely that I will nuke Mecca, but you can go ahead.
This is just straight up Islamophobia, I think.
Oh no, God! What are we going to do?
He's just trolling. He just wants attention. This is the only way he thinks he can get it. Yeah, you want to get.
I'm happy you gave up the drinking, though. That was unsustainable, I have to say.
I think that's an improvement. I think I'm getting closer to God.
You think so?
You know,
he sounds drunk right now.
No.
But so because you're a Sunni now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I can talk to you about Aisha, or can I talk about it there or no?
If you guys are going to start talking about this nonsense, I'm going to head out.
It's
just too boring. I'm sorry, it's too boring to hear you go over minutia. It's so boring. I'd rather talk about actual subjects that matter, like philosophy and science and current events, not whether somebody
what about
was
the safety
9-year-old.
of our children?
There's no connection between child safety and having a stupid debate about a person who probably didn't even historically exist.
Yeah, well, it's in the scriptures that he's the example, and also, yeah, you know what he did. You know, he was quite the cradle snatcher. You know.
Anyway. I'm just not interested. It's like the World War II
evasion. Okay. Boring. Are you also not interested in World War II?
It's very boring to me to do that because it always ends up being hair splitting over minutia that it's like you can't validate any of your sources anyway, so why even bother?
That's also not true. You have documents where you can.
The point is that if you look at all the world religions, you quickly realize that it makes no sense to attempt to use those religions as calibrations for anything. They're just books that people believe stuff written in them. It doesn't actually tell you anything about the people other than that it informs their beliefs.
I agree with that.
So that's why I take the approach of using science without bringing religion into it, except to say that the only reason I have this superior scientific knowledge that Vance could never even dream of even touching the hem of, that's why I have this superior knowledge. I don't go into the religious rites themselves because that wouldn't work, right? Because people just, essentially because of science, religion just doesn't have credibility.
Sounds like an atheist.
I'm looking at the chat. People are so savage here.
No, like other sentient thing that exists in the universe
barbarians.
has a concept of morality.
They're just
except
barbarians,
humans.
right? Obviously,
It's
dogs
the
have a
humans
sense of
are the only
morality.
ones.
Dogs can feel guilt when they do bad things. They feel guilty. It's obvious. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Psycho.
Unless it's enforced by a human.
No, I'm not so sure. I mean, especially the higher apes or chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, and orangutans have very rules about how you should conduct, like stealing, for example.
Morality. They have a sense of justice.
Stealing is looked down upon. Being unfair is looked down upon. You have many ways in which animals can actually be fair, and they have also a sense of justice. What Jenny says, yeah.
Yeah, so animals may not have morality per se, but they have a sense of justice, and they feel, quote, or they can feel guilt or regret or whatever, remorse for doing an unjust act. Like if how anyone's ever owned a dog, you come home and if it's chewed up your shoes, it has this look of like he's not happy about what he did, right? He's kind of darn, he chewed up those shoes, feels bad about it, right? So anyway, I don't even know what your point is. You want to deify humans. Why? So you can justify being cruel to animals? All animals suffer, not just humans. So what's your point?
No, my point is we're the only ones that actually, have this concept of religion and language.
Okay.
And
So
we're different in that we have these religious
no, there's a
texts.
dolphin. There's a fucking dolphin language.
What?
There's a dolphin language. So we're not the only ones. We have the most complex civilization. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Fine. What's your point?
Well, my point is we're held to this higher standard, and these higher standards were written down.
Yeah, but no, they're not
by the
written
prophet.
Again, completely unsubstantiated, contradicted numerous times by experience. So come back when you actually have some evidence that isn't sourced from a religious book, because this is the whole point of doing it with science, is that we don't accept any religious books as authoritative.
But
the whole point.
Strange. Oh, okay. Can I ask you a question, John? So if you're saying like all these systems are very moral, how are you able to evaluate whether these systems are moral or not?
Which systems are you specifically?
If you're talking about the Quran, for example, or about the Bible, in fact, how can you evaluate, or the Hadith? How can you evaluate if they're moral systems? What criteria would
it just depends upon, I guess, what you want to accomplish. But if you want to accomplish
you
mercantile, individualistic,
you want to believe that you're moral, and this gives you a way to believe that you're moral, and it gives you a justification to steal people's things because it's moral, right?
I didn't say that, but
well, you self-identified as a pirate.
That is true.
So that's what religion is, essentially, is like a justification.
But I want to be rich, though.
Yeah,
okay,
but by making other people poor.
Like merchant value.
How does that make you better than a gangster?
Well, there is an obligation that I am supposed to take my time in charity. It's actually one of the pillars of the great faith.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
also
we
a
get
You're
it.
pillar of
supposed
the.
to donate your
Whoa,
income
whoa, whoa.
and
That,
Yeah,
service
you're
to
supposed
okay,
to
support.
donate your
Jen,
income. Yeah, we get it.
Jen,
Give
that's
your
all.
give your money.
Jen, okay, no,
Give your money
Jen,
to NGOs. Give your money to NGOs because who runs the NGOs again?
if,
Oh,
if
right.
you're saying that charitability is enough, it is also a pillar of the mafia. The mafia take from other people and they give it to their own family. You think that's moral?
Yeah, I'm very charitable. I give tons of knowledge for free. I am the only one who can actually demonstrate true benevolence here. You distributing war booty to your pals isn't benevolence. It's
don't know.
just theft, right? It's just theft. And you trying to make yourself feel better by giving some of the money that you stole away doesn't make it not theft.
Which
Okay,
money have I stolen from somebody?
But not yet. But you're saying you want to be a pirate, so at least we have to.
Well, I just said I want to be rich. I didn't necessarily say I'd be.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then I.
No, you actually literally said you want to be a pirate. You literally said that.
No, well, I said yes. I want to be rich. You said, well, don't you, if you're a pirate and you want to be rich? I said, yeah, I want to be rich.
So you want to be rich at any cost.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Okay, well,
There's some sort
how
of
far are
moral
you
and
willing to go? How far are you
communitarian
willing to go?
obligation.
How far are you willing to go to get rich?
I mean, if somebody is threatening,
So what about actually producing something and selling it and getting rich off that?
producing, and yeah, that's cool.
Wouldn't that work better than trying to decide if what someone's saying, which is the truth, is the threat to you, so you can justify violence against them? That seems kind of fucked because you get to decide what's. You basically have you get the final call as to when you can call jihad. So it's basically a matter of having a conversation long enough to offend you, and then all of a sudden you have the right to kill me, right?
Well, jihad is struggle. It's not necessarily a violent struggle.
Oh, it's not necessarily, but you're looking for an
Mhm.
excuse to violence, aren't you?
I mean, it's good to prepare for conflict.
Everywhere you look, you're looking for an excuse to do violence and steal people's stuff.
It's not a bad thing to be prepared for conflict.
I already know how you're
and
thinking.
realize that.
What I don't understand is how you can possibly think that trying to gather the pretext for violence by being offended by something someone said is moral.
But John, are you a believer in just defensive jihad, or are you also a believer in offensive jihad?
I'd say I'm a believer in defensive jihad.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's not defining what he means by that. He's saying if he's being threatened, he's allowed to, and then who decides what's a threat? It could just be something as simple as me saying, I don't agree with you. Stop your stupid, retarded nonsense yakking on the stream. Oh my God, I'm threatened. Oh my God, I'm threatened. I better do violence against Jen. Just summed up the entire history of the thing in 2 seconds there. So deal with it.
Well,
There's essentially
maybe
no
that's something for
difference
Jon Vance to say.
They decide where it's defensive and offensive is a decision they make. It's like the whole idolatry LARP. It's like they decide what's idolatry, pal.
Yeah, I understand your point. Also a point I always make to OV because he thinks that killing the Jews is self-defense. Oh God, that guy. But
So he has basically the same attitude that Muslims have towards Kafirs, right?
Mean, there's a lot. It's no surprise to me that Jon Vance converted to Islam, because many people in the white nationalist circle are not looking for whiteness per se, but they're looking for camaraderie. They're looking for meeting, and they're looking for a way out of humiliation. And well, if they can't be the top dog when they're white, they might be the top dog when they're Islamic. So yeah.
Well, I think it was essentially the same with Christianity. It was like people who couldn't hack it in the meritocracy joined Christianity because it gave them a promise of richness once they did the holy war against the heathens, right? So it's like a low IQ kind of pseudo Bolshevik thing, in which John is espousing perfectly.
Yeah, you always quote Nietzsche with his slave morality. I mean,
he's not the only one who said that.
Well, he was the first one who said it. It's in the genealogy of morals. It's an interesting theory. I think, Christianity was was first adopted by the poor. So a lot of their sort of resentment and their sort of way of living and what they desire is incorporated in that system. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think actually,
Well,
because
Vance
it
is
comes from the
sitting
poor,
here
actually
saying
Christianity is
he's
better
sitting
for
here
the poor.
saying he wants to be rich and he has no way to get rich except for a jihad, and that's basically what the Christians were saying all that time ago. We
I'm not
can't
so
make
sure if it's actually what
No.
Jon Vance said.
therefore, let's take up arms and just slaughter people and take their stuff.
I
Because
don't know.
there's
I don't know. He actually look. He could actually think that, but it's not what he actually said.
Yeah. I'm very I don't want to talk at people today. I just want to understand what you guys are thinking. So
what I'm thinking is
just keep it
if you actually want to be
open
rich,
dialogue.
you can produce something of value that other people can buy.
Well, can't do that right now because of the coronavirus. So I'm on here talking to you about your nonsense.
Yeah,
Well,
fuck us,
you
right?
weren't doing it before. You weren't doing it before. You were just drinking.
I'm not
all
going to
the time.
gain any value talking to you. So
You weren't doing
But I'm just
anything
curious.
before, Vance. You could have started a business before, but you didn't because you're a failure. And now you have to resort to violence because you're a failure. You can't get rich any other way.
Interesting. What do you do for a living, Jen? Again?
This is not relevant to this conversation.
Are
at
you
all.
do you have your own business? Do you have your own belly dancing club?
No, I think we just joined Jennifer after the coronavirus in Needhood, John.
Anyway,
We're all
point is,
needs now.
hypocrisy.
Fuck it. There's no difference between us.
I've made money in my life. So anyway, the point is that you
Yeah, you
should
get government jobs.
be making money. If you
You make
really want to be
government
rich,
jobs.
you should try to make money through
Well,
selling
none
things.
of us can really
That's
do
usually
that
how
right
we-
now because the government shut down the economy.
Well, that just started like a couple seconds ago, but what were you doing all the time before that? You didn't do any of those things because you're fucking
I had a
worthless.
job.
God.
Had businesses.
Oh, sure
side
you did.
businesses. Oh yeah. What were you doing?
I don't actually believe you. I think you're a Fed, honestly.
Oh, okay. It's Fed
Yeah,
posting hour.
Well, I do think.
I talked to all my favorite Feds on here. I think Claire's kind of a Fed too.
I think if Claire's
think
a Fed
I think her-
wannabe,
I am definitely a Fed.
Her Ask FM, I think, is a honeypot.
Yeah, I think so. When I got the link, I was like, oh, God, I'm not going to do that.
You must join Ask FM. I'm like, I could just PM you or DM you. Like,
Yeah,
why
fuck
do
it,
I
if you're
have
gonna
to join
ask,
this thing?
you can ask me the
I
fucking
don't know, it's
question.
weird.
I don't want to put it on
It
the
is
fucking
weird.
internet. It's like an old MySpace account, you know? It's like, what the fuck? It's like really primitive. It's like, it's like just what like a sort of Fed with not like many resources would do. Like this
What
old
I like
page
about
shit.
it is that you get a whole thread on the same subject. So you get all the questions and answers on the same thread on the same subject. And yeah, you can email and do whatever, but it'll be really hard to find and it won't be on the same subject and people go on and on. But the discipline is quite good in that you can't your question can't be too long, and it will be a dialogue in the sense of Q&A. So that's what I like about it.
Sounds like Reddit.
I don't really like Reddit. It looks terrible. But I mean, I like the Q&A format. And all the weaknesses of anybody's arguments will be very quickly revealed, because if we yak for 10 hours, people won't even listen. But they'll read something that's readable, in a thread. So
No.
that's why I like it.
No.
I know people don't want to do it because they know they're gonna lose.
No, fuck no. And nobody wants to do it, and nobody wants to fucking read it either.
Well, I do.
Okay, I'm very happy that if I fill in that form, at least you're gonna read it. But it's like, you can also ask me, sweetie.
No, but you don't really, you're not interested in the written format, Conops. You just want to shoot the breeze with us, right? You're not really serious about anything.
That's not true. I had plenty of arguments on YouTube, and I write things down. But most of the time, you're just going in
Your
circles.
channel has no content.
That's true. You always accuse me of being a troll.
Well, that's the feature of being a troll. With people with channels with no content. You can't be taken seriously. You're not really. You're just a vandal.
Yeah, you always say that.
But
I'm
true.
here to destroy.
You don't. Yeah, you don't
The
have
best
anything
thing-
to
the best-
offer.
The best thing, the best thing you ever said was, "You're a vandal. You're only out there to destroy. You destroy my ideas and even OV's ideas." I'm like, what the fuck? Am I supposed to feel guilty that I'm attacking Nazism
well,
now?
everybody's ideas, not just OV's and mine, but Jen's. And...
I don't really think he can destroy my ideas. Come on.
But he
he
goes around, undermining everyone's ideas without proposing anything of his own.
No,
apart from
I just
his
proposed
socialism.
something. I just proposed something.
What was that?
I just proposed radical democracy plus socialism. Yeah, like it's a good system. You can't say it's something.
It sounds like rubbish, though.
No, it's not rubbish. It's the only way out of our problems.
And high regulation and high taxation and so
higher
it's like
taxation
now.
would be a
It's
good
like
thing.
now, but with more plebiscites, which will. And these plebiscites will vote for fewer laws and lower taxes and kicking people out probably.
Yeah.
Why did you just say that instead of going about it in such a roundabout way?
I am very sophisticated. I'm not OVE. I'm like I'm not shouting what I want. But no, I think it has to do with like how you want your system to be organized. How also like just on the big questions, immigration, EU, also foreign policy, to rein in our elites because they're doing things that we don't want and what the majority of people don't want. So if we have plebiscites, if we have laws, our elites will be more controlled, and there won't be this foolish adventurism it's been there for quite some time now. I think liberal democracy is becoming more and more corrupt because elites have an excessive amount of power, whether it's big business or political elites.
So when Athens destroyed itself, was it a democracy?
Mm-hmm.
Voting for more and more war in their plebiscites?
They didn't destroy themselves. So in the Peloponnesian War, the first thing that actually happened was the plague. And that destroyed the chances of Athens really winning that war. But you have to understand, it was one city-states with a couple of powerful allies like Argos, but they were fighting Corinth, Thebes, and Sparta, the most powerful Greek states there were at the time. So I think they weren't doing that bad.
What was the war about ostensibly?
Well, the war was fundamentally about power dynamics and fundamentally about the fear that was induced by increasing Athenian assertiveness and, they were a bit drunk on power, I would say.
So there were basically warmongers thinking that every problem can be solved by their superior military power.
No, you don't have to see it like that. Like small incidents.
Guys, sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to head out in a couple minutes because I really want to watch the Molyneux Kurt Doolittle convo. That's happening. According to this, it's in about a minute, but I'll just hop off whenever. So.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna
I want to watch that too.
Okay. It's too bad. I sent the link to Jay. Thought he would pop in.
Right.
Well,
he probably has better things to do.
What's the thing called where you have to where people have to self-isolate? The quarantine isn't over yet. I'm sure Jay will pop in eventually, and I'm sure Claire will have like a million, 14-hour streams now that she's all holed up. She's gotten past the first layer of hysteria of the isolation.
Well, maybe I'll be too busy to deal with you lot soon.
No, we're the only people that you can propagandize to, Claire.
No, I think that they've just basically locked us in our own echo chambers, so we'll just stuck with each other forever.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
yeah,
This,
yeah.
part,
We,
this
you
is
know,
part of the Corona Chan, man. It's all conspiracy.
So we won't have babies, you mean? We don't meet each other. We don't have the patriarchy. But John Vance, now it seems also you have given up on secular Quranism. You want full blown Islam.
Yeah. Well, I was going to actually ask Claire. Have your opinion? What would you do if you were in charge and dealing with the COVID-19?
I would go with the herd immunity thing, which completely outrages and horrifies Conops. But I said it quite early on and that was the strategy that Boris said he'd go with, and then he reversed that when people complained about there might be a lot of people dead, but you say well I thought well yeah we would expect that, and we'd have ways of quickly efficiently removing those corpses and dealing with them. I mean,
See, Conops, ride the tiger. Ride the tiger, Conops.
Quickly disposing of the corpses like it's nothing.
quietly, effectively, with dignity.
Well, Claire, I guess you have to start making estimates for how fast they can cremate bodies, right?
Well, actually,
I'm sure
they
OV
can
is
do
an
quite
expert
a
on
lot in one session. I think it doesn't, they can do more than one. I mean, I don't like the idea of mass pits.
Anyway, I'm gonna head out because the
Okay.
show's starting. It was
Yeah,
nice
actually, I
talking.
want to
and
watch the thing. Thanks for letting us know. It was good to have you again.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. See you later.
Okay, we'll see you all. Thanks for coming by, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Bye bye, guys.
Bye bye.